and welcome back to another week, another edition of the ESL America's Open Cup number 210. I'm of course your host, VIP, and with me I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, and this is a bit of a different kind of broadcast here because we're not casting these events live. These matches did occur a couple of days ago during the week. Unfortunately, we were otherwise preoccupied and we couldn't cover this live. So we're catching up. We can't go a week without casting all of ESL Americas and Asia and everything else. So if we ever miss out, we usually try to find some time to cover the replays, and that is today's broadcast. Again, these matches did occur on Tuesday, not mistaken. They did occur on Tuesday, so if you were there for it, if you already watched it, then no spoilers in the chat. Likewise, be careful with the bracket command. Again, the bracket command does contain spoilers. We are diving in blind. We're diving in for the first time here with ESL Open Cup Americas. And another big reason as to why I did want to dive on top of this is because we have some players that we typically don't see. The big one, as you can see before you, as that is not a best of 5, that is okay. Gonna have to fix that. Oh yeah, it's a little bit better. But yeah, we have the return of Parting. Parting, of course, has been taking a bit of a hiatus from StarCraft. He did step away from the game for quite some time, has recently returned, and has been competing in a couple of tournaments. He did, of course, compete in KSL, in a couple of KSLs by this point, actually, as well as ESL Open Cup Asia. So it's really cool to see Parting actually taking place in some of these online weeklies, and he's been having some mixed results here and there. You know, his first week back, you know, he lost to Coffee. His second week back, he beat Björn in a PVT, and I think this is his third week back. So yeah, really cool to see. Really cool to see Parting return here, and he has been steadily improving, which is impressive. It feels like he hasn't been back for that long, and he has been, you know, climbing that ladder and regaining his skill over time, and not looking too bad whatsoever. Yeah, the question becomes, you know, will he stick with it? Will he continue to compete, improve, and take part in these events, and even play the next season of GSL? That'd be pretty sick. It's still a ways off, a little bit, after I am Katowice, of course, but yeah, it would be really cool. Would be really cool to see Parting take part in that. Likewise, he's going to be going up against Dark. Dark, of course, recently teamless, recently did leave DragonKy Gaming, rumored to be soon entering the military, so we'll see how Dark can perform. And a big shout out to Just Jordan. Oh, Fappy. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. I know you were covering the OSC season championships, so hope you had a great time covering that event, and I hope you guys had some great matches, as we are just about to start our own broadcast. We just went live, and again today we have a bit of a long one. We have three oh god, my apologies. We have three I just realized I didn't even have my camera. We have three broadcasts, three events back to back to back. We're going to be covering the ESL Open Cup America's weekly for this week. After this, we're going to be going over the Christmas Cup round of 8, and then after that we're going to be live casting the Christmas Cup final day, the semi-finals and the finals. So a lot of StarCraft going on tonight, a lot of StarCraft. So again, hope you all enjoyed yourselves, hope you all had a great broadcast, and we're going to be diving in to our own matches here. Up first, we have Dark versus Parting. Vamos. Again, really great to see Parting returning once again. When it comes to Dark, it would be nice to see him maybe get some more support, especially leading into I am Katowice. We'll see if he does end up joining a team just for that event, and we'll see if we end up getting any kind of word as to when it comes to his military service and what that will be looking like. But here we go. We're diving into game number 1, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Korean Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the returning Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss. It is Parting. Let's go again. Parting has been competing for almost a month at this point. It's been really great to see him return to the game, and I've mainly only seen Parting's PVT. You know, we were able to watch him against Björn, we were able to watch him against Clem, as well as against Coffee, but I haven't been able to really glimpse his skill here in PvZ, or even in PvP, so I'm ready. I'm excited. I am excited. We just see Party going to be blocking that natural base, going to be forcing the unnatural natural out of Dark here at the third base location. Outside of that, though, everything is looking as it should. I'm sure Dark has been in this position many a time, is relatively comfortable here. The question becomes, what does Parting bring out? I'm really curious, because when it comes to the Korean Protosses, they each have their own play styles, their own flair. You know, Creator, he's more of the macro-oriented player. He's very tech-heavy, very mid-game oriented. You have players like Classic and Hero who are hyper-aggressive. We see them be very kind of extravagant with how they open up Stargate into Stargate Void Ray, into Hidden Tech, into Double Stargate Phoenix, or even Charge All-Ins and Mass Oracle that Hero is fond of. They can be very chaotic, very wild. Likewise, you have Nightmare, who also kind of thrives in the mid-game. And I wonder where Parting falls along all those other Korean Protosses when it comes to his aggressive nature or something more macro-oriented. I am curious. So here we go. Again, just a Hatchcast full opener here out of Dark. Everything looking normal, everything looking as it should. Likewise, Parting across the map, going for a gate expand as well. Really, our eyes are on the tech of choice to see if we go for a Stargate opener or a Twilight Council. Again, we have seen Glaive Adepts tear Dark apart before, whether it's in the hands of Classic or Hero. So something like a Twilight Council wouldn't be too out of the norm here, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Parting. I'm expecting a Stargate. Likewise, though, I don't really know how up to date with the meta Parting is. I imagine fairly so. I imagine. Part of me, I guess, is excited to see maybe something a little bit different, something a little bit more unique out of Parting. We'll see. As the Overlord across the map is going to get swatted away by that Stalker. And there it is. It is indeed going to be a Twilight Council opener. Okay, so a bit of a more aggressive start here from Parting. With this, we can go a couple of different directions. This could be something like a Glaive Adept opener if we do pull out a gas. This could be Dark Templar as well. There are charge-based all-ins, but the lane does slip in, and Dark will get eyes on the tech of choice. Very nice scout here from Dark. He's aware of the Twilight Council. He's aware he does need a faster Roach Warren as a result. He's aware he can skip out on some spores, delay them, and get ready for what comes next. We're going to be finishing off that Twilight Council. We have not pulled out a gas, by the way, which is an interesting decision, and we see why. Because we are not going Glaives, we are going Dark Templar. Okay, a DT opener here out of Parting. Quite robust. This is not meant to be all in by any means. It's a good way to get some economic damage done, and if Dark is ready for it, if Dark does deflect these DTs, then we can of course morph them into Archons and hunt down Overlords. There's plenty more available here for Parting, and he can of course pivot away from it. Now, something that Hero has been very fond of recently is, even if he goes for a DT opener, even if there's detection, he's so crisp with his control, where he is able to just kind of camp the area in between the bases, avoid those spore crawlers, and find damage anyway. Whereas a typical player would just back off and morph in Archons, Hero actually commits to DT harass anyway and still gets damage done. It's quite impressive and quite terrifying. What Hero has been able to do recently with this kind of opener. So we'll see if Parting is similar, or if, again, he's more willing to embrace the Archon harass instead. Spore Crawler is going to be on the way. Roach Warren is done. Roach is in production as well. Of course, Dark, he is unaware as to the specific build of his opponent. Is aware that it's aggressive. It's aware that it could be Glaive Adepts, as Adepts are revealing themselves. So I love the Parting. He's kind of faking this out a little bit, kind of making it look like Glaives, but we're getting safety spores regardless. So Dark, he's getting ready for any kind of scenario here. Dark Templar being warped in, and we do have detection. Spore here at the third base, Spore on the way at the natural, and no Spore in the main, but again, you have to make your way through the bases to get that far. Ooh, as we have forced recall, the Adepts are going to get picked up. One Adept goes down, the others do recall. Dark Templar going to be forced away. And immediately we do have, a Spore on the way in the main base. Aware that DTs are headed in that direction. At the same time, a big lane counterattack. This is the downside of this opener, is that you are vulnerable to these lanes. SimCity is looking good, but the Adepts are going to get surrounded. At the same time, the Prism is zoned away from the main base. We force a cancel. It's going to be a cancel on the Nexus. There are DTs to help deal with these lings, but again, we do contain Parting to 2 bases, and we double down. We throw down 3 more gates. Did I say 3? 4 more gates. It's going to be 6 gates. It's going to be 5 gates in total, as we already have, my apologies, 3 gateways already done. So yeah, 6 gates. 6 gates here from Parting. Likewise, behind this, we have the Forge for +1. And this is what we spoke about, actually, about how even if the DTs are deflected initially, even Hero's been doing this quite frequently, where you just find damage done anyway with these DTs. You gain value regardless. Picking off tumors, marauding between the bases. Meanwhile, Lings once again do get eyes on the third base. They do confirm that there is an expansion. Oh! Detection is available, DT goes down, and we're looking for another cancel. We're looking for it, but we shouldn't get it as reinforcements do rock up and Lings are swatted away. Meanwhile, across the map, once again, DTs are trying to find more pickoffs here and there, but one Dark Templar goes down. Oh, the Prism taking a lot of damage. Harding has to calm down, Bobby, calm down. Has to retreat, has to back up. Likewise, behind this, we're just getting fully saturated on our 3 bases. Dark will be joining up to 60, soon to be 66. Ooh, is a bit supply blocked. We'll have to break free. 4th base on the way, but we have Dark Templar going to be threatening that 4th. And we'll get a couple of swipes in, and where is the detection? It is a little bit delayed, and we force to cancel. Big pick off here from Parting. Likewise, across the map, Overseer dives in, getting eyes on all the gateways. Getting eyes on the follow-up. It is going to be a robotic space. We're getting into Colossi, into eventually Disruptors, potentially. For Parting. Good control as well. He already does have Blink. He's shaving off some of those Lings, and at the same time trying to deny that hatchery. Oh! Oh, DTs, they do so much damage, but one Dark Templar goes down. And we should be able to get the other. Stalkers once again threatening that main army. Dark is going to be able to hold on. He does end up holding on to that 4th base as well. +1 melee on the way. Parting just being such a nuisance here, getting so much damage done on this base. No shot. Up. One more volley. But he's so close. It looks like he will force another cancel. Just containing Dark to 3 bases perpetually here. Likewise, Parting is catching up. He even has a better economy than Dark. He's caught up on bases, he's ahead in probes, he could even take a faster 4th at this point. We can see Dark working on a macro hatch just now, finishing it up, and yeah, his economy is quite stifled actually. This is concerning. Dark going to be taking up, working towards the infestation pit. Bold move here out of Dark, but he is correctly reading the situation. He's assuming that Parting is going to be a little bit more tech heavy, which he is, and that Parting would take a 4th base. So Dark getting ready for a Hive transition to, I imagine, get into Lurker tech. Vipers, at least. We'll keep our eye on him. Otherwise, not quite connecting. Dark going to pull back. The 4th base still on the way. I wouldn't be opposed to a double expand here either from Dark, just to catch up, just because of how late this base is. Nice contamination here on that Forge. We'll delay those upgrades. The Colossus count getting higher and higher. We are still at 1 Colossus, soon to be 2. Meanwhile, Dark committing to Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager. A pretty robust mid-game composition. Infestation bit is done. We should soon be seeing that Hive. The armies are going to be clashing here in the center of the map. Getting a Stalker. Pretty good pick off. Meanwhile, the 4th base, I believe, has been spotted by Dark. He's going to be distracting the main army. At the same time, a massive Ling Bane counterattack here on the right-hand side. Now, there's not much to kill here at the 4th base, so we could just go straight for the 3rd. There it is. Hive is on the way. We do see Parting gaining ground. Sniping that Overseer. And again, as we're distracting the army, Ling Bane rolling on in, but again, the base is still not done. Oh, we're modeling it. I mean, we're going to crash into the sack defense. At least we could force a cancel. Pylon's going to be going down. We get a surround on the base itself. Baneling's rolling in. At the same time, we're coming in from the left-hand side, but we are in position. Parting, he shuts down the Banelings, forces back the main army, but he will lose that 4th. I'm sure Dark was hoping for more damage, but denying the 4th, pretty good. Pretty good here as he's getting his own 4th up and running, but the drone count is still not looking ideal here for Dark. 61 drones. Just now getting up to 67. Hive is on the way for eventually, I imagine, that Viper tech. But Parting has a pretty intense army here. Looking at the army supply, looking at the composition, we have 3 Colossi, 9 Sentries as well. Force fields are going to be key here when it comes to pushing in. It's a lot of Ravagers, though. There's a lot of Ravagers. Dark just now maxing out. Parting, the force field's looking good. Oh my god. We just cut off the army And we swipe away the Lings. A lot of Lings go down, and some of the Roach Ravager as well. Okay, good pickoffs. Ravagers are going to be falling, and Dark, he's going to be committing. Once again, the force field slowed down the army. So many Lings go down. That was 83 Lings for 6 Stalkers and 2 Sentries. A very efficient trade here for partying. Now Dark is remaxing once again. Ravage is getting picked up. Without them, we cannot deal with the force fields. We have a handful of force fields left. Reinforcements from behind. Dark coming in for the surround. The boys are being pulled. The Roach Ravager getting stuck on each other. Getting stuck behind the force fields. And it looks like we can maybe get on top of one of those Colossi, but what about the Stalkers? The Colossi, they live! They barely do live. One of them goes down. The 13 drones fell, and Parting, he's breaking on through. Again, he's all in behind this. There's no 4th base, there's no additional upgrades, no additional tech. But 3 Colossi is all he needs. GG gets called, and Parting will break through, and will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Parting, I think what was most impressive here is, again, with his opener, again, very hero-esque, where he was able to do so much damage with his initial DTs. Not just that, but with his Stalkers as well. And Dark, it just took him so long to get his 4th base. And fun fact, even when he got his 4th base up and running, he never saturated it. It took him a very long time to drone up past 60 or past 63 drones to get into even 3 base saturation. So even though Dark, he was able to deny the 4th base, which did occur. Remember, he lost a lot of Banelings in the process, and he didn't have any to defend. And you may think, like, Banelings, they're not ideal against Colossus, they're not ideal against Stalkers. That's true, but they do help against Sentries. They do help in general when it comes to these big engagements. If some Banelings can make their way through, and if the Sentries go down, suddenly you have a much easier time defending. Like, the Sentries, the Force Fields, those are like the MVP in that final fight for Parting. Despite being down in supply, he was able to pull it off, able to break through. And Dark just didn't have a lot of time to remax either. It was just kind of trickling in and falling apart. And yeah, really impressive. Very impressive stuff there out of Parting. Dark, he had his moments. Definitely he had his moments when it came to his own counterattacks and his own Ling run-bys as well. But Parting, he was achieving quite a lot there. So it was a bit insane. GG. GG, well played. And from here, we're going to be getting into game number 2. Parting is going to be leading the series 1-0. We're going to be loading in to Site Delta. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Dark. Down in this series, looking to fight back, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The blue Protoss, it is Parting. The returning player. And achieving quite a lot, and sure, his 3rd base may have been delayed, that is true, but still he achieved so much with those Dark Templar, so much with those Stalkers. I think what's interesting is that I just realized, I was talking about how, like, you know, DT Harass was doing a lot. He actually never morphed in any Archons, period. Like, it just never happened. Which is interesting to me, because again, that's typically been the role of the Dark Templar and the role of the Dark Shrine Opener for many years. For many years, it's like, okay, you start off with the DTs, if there's detection, you back off, you morph in the Archons, and you gain map control, and you hunt down Overlords, you harass the mineral lines. That's kind of been the meta, the go-to. But recently, as of maybe a month or so ago, we have seen players really explore and really make use of those Dark Templar a little bit more, and actually, yeah, not really embrace the Archon as much. It's been interesting to see that kind of that playstyle rise in popularity, and players explore that a little bit more with success. Let's see how they with quite a bit of success. Of course, you do have to babysit them more. Like, I do agree with that. The fact that DTs are very fragile, and if you do get caught out, if you do kind of stray too close to spores or detection in general, then you'll be losing them very quickly. So you do have to babysit them a lot more, as opposed to the Archon. So it is really cool to see. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Parting being a bit of an annoyance here, as we lose the pro, but we have Yeah, we do end up losing the worker here. Not the biggest of deals. Now, this does mean that I was going to say that Dark could skip his lings, but we already have those lings in production. Third base should soon be on the way. We can get into that a lot easier without the probe there to delay us. And Parting is opting to go for Stargate. I appreciate this. I appreciate that he is not like a one-trick pony. I know that especially when a lot of players, they recently come back to the game, they focus on like one build for like each matchup, and they try to focus on that to kind of regain their skill and to get back into it. Stats was kind of like that, where when he returned, like he was kind of doing the same thing just to make sure he gets, you know, his mechanics and everything back up and running. But Parting, he is going to be diversifying a little bit more. We're going for a Stargate opener. Now with this should be an Oracle into triple Oracle production into a third base, but because it's Parting, I kind of want to see a Void Ray or even a Phoenix, just to shut down any kind of vision. And there it is, Void Ray is on the way. Again, Classic is very fond of this opener to kind of flip things a little bit, where game one we saw something that a little bit more successful from another Korean Protoss. But Classic is he's so fond of going Void Ray first, like every single PvZ, or I would say not every single, like maybe 90% of the time, Classic would open up Void Ray, would shut down Overlords, and will go for a hidden tech. And it could be anything behind this. It's so difficult for the Zerg player to keep up. We could go double Stargate Void Ray, or double Stargate into Fleet Beacon, into Carrier Production, into Tempest. We could go for a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. We could go for a Twilight Council into Blink without a Forge, and go for a Blink Stalker based all in. There's kind of a lot on the table. And what do we go for? There it is! It is a hidden Twilight Council. Now, typically I would say this should be Glaive Adepts. This should be Glaives from Parting, and that would traditionally be what this is. What I will say is that Hero has actually been very fond of, instead of going Glaives here, he would actually go for Blink and go for like a pseudo 3-base all-in. Hero, he's the only player that I've seen do that, but I'm curious if maybe Parting has been watching him. Otherwise, it should be Glaives. As again, there is no Forge alongside this. Gateways are on the way. Third base is being taken. As the Oracle is going to be dipping into the main. And there it is. Glaives is in production. Let's go. And it's going to be on Dark to respond. Now, I do appreciate the Dark... Oh, as the Oracle does dip in, getting a drone. Dark is getting a safety Roach Warren. This Roach Warren that's on the way is earlier than normal. Typically against a Stargate opener, you would get your Roach Warren at the 5-minute mark. This is earlier because of the Void Ray first. So Dark, as I mentioned at the start of this series, he has died to Glaive Adepts before. Like, Glaive Adepts, they have killed him many a time. So he's aware that, okay, we have to respect the Void Ray, we have to throw down the Roach Warren. The likelihood of this being Glaives it's there. There's potential. And Roaches are on the way. So a good read here from Dark. Oh, does catch the Oracle. Oh, a bit of miscontrol, mismovement there out of Parting as the Oracle does go down. Behind this, third base is getting up and running. We are just amassing Adepts here at the natural. So the way this works is that there's no Robo. There's no Robo, which means no Prism, no way to reinforce across the map. We're just amassing Adepts here back at home instead. And we'll soon be sending them out. Now, the downside, of course, if this doesn't trade well, if this doesn't get damage done, we're behind. You know, this is going to be delaying Blink, this is delaying +1, delaying Robo production, delaying Immortals. All of our tech is going to be delayed here. We do have a good economy, that is true, but these Adepts, they need to get damage done. They need to trade well. Here we go, Adepts are going to be shading across the map. How many do we have? We have 15. Roaches are amassing. Adepts have been revealed. Going to be diving in towards that natural base. So far, Lings and Queens are keeping up. We do commit. We commit to the shade, and there aren't that many Lings. Lings are going to be going down. The Queens are looking a little bit exposed as well. These Roaches here on the low ground are going to be dealt with, but the Adepts in the low ground are going to be dealt with, but we have Adepts shading into the main. So far, good reactions out of Dark. I spoke too soon. A couple of drones are falling here at the third, and likewise, we take control of the main base. No mining whatsoever. Dark stock on a 1-base economy. 41 drones here at the natural, as we have no control of the main or the third. So not a lot of drones have gone down, but I saw Dark gun. I spoke too soon. As we converge here at the natural base, Worker's going to be focused down. Link's going to be going down as well. That's going to be 12 dead Workers, almost a mineral line, and we are not done. Not done at this point, as we do stick around. 13 drones to fall, and we commit to the shade. We shade into towards the third base. Roaches are lying in wait, and we will clean this up. 13 dead workers though. Basically a mineral line has fallen. This is kind of what we were looking for. Behind this we're transitioning. We have Blink on the way +1 as well as a gateway explosion. We have 4 gates on the way. I believe 8 gates in total. That's a lot of gates. And Parting, he's keeping the pressure up. Interesting. So from here, typically we'd see a more tame response, getting into your 3-base saturation, into immortal production to make sure we survive against the Roach counterattack. But Parting, instead, he avoids immortals entirely, goes for a War Prism, goes for +1, and he's being hyper aggressive here. He's pushing out. I really like this because Dark should be droning, and Dark was droning. He was resaturating his bases, he was droning up hard, so his ground army is that much smaller. His ground army is that much weaker, and he is vulnerable. Here we go, Stalker's going to be pushing on forward. These are slow roaches, +1 range, still on the way, not even halfway done. Stalker's going to be pushing in. The Void Ray is going to go down to the Queens. Void Ray does fall, but these Blink Stalkers, they're trading so well. Again, we barely had any links, we didn't remake them, we were stuck droning. And likewise, the Roach numbers are not what they need to be. A couple of Stalkers are going to get picked up. Dark, he's amassing more links. He's trying to muster up an army. He's trying to hold. Infestation Bits on the way, which is a little bit greedy here of Dark. Working on his 4th. He needs that larva. He's trying to buy some time. Files being thrown down. Once again, Parting not really losing many of his Stalkers here. 3 Stalkers have gone down for 40 links. Oh my god. I knew a lot of links went down, but not 44. My god. And without links, these Roaches are so much more vulnerable. Expensive losses here for Dark. Roaches are going to be going down. We clear up the creep. Additional reinforcements on the way. Now with this AK Blink Stalker, Parting is expanding. He's taking a 4th behind this. He's probing. We have +2 on the way. Ooh. Takes the blast to the face. But again, Dark, he is still up against the wall. +1 range has completed. The pure Roach Ravager. These are rough trades. Yeah, we're pushing off a creep. So many Roaches going to be going down. And we're getting on top of the Ravagers. We're getting on top of the juicy center of this army. Stalkers are being forced back though. Oh. Barely being forced back. The Biles, they do graze the Prism, but they don't get it. And down go the Ravagers. Insane trades here for Parting. And again, Roach Ravager just has a hard time trading against us. We need links to buffer to support. Or at least a good enough economy to sustain these losses. And Dark, he doesn't have the economy. Still on less than 3 bases. Still on 61 SCV, sorry, 61 drones. Behind this, we have Charge on the way, 2 more gates, 10 gates in total. Parting, probing up to 70. Just keeping the pressure up. And even if Parting is forced back here, like these have still been really good trades. Yes, be careful to overstay is welcome. +2 still on the way. Zealot run by heading towards a 4th base. Again, there's no saturation. There's nothing to kill other than the base itself. And that's going to be a good feeling here for Parting. He sees the lack of saturation. Stalkers are pushing in. More Roaches going down. We dive on top of the Ravagers. Once again, they're exposed. Dark having a really hard time engaging without any creep. We have a Hydrogen on the way. Infestation Pit wasn't able to make use of. Weren't able to make use of that Infestation Pit. No Hive. And again, Parting, he has been just trading well enough. Has lots of decent chunk of Stalkers, but still has a massive army. You can see Parting taking the supply lead, and not just the supply lead, bearing in mind that Dark also has inflated supply because of the Roach Ravager. Sometimes the soup does lie. It's actually even worse for Dark. Miles going to be zoning back the army. Parting taking a 5th base behind this as well. Oh god, Parting getting up to 80 probes. Dark's just now saturating his base, but he's not even droning. He's actually just pulling away workers because he's running out of mineral patches. Dark's still on 60. And we're just gaining too much ground. A good fungal. Very nice fungal here. Oh my god, a lot of Stalkers go down. Finally a fight kind of goes Dark's way. The File's even connecting. But the Zealots, they come back in. They deny any kind of mining at that fourth. The pressure is still on. Lurker Gen is on the way. This is a bit of a Hail Mary play. Lurkers would be a good way to hold on and to stabilize, to force back the army. But it's still so far away. Getting into Lurkers and Hive. And you can see Party's taking a massive supply lead. Dark, he's running out of units, running out of reinforcements, running out of money here. Boys are being pulled while they do connect. We barely have an economy. We can't afford to lose any more drones. That's going to be 18, 19 more workers going down. We dive on top of the army. We have broken through. GG gets called, and Harding will take this series 2-0. GG. Poppy. GG, well played. Harding coming back strong here. He's been back competing for like a month, less than a month at this point, and comes in with the 2-0. Very aggressive styles, both in game 1 and game 2. Game 1 was DTs, game 2 Stargate opener into Glaive Adepts, but he achieved so much damage with that memory. He killed 13 drones with those Glaive Adepts, and that set himself up for success. That is why the Stalkers did so much damage. We spoke about it. Dark was stuck re-droning and resaturating his bases. Didn't have the larva to actually have an army in time for that first push. And that Stalker timing was brutal. Was brutal there for Parting. He just gained a little momentum and never really allowed Dark any breathing room. He was never able to get comfortable, never able to get over 60 drones. I think he at most had 61. Like that was it was a brutal worker count that Dark was stuck at, and it just wasn't able to get things going. GG. Impressive. Impressive. Catching up. I broke the camera. I apologize to the camera. I apologize. How do you get the replays for these? You need to be an approved ESL caster. There's like an application process on the ESL site, and then you can get in, and then you can get involved. Isn't Dark teamless? He is. He is. Both players are technically. So why does he have DKZ next to his name? DKZ is a part of it. He when he made the name Dark, he added DKZ at the start of the season when he joined the team. He has yet to name change. I mean, you have to pay for a name change. Because DKZ don't have an in-game clan. So that's why those letters are in front of his name, but he's not on the team. It's just a part of his in-game name. I think some people just want, yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Alex. Good morning. Catching up. But with that, Parting is going to be advancing on. I believe this was a round of 16 match, and now we're going to be getting into the round of 8, into the quarterfinals, as we follow Parting into quite a matchup here. It's going to be Parting versus Hero in the next round. Let's go. Does not get easier. Hero is still on DKZ, still on CranKy Gaming, and they will be facing off here. Game 1 on Hardlet. So I was just catching up. Hello, Leo Rusher in the chat, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. One has to be approved. How come you get the replays? Because we're approved, papi. We're approved. Smurge. But here we go. We're diving into our next matchup. It's going to be a PvP, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlet, we have our South Korean Protoss player. The Blue Protoss representing CranKy Gaming is actually on the team. It is Hero. and spawning. In the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The red Protoss, currently teamless, but returning to the game after quite a long hiatus, taking down Dark. It is Party. SG Child Prodigy. Papi, oh my. Leah Russia, where have you been? Those wondering, Leah Russia, he's I would say what? The best player in all of Singapore? The best player in Singapore, Papi. Let's go. Protoss. Come back to us, Papi. Come back. Here we go. We're getting into our PvP, and I would have assumed that this is typically the case when it comes to returning players, is that their mirror matchups are their best matchup. That was the case with Gumiho returning. That was the case with Ryung returning, with Stats as well. And I would imagine that that would be the case with Parting, just because mirror matchups have changed the least over time. I mean, I say that. TVT has had quite a change recently, so that's not as applicable to Terran versus Terran. But I'm curious to see how Parting does approach this. As for the time being, we have a double gate opener here out of Hero, double gate opener out of Parting. Now, something important to bear in mind is that in the previous series against Dark, Parting was in the driver's seat. Parting, he was dictating the pace of the game the entire time in that best of 3. Meanwhile, here in this PvP, Hero is going to be a little more comfortable being the aggressor, I imagine. Like Hero, he's very much so one to just throw down a one base all in and just come at you here and now. So we'll see how comfortable Parting is if he is going to be the defender. For now, 2-gate opener. Getting into our first 2 units of choice, it's going to be double Stalker here out of Parting, going to be double Adept out of Hero. This is kind of what we spoke about. Hero is going to be the aggressor, is going to be moving out with these Adepts. Going to be looking to shade into the mineral line and focus down some workers. As we double down even further, going for a Stargate. So basically, this is kind of your traditional aggressive opener here from Protoss in PvP. It's not all in by any means, but we're going to be harassing with Adepts alongside Oracles. Going to have Oracles threatening the main base, Adepts threatening the wall as well. We can, of course, bring this together or try to pull apart our opponent. And the way that we can bring this together is that if Hero sees an opportunity, he could dive in with the Oracle, he could kill this probe, and then shade in with the Adepts, and then there won't be a unit in position to wall off. So there's potential here to kind of use these 2 units together to get even more damage done. Or the Oracle could just go for the mineral line. Have options as the Oracle is now on the way. Likewise, we have Parting fanning his units out, looking for any kind of proxies, does confirm the expansion, and Parting opts to go for a Stargate himself. Okay. It is going to be a Stargate opener from our red Protoss as well. Going to be significantly later, but on the way nonetheless. Oracle in production. Hero is going to be hitting first. And behind this, we're getting into Robo play. Okay, so we're going for a delayed blink essentially here from Hero. With this faster Robo, he can build up towards a higher immortal count and make up for the fact that he won't have blink. Speaking of, Parting still hasn't really chosen his own tech of choice, as Hero is going for a Phoenix behind this. Uh-oh. He is going for the Phoenix. Oracle is going to be dipping in. Likewise, Oracle moves out for Parting. We do have a shield battery, but it's not quite covering the entire... Barely is. Barely is covering the mineral line, and we don't really get any damage done here. The shield battery is more than enough to out-heal the DPS of an Oracle. But we do get eyes on the Stargate at the same time across the map. We're in position, and we shut down the Oracle. Phoenix comes out just in time. Do we recall? We do. We do recall just in time. Oracle does escape. And Hero, he's aware of the Blink Stalker follow-up. And again, he's already got Immortals on the way. So, Hero, he will have a less mobile army. Without Twilight Council, without Blink, he will have, again, less maneuverability overall, but he will have a more robust army with a massive amount of Immortals to make up for his lack of Blink. But both our players going for slightly different compositions. With this Parting, he can commit to Mass Blink Stalker, commit to a Forge, get into +1. But now their Parting is stuck at home. Again, even the Oracle can't really move out. If it did, I mean, recall's on cooldown, and there's a Phoenix out there. We have to respect it. Do have to respect it here. So we are going to be stuck at home. Well, across the map, we're still just amassing units. amassing more immortals. We're going to be calming things down here and just chilling out as we get up to 2 base saturation, start working towards our thirds. Parting even throwing down a stasis trap here, just being that much more safe and secure. Oh, as we do have that forge on the way. So typically in a PvP, because this forge is so late, this shouldn't be blink, this should be charge. Just to, again, not be stuck behind keeping up with our opponent, but kind of get ahead of them and get into a more, again, well-rounded composition. Gateway's going to be on the way. Behind this, more blink stalkers are amassing. And Parting, he's getting ready for his expansion, getting ready for his third. As he throws down that pylon. Meanwhile, Hero just doubling down on his production here, getting up to 4 gateways. Oh, I assumed this would be charge, but we go for the other one. It's going to be Glaive Adepts. Let's go. This is looking like a 2-base all-in. So, Glaives, as you can imagine, doesn't scale well, and yeah, there's the gateway explosion. So it's going to be a 2-base all-in out of Hero. This doesn't scale well into the late game, but Adepts do a great job at diving on top of the army and soaking a lot of damage. They take a lot of Stalker hits, a lot of Immortal hits. They can tank quite a bit. Meanwhile, here we go. Parting does have Blink. He's going to dive into the main. Does have vision. Does see the production. Do have a handful of Immortals here. Stalker's going to be coming in as well. We go for the Sentry. Nice pickup. Very cute there from Parting. The Sentry rotate around, has plenty of stasis traps. Oh! Speaking of, they do catch the army of Parting. These Stalkers are going to be trapped, and we can collapse on this. Oh. We can collapse at the same time. Adepts say shade in. They will be dealt with. 2 Adepts going to be going down. Parting does get caught out at the same time. Stage trap across the map. A good reaction out of Parting. Does avert disaster. Ooh, meanwhile, Hero flies too close to the sun. Will be losing his Phoenix. And bit of mispathing there. Stage trap is going to be triggered. We dive on top of the armor. We have 4 Immortals. Oh my god. And speaking of Adepts, they are shading across the map. Adepts towards the left-hand side, Immortals towards the right. Parting, he's aware he does catch the Adepts though. Be able to dive on top of them. The Oracle is going to get shut down, but again, Parting, he has invested into a 3rd base, into his economy. Hero has not. Hero is 2-base all in. We are going to be pushing. With what army? We have 4 Immortals, we have 17 Adepts, almost as many Adepts as there are Stalkers for Parting. Plus those Immortals. So we got another big warp in behind this. Charge is on the way, but it's not going to finish in time. And we are pushing towards that 3rd base. Stage trap is done. We do dive out in. But we commit to the shade. Adepts, they shade into the natural base. The Immortals, they deal with the Stalkers. They're quite exposed. And the Immortals are going to be going down. A brutal loss here for Hero. Every single Immortal goes down. But the Adepts, they shade into the main base. And oh my god! They eviscerate the economy. 26 probes go down. And we're not done. Nowhere near. We depower some of these gateways. We threaten to shade into that 3rd base as well. And we're going for more pylons. Charge did finish, thankfully. But everything is being depowered at this point. Back at home, Immortals are on the way. So we shade on top of the army. Shut down some of those Stalkers. And again, you can see just how tanky these Adepts are. Focusing down Stalker after Stalker. We shade into the 3rd base. More probes going to be going down. Parting down to 25 workers. Behind this, again, we're still just building up more Immortals, getting back into Stalkers, making sure we survive the counterattack. And Hero, he barely even loses any Adepts, which is insane. He lost 8. He lost 8 Adepts. Still has 17. Shades the hell out of there. And behind this is getting into his own 3rd base. The Hero, he has an economic lead, has a higher worker count, building up his Immortals. And Parting is in a rough position here. I mean, again, the advantage that Parting has is he has Blink. He has Blink over his opponent, so I do like this move out. We could potentially dive into the main, pick off some units, pick off some production, and then recall back home. Looks like that is what Parting is going for. Okay, we do blink on in. Ooh, Oracle is going to be going down, but we will depower the Robo. Robo is depowered. Pushing to the main. A couple pylons. Again, Hero is playing catch up. By the time the army does arrive, we should be recalling out of here. We shouldn't stick around. Need to get out. Oh! As we're getting a little bit greedy here, the army is collapsing on this end. It looks like we're just committing to the fight. GG is going to get called as we do get caught out. And we had nothing else back at home. Hero will take game number 1. GG. I'm a little bit concerned that... I'm a little bit concerned that the reason why we didn't see a recall was because we didn't have any energy. I hope that isn't the case. But that may be the reason as to why Parting wasn't able to get out of the main base. Regardless, GG. Hero does take the first game. Does take the first game there. Does take a lead. And with that, we're going to be getting into game number 2. Yeah, I'm assuming that the reason why he didn't, because I'm pretty sure the entire plan, when you go for a dive like that, you do plan on recalling. I assume the reason why he didn't is because he was just chrono boosting a little bit too much, and he did not have a recall available, and that is devastating. Because that was all that he had left. That was his army. That was it. I'm making that assumption. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, having a bit of a harder time here in this PvP, but looking to fight back, looking to force that ace match. It is Parting. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss player representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. Here we go. Parting playing this game during a 120. Oh god. 120-hour stream, Jesus. Not like this. Regardless, we're getting into this, and so far we have mirrored builds. It's going to be a 2-gate opener from both players. I'm curious if either one is willing to go for a proxy this game into a hidden pylon. For now, everything is by the book though. We are keeping up. Probe is going to be forced back at home. Second pylon has been thrown down, so no proxies. Both pylons are in the main bases for both Hero and Parting. And when it comes to that previous game, again, it was just unfortunate that Parting got caught out a little bit. It did look like Parting wasn't able to recognize that Hero was going for a 2-base all-in. Remember, Parting, he was investing into a 3rd base, he was probing on up, he was investing into charge, he was working on a bunch of next steps. He was not quite ready for not just the all-in, but the composition as well, the mass flavor depths. It looked like did catch Parting off guard, and yeah, as a result, Hero did snowball out of control. But we'll see how our players do adapt and how Parting does differ here in game 2. How do we bounce back? Now Hero just going to be throwing down a pylon, and just going to be getting an eye on the first 2 units of his opponent. Is going to be Stalker Sentry. Across the map, Parting going to be delaying that expansion here. We're going for a Robo opener. Hero. We are going not for a 2-base all-in, we're going for a 1-base all-in. 3 gateways, we have a Robo, we should be getting a Warp Prism into Immortals, and we're going to be amassing nothing but Blink Stalkers, or regular Stalkers, my apologies, as Hero is going to be sending it across the map, and Parting is expanding. Parting is going for an economic opener. Now, thankfully, he does go for a Sentry. With a Sentry comes a Hallucination, so Parting, he will scout, he will confirm the all-in. He should, at least. No! Oh my god, Parting! He should confirm, but the Stalkers are in position. They're going to be zoning this away. But 1 shot away from bringing this down. Onomas, and it looks like we will barely get in. Sentry comes into flank, but it looks like we should get eyes on the Robo. And ideally, yeah, the 3rd gateway as well. That was almost disastrous. Behind this, we see Parting going for a Twilight Council. Hero's going to be feeling pretty good about this. He sees the expansion and the Twilight Council delayed room. Am I crazy? I thought I saw a robo on the way. Gateway, not a robo. Parting, he should have seen everything he needed to recognize the all-in. Without a robo, this is going to be a difficult defense. Oh boy, Hero is going to be pushing. We're going to have a decent gateway count. We have one shield battery on the low ground. One shield battery may not be enough. We may need a shield battery in the main as well, because we can blink in. Or we can, sorry, drop in with that prism. So yeah, here we go. We have 2 more shield batteries on the way, but these are late shield batteries here for Parting. Good force fields. We do buy time. Likewise, Hero just avoiding the force fields, avoiding those shield batteries, going into the main base instead. And we are underprepared in the main. Hero just forcing his way in, and no more force fields are available. No shield batteries, no overcharge. And the boys, they have to be pulled. The boys are being pulled here, but so many workers going to be going down. Good juggling here out of Hero. And keeping these stalkers alive. And forcing his way through, unlocking the whole position micro there from Parting. Does bring down a couple of stalkers. But there's just far too much here, and Hero snowballing out of control. He gets 14 probe kills. Gets on top of the army, gets on top of the production. And again, Parting was just not prepared. GG gets pulled. Hero will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. My condolences to Parting, but again, he was able to scout what was happening, was able to confirm. Unfortunately, it took a little bit too long to piece together the potential of a dive into the main in PvP. When you're up against a one-base all-in like this, when you're the defending player, you need a shield battery in your main base. You need it preemptively in your main because of that situation, because of that scenario. Because with that War Prism, you can bypass that natural, you can bypass all those shield batteries and head into the main base. And if you're not ready for it, then things can very quickly swing in favor of the aggressing player. And yeah, Parting was just a little bit too late recognizing that and getting ready for that. Again, part of me would say that, you know, maybe it's a bit of inexperience in kind of the modern PvP. Parting just recently coming back to the game. Other people are saying that Parting was like doing like a 120-hour stream or something. So maybe some other reasons for it. But I'm sure the next time Parting plays against a build like that or an all-in like that, he'll be getting ready in the main base. One of those things where we learn from these games, and I'm sure we'll have a more robust response next time. GG, well played though. Solid run here out of Parting, I must say. Sure, he may not have brought down Hero, but Hero is the best Protoss player in Korea. And even though he didn't bring down Hero, he took down Dark. That is impressive. Dark is typically the favored player in these tournaments. He's typically the Zerg player to go far in ESL Open Cup Americas and go for a semis or a finals or even just a championship run. So very impressive from Parting, and I'm sure Hero is even a little bit happy about it. I'm sure Hero's like, thank you, Papi, thank you for killing him. I didn't want to play against Dark. So an impressive run nonetheless from Parting, and Hero will be advancing on into the quarterfinals. Now, as he advances on, we have into the semifinals. As Hero advances on, we have another quarterfinals match. We have another best of 3. Quite a different one, though. Quite a different one. We're going to be diving into a TVZ between Bjorn and Raynor. Let's go. It's been really cool to see. For those that maybe aren't familiar with the ESL Open Cup Americas weeklies, Raynor typically doesn't play in these. Almost never plays in these. But over the past 2 weeks, it was this week and last week, Raynor has been signing up. Usually either he's not interested in playing or he goes to bed a little bit earlier. Like, these weeklies and these tournaments are at very bad times for Europe. Really rough times for Europe, unless you're a bit of a degen, like MaxPax and Clem. Like MaxPax and Clem, they play until like 6 a.m. Like they don't that's their typical sleep schedule. They're fine with that. Typically Raynor isn't one to compete in these. It's usually like Wayne, MaxPax, Clem, Geralt. Those are the kind of players that stay up deep into the night. So over the past 2 weeks, Raynor, he's been going full degen, and yeah, he's been staying up until way past midnight to compete in these tournaments, and it's been really cool to see. Really cool to see more Raynor against the Koreans, against the North Americans, and in this kind of setting, outside of just ESL Open Cup Europe, which I do appreciate. Rainer preparing for Katowice, I guess. I imagine so. I imagine, I think he said it himself, right? At the start of the year, he was talking about how, like, he was going to be, like, you know, like, hibernating and boot camping a little bit and preparing for IEM. So it's really cool to see. As a viewer, as a caster, I appreciate it. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardland. We have our South Korean Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byeon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player from the land of Italy going for a 15-15, as he usually does, representing Team Basilisk. It is Rainer. Here we go. So again, for those that are curious, Rainer has been very fond of the 15-15 opener in almost every match. Actually, yeah, every matchup. Doesn't do it every game, but most games here, especially against Terran, he's been fond of going for a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool into a delayed gas geyser. Now, this feels very stylistic from Rainer. There's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, really late gas, really late link speed as a result. Because of this, this can lead into roach play, definitely, depending on when the gases are taken. But what this also means, because it's a fast spawning pool, is that against the first couple of Reapers, you can defend with purely Queens, and you actually skip links. You avoid link production, you drone up a little bit harder, you focus on mineral income, and you just focus on Queen production instead. So it is an opener that Rainer has been whipping out almost every single ZVT over the past month or so, 2 months. It's been a while. Has been a while. I want to say like almost 2 to 3 months. Meanwhile, behind this, Byeon going for a Rax expand. Interesting. Byeon has been very fond of his own 2 Rax Reaper build, even in the new patch, but here he's going for a much more tame, a much more standard opener instead. This makes sense. This is a rematch. For those that were here for it, earlier in the week, Byeon and Rainer did compete and did play in Masters Coliseum. We watched them, we were able to cast them face off in Masters Coliseum, and yeah, it was a dynamic series, of course. I mean, in general, the Master Coliseum matches have been beautiful. They've been really intense and really insane. But Byeon did end up falling. He actually had a really hard time against Rainer. If you remember, this was after ESL Open Cup Asia. Winding it back, this was on Monday. Monday night is when Byeon, he actually won ESL Open Cup Asia against Solar, where he cheesed every single game. he played a best of 5 against Solar, and every single game was just proxy Raxes. That was the series where he went proxy double factory Mass Cyclone, just different variations of proxy Raxes, Mass Reaper, Mass Marine, Mass Cyclone, and he beat Solar. He beat him, just cheesing the hell out of him. Then after ESL Open Cup Asia, he competed in Masters Coliseum, where he also played against Rainer. It was a long night. It was a very long night for Byeon, because after he played against Rainer, then he played in Wardy's tournament. So it was just 3 tournaments back to back for Byeon. It was crazy. But in Byeon's series against Rainer, Byeon had a hard time, and he was also really feisty. I don't know what was with Byeon that night. As cool, he does get a tumor, but it went all the way to the ace match, and in the ace match, Byeon went double factory Mass Cyclone. he went for a 1 base all-in double factory Mass Cyclone against Rainer. It didn't work. It did not work against him, and Byeon ended up losing that series, which was brutal. I mean, Masters Coliseum is still going on, and Byeon is still not confirmed for the playoffs, by the way. Like, he's still in the group stage. Still having a hard time. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rematch from earlier in the week. We go. Behind this, 3rd CC before starports. Ooh, actually, oh my god, never mind. I mean, technically, yes, economic opener, 3rd CC before starport, but it's a 3rd CC into a 2nd and 3rd Rax. Very aggressive follow-up. So the way this works is that Byeon is going to be going for a delayed medevac drop. The Hellies, they dive into the mineral line. A couple of drones going to be going down, but we should be able to clean this up. As the Eva Chamber is thrown down, a couple of workers do line up, but it's not going to be enough. The Queens are trying to keep up. Oh. They're keeping up with these Hellions, and we should shut them down. There's still 3 of them. Soon to be 2. And soon to be none, as we do manage to shut this down. Again, link speed is very late because of the opener of Rainer. But, alas, Byeon unable to capitalize on that. As we were saying, though, This is going to be a delayed medevac drop as a result, just because the starport is so late. We're going to be building up a mass amount of Marines, mass amount of bio units here with Stim. And by the time Bjorn does move out, he will have that much more to work with. Now, the reason why he dove the way that he did with those Hellions is because of no link speed, is because of the 15-15, and I just wasn't worth it in the end. He killed 3 drones for 4 Hellions. Not ideal. Not ideal for Bjorn. Behind this is going to be going double Evo Chamber. Raynor setting up for Ling Bane. No Roach Warren. Saturating his 3rd base. Soon to be getting a 4th as well. And Raynor is looking quite comfortable. Raynor is looking pretty comfortable overall here after the early game. And Bjorn is still building up back at her. And here we go. Now we have the medevacs on the way. CC going to be floated over. Like, the downside here is that, again, because this drop is delayed, Raynor, he's had so much time, so much freedom to spread his creep. And the creep is getting a bit out of hand. We're getting up to the halfway mark. We've got our 4th base on the way. The queen count looking solid. 9 queens in total. 1-1 on the horizon. So this is a bit of a greedy move here out of Raynor. I'm a little bit concerned. Because he saw the faster 3rd CC, he skipped his Bailey Nest. Or I should say, he delayed his Bailey Nest in favor of 1-1 upgrade. Bailey Nest is now on the way. Lair is now on the way. This means that Bailing's speed has been delayed, so he's going to have to rely on Ling Queen to defend early on. And against this many Marines, I don't think Raynor was really expecting this. Uh-oh. Here we go. The Marines, they still on forward. They're diving on top of the Queens. For now, just focusing on some creep. Tumors will go down. Going for the hatchery. Ling's looking for a dive, looking for a surround. Bjorn will respect it. He sees him out of army. He wants none of it. He backs up. Really mature decision. We have 20 more Lings in production as well. So plenty of reinforcements on the way. Let's be honest, this time he does commit to the dive. Gets 1 queen. Gets 1 queen. Could get a 2nd. Clutch transfuse. Yeah, 2nd queen goes down. Medevac's taking a bit of damage, but really good kiting here off of creep. And again, without Banelings, these Lings are having a hard time. These 0-0 Lings at that. 1-1 still on the way. But the Marine army is just amassing so heavily here, and we're snowballing out of control. We have broken this base. Again, Raynor had no idea that we had focused and committed to 3 Raxes before even the medevac. And this amount of Marines is not normal. And we catch the Overlords! The Overlord's going to be going down. The Lynx as well. And there's just no way to engage. Massive, massive supply block here for Raynor. And this push may just be too much. The mine shot! Big connection. Banelings go down one after the other, and Bjorn, he's snowballing out of control. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take game number 1. GG. A cheeky build there. A cheeky build from Bjorn. Coming out of left field, 3cc, 3 racks follow-up. As a result, more Marines than are normal at that time, and Raynor was caught off guard there, was not ready for that amount of Marines that early on. And yeah, with that, Raynor, he was punished. He was punished for cutting corners, punished for specifically delaying his Bailings and going into faster 1-1. I mean, even then, though, like, there was just so many Marines to work with. With the control of Bjorn, may have had enough to break him anyway, even if Raynor had opened up a little bit safer. And yeah, Bjorn takes the lead in the series. Does take a lead. GG. Unfortunately, we weren't able to really sink our teeth into that TVZ just because it ended almost off of the opener there from Bjorn. His 3rd base was getting up and running behind it. We were working on upgrades. But did catch Raynor with his pants down. And with that, here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player representing Team Basilisk. It is Raynor. And again, when it came to that game, it did kind of come down to the build of choice there. As we mentioned, so traditionally, for a bit of context here, traditionally, if you're up against a 3cc opener, because it's usually 3cc into a starport, into even Banshee play, you can get away with cutting corners and delaying your lair. Oh my god. Hello? You can get away with cutting corners, you can delay your lair, you can delay your Bailey Nest, and traditionally you can get into fast 1-1, which is what Raynor was doing. But Beyond's build wasn't traditional, it wasn't standard, it wasn't normal, and that's why it did so well. That's why it just snowballed out of control, as Reynor is going for a pull first. Very interesting. My eyes are on you, Reynor. Okay, so it's gonna be a pull hatch gas opener, or are we going gasless? We could go gasless. Reynor, back. Let's see. I'm curious. Now, with this fast morning pool, there we go. We have 4 Lings on the way. We have 6 Lings, sorry, on the way. We can prioritize Queen production. I'm curious if we do go for a faster third base or no. Okay, there we go. We go for a delayed gas instead. So a bit of a more aggressive opener here. In general, of course, late gas means late Ling speed. That is true. But with all these early game Lings, we can try to bypass any kind of scouting SCV, get across the map, and ideally delay the CC here. Beyond is going Marine first, by the way, not Reaper first. Interesting. Because of this, he won't have any... I mean, he's not SCV scouting either, so he has no vision of what's going on. He has no idea that Lings are coming out across the map, and he's going Marine first into a reactor. 1 Marine, I don't think is enough to kill 6 Lings. We will delay the CC. Beyond being a little bit greedy here again. If he had gone for an SCV scout, he would know to make another unit. He would know to get ready. Lings have arrived, and there's no saving this SCV. Lings, they get into the main. Will they dive on that Marine? Boys are being pulled, and they have to be. And again, this is already worthwhile damage as we get on top of the Marine. Nope. The Marine does go down, and there's nothing else here. SCV is going to be falling left and right. This is an insane amount of damage, and this should not be happening. 3 workers go down, and the CC is heavily delayed. So a very strong start here from Reynor. Gambling a little bit here. Can I get another SCV? Oh good. Gambling a little bit here, but again, Beyond didn't SCV scout, skipped his Reaper as well, just was woefully underprepared, and did sustain a lot of damage. And just like that, Reynor has a worker lead. He's got a third base on the way. Queens are getting up and running. Reynor is looking comfortable. So a much stronger start here for our Zerg player. Much stronger start. You can see Beyond trying to get into his own Hellions. Ooh, going for a 1-1-1. Oh, was it scouted? Reynor, he did see the 1-1-1. He's aware of the more aggressive opener here from Beyond. And we're going for some drop play. Okay. So this needs to get damage done. Beyond, he already sustained damage in the early game, and he's delaying his third. His third CC is very late here, so this needs to pay for itself as we're rushing into stim. We're amassing Hellions, getting ready for a drop. And if this gets deflected, if this doesn't kill many workers, then Reynor is going to be running away with this. He's going to have such a strong mid-game. As we have 4 Hellions moving out across the map. Here we go. Reynor fanning out his Lings. He will scout to that medevac. He is aware. He's ready. There we go. Queens are getting in position. Lings are going to be amassing back at home. Ling speed still on the way. The Hellions, they will be deflected here. Behind this, ooh, looking like a 2-base all-in. We throw down a second and a third Rax. Still no third CC. Yeah, we throw down an eBay as well. Very committed here out of Beyond. And again, I think this makes sense. Just because of the opener here, he is going to be... I mean, he's slightly behind. And getting into a longer macro game is going to be a difficult thing to do. Aliens being dropped into the main base. They're going to trade decently well against the Lings, but the Queens do zone them back once again. And we do not touch the mineral line. Flanking Queens coming in. And these Hellions, they're not getting anything done. Oh boy. Now the hope for Beyond, especially because Reynor hasn't scattered. Reynor, he has no idea what's coming up next. It is a 2-base all-in. His hope here is that if Reynor overdrones, but oh, we're playing safe. Unlike the previous game, we have a lair first into a Bailey Nest. We are delaying our 1-1 upgrades, unlike the previous game where we rushed them out. And with this faster lair, with this faster Bailey Nest, we have fast bailing speed, which is just a very safe way to play, which means he will be ready for the eventual push. Will be ready here. So Reynor, he's learned from the last game. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna cut any corners against Beyond. He's crazy. He's a madman. We'll play safe, bud. We'll play safe. I mean, after an aggressive opener, to be fair. And there we go. Lair finishes up. Baneling Nest is done, and Baneling Speed is prioritized. Now we're getting into Double Eva Chamber. Now we're getting into 1-1. But again, Baneling Speed should be done here in time for the push. So Raynor, he's going to have the tools to defend, but it's still about the execution. Can he bring it all together here? The Queens, the Transfuse, the Engage. The Creep is looking good. Creep is looking pretty damn good here, surrounding these bases. And again, it's just still a 2-base all-in here out of Beyond. He's building up a bio-tank army. Stim is done. Combat Shield's on the way. How many tanks? 3, soon to be 4 tanks with +1. This is a pretty hefty army. And as we move out, we do spot this. We confirm. Raynor, he sees the move out. Banelings are amassing. Baneling Speed around 80% done. We're almost there. We just have to buy time. Buy time for Baneling Speed. Here we go. Beyond is pushing. Raynor getting ready for a surround. Getting ready to come in from behind. Tanks are going to be sieging up. Pretty good position here for Beyond. Very narrow choke points. Again, Baneling Speed still just now finishing. It is done. We're amassing more lings. We're amassing more Banelings. Queens are pushing forward, and we will soon pull the trigger. It looks like this hatchery may go down. Okay, Queens have to engage. We're going to have to transfuse. We have to commit. And here we go. We do dive in. Tanks going to get surrounded. The Banelings, they crash on forward into the army. The Queens are taking a lot of damage here on the right-hand side, but we clean up everything else. And with that, Raynor, he will defend. Yeah, GG gets called. We were completely all in, and Raynor ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG. Again, it was a rough start for Björn as he lost, well, he delayed, his natural waste was delayed. He lost 3 SCVs. Likewise, his follow-up Hellion drop didn't do any damage. He killed like a handful of lings with the Hellions, nothing much more than that, and he was forced into an all-in. Meanwhile, Raynor, this time, didn't cut corners, played safely, was ready for it. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match, going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. We'll see how this story ends. And so far, it's been a back and forth here. Very aggressive styles out of Beyond. You know, both game 1 and game 2, it felt like he was quite committed in his play. We'll see how we follow this up. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into the ace match. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for the 15-15 once again, as he did in game number 1. We have the Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Basilisk. It is Raynor. We have our 15 hatchery on the way, soon to be a 15 spawning pool. As we mentioned before, the advantage here of this is you get into faster queen production. You're able to be a little bit greedier drone-wise, but your link speed is going to be delayed. That is the downside of this build. And link speed is going to be pretty important because Björn is opening up 2 racks. He's going to be opening up a little bit more aggressively here, as our racks is being set up here on the low ground. And we're going to be going 2 racks Reaper. Oh boy. Now, typically, link speed is the moment when the Zerg player can take map control away from the Terran. It can clean up these Reapers and establish their third base. Without link speed, this third from Raynor is going to be very delayed, or it should be very delayed. We'll see. There have been times where maybe Beyond overextends, maybe he gets a little bit too greedy with the Reapers, and he might lose them to the Queens. There is potential for Raynor to still fight back and to deal with this. As our Raxes are on the way, Deeper being thrown down. There's always potential to throw down a third Rax as well, and go 3 Rax Reaper in the main base, but for now, just 2 Raxes. Just 2 Raxes. Reapers are going to be amassing. As we kind of alluded to before, the goal of this build, the goal of this opener, it is not all in by any means. It is not, I mean, it is aggressive, but it's designed to contain, designed to delay the third base, disrupt the economy, pick off a queen if possible, pick off a couple of workers, apply pressure as we expand behind. And again, ideally contain. Meanwhile, first Reaper has arrived. The Overlord's still getting across the map here on the right-hand side. Reaper going straight for the mineral line, and it should not get a drone here as we force a gas geyser. We force out a spore. Queen does arrive, and the Reaper will be zoned away. So far, good defense here by Raynor. Meanwhile, additional Reapers are amassing. Getting behind this, we're still focusing on Queen production. A couple of Lings were forced out. And Raynor is now aware, of course, of the 2-Rax opener. He is aware behind this. Beyond being hyper. Oh my god. Being so greedy. The Reapers, they dive in. They get into the mineral line, but they will be zoned away. Oh, the Reaper. So low, but does escape. And again, we are containing Raynor to 2 bases. Meanwhile, Beyond, that is a 3rd CC before factory, let alone before starport, which is what we would typically be seeing. So this is a very greedy, very economic follow-up. I mean, the first natural base isn't even done. We already have another CC on the way. So hyper greed here out of Beyond. And so far, Raynor is in the dark, is unaware, is stuck on 2 bases, just now taking a 3rd. As he goes for the 3rd base, Beyond, he comes in! And we'll delay it even further. Oh! So we do get forced back. Drone is on the way. Oh! Once again, threatening that worker. 3rd base finally gets thrown down. But again, these Reapers, they did their job. They didn't kill anything, really, but they did contain Raynor and did delay this turn for so long as we rush into a very... It's already done. It's already done, Bobby. We're going double eBay. Oh, this is crazy. This is borderline illegal. We're going 2-Rax Reaper into a 3rd CC into double eBay before factory and before starport. If Raynor Bane busted, Beyond would just be dead. Beyond... He would just be dead at this point if there was a Bane bust follow-up. But the problem here is that Raynor hasn't gone in yet. He's now dipping in with an Overlord Scout. He's now dipping in towards the main base to recognize what's going on. But he's still in the dark. Still doesn't know what's going on. Raynor rushing into a lair. Okay. We have a lair first into a Banelin Nest. Safe opener. Safe opener here out of Raynor. Overlord Scout is going to be denied Raynor. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know how greedy his opponent is. So Raynor is playing safe while his opponent is being greedy. Oh boy, which is a good thing for Beyond. That means that this will not be punished. That means that Raynor is going to be falling behind. Beyond going to be pushing out. I believe this is only for control of the Xel'Naga. I mean, Stim is done, but this is a risky move here out of Beyond. Again, this is a really powerful position just because of the choke points. Like, it is very narrow entryways into the Xel'Naga, so this army trades so efficiently. And again, Beyond shouldn't be pushing onto Creep. He's just chilling. Just going to be chilling here, catching any kind of stray units. Speaking of, Raynor, he dips in and... runs into the Marines. We'll be losing it. Behind this is going to be droning up. Bathing speed is on the way again. Safe opener. Now we're getting to our own Evo chambers, into our own upgrades. But Beyond behind this, just getting into really fast 1-1 upgrades into his 3rd base economy. Behind this, getting to really fast armory for 2-2. Like, Beyond is going to be so far ahead in these upgrades. It's actually insane. I'm getting uncomfortable watching this. Like, oh god, it feels illegal, Bob. It feels illegal. Reapers get called out. Beyond gonna be taking that 3rd base and just getting into his 5-Rax production here on 3 bases. Marine's gonna be pulling back. Still no factory base units, like no Widow Mines, no tanks, no Hellions, just pure Marine. Raynor's just going to be taking his 4th base. Now, something that I have to be a little bit critical of Raynor here, as he does now check the 3rd base saturation, does see that it's mining, is that once the lair is done, that's typically the timing where we can go for an Overseer Scout, but we didn't see one. So Raynor is still a little bit more in the dark. I mean, is now aware of the 3rd base location, and of course the saturation. Is amassing Bane. Beyond does see the army. He's going to be pulling back. Going to be respecting the positioning here of Raynor. So really good scout out of Beyond. Raynor knows he got scouted. He backs off. So really nice positioning here from both players, respecting each other. Fourth base going to be on the way. You can see here that Bjorn is ahead economically. Both players are on even workers, and Bjorn has mules on top of that. So Bjorn, he has a better economy now than Reina, which should not be happening in a standard TVZ. Typically, the Zerg player would be ahead in workers and ahead in bases, which is not really the case here because of the opener, because of the build of Bjorn. Oh wait, the surround! He's not looking! He's not looking. The Marines, they get caught out, and Rainer, he catches a bit of a break here. He catches the double drop. Bjorn looking elsewhere. This is a good start. Wait, we're good. We catch the Marines. Behind this, rushing into an infestation pit. Bjorn getting his fourth base on location. And despite having all these Marines, Bjorn is yet to be too active. But here we go. Now we're moving out with a quadruple drop. Now we can be active, but Rainer has been happily droning. Hive is on the way. I do like this. So Rainer, he's going Ling Bane into Hive Tech. He is avoiding Hydras for the time being and avoiding Aspire. So Rainer, tech-wise, is being greedy here as a follow-up. Gold base is on the way. Bjorn going to be coming in from the right-hand side. Fourth base has it spotted by Rainer. Rainer is in position. Banelings will be rolling in. Good mine shots. Mine kills a good chunk of Banelings. And there's still one more Widowmine behind this. Dude trying to go for surround. Mine shot is once again going off. Mainly on Lings that time, but good connections nonetheless. Bjorn backs off. Maintains most of his Marines. Gold base has been scouted, has been spotted. Bjorn already has 2-2, by the way, as we're still getting +1 melee for Rainer. 3-3 should be on the horizon. Rainer going for a big counterattack towards that fourth base. Bjorn, his fourth is exposed. He's exposed. SCVs are going to get picked off here. Marauders as well. Not bad. Yeah, one Marauder. It could have been worse, but Bjorn does deal with this. He is in position. Does force his back, and he's looking to catch these Lings. Up. Really good positioning here out of Bjorn. Shaves off a lot of Lings. Behind this, Hydrogen now on the way. We can get into Ling Bane Hydra production. Into Vipers as well with that Hive. Into Adrenal. But Bjorn, he's not slowing down. Again, he traded well with the Widowmines, traded well here with the Marines. He has momentum. And 3-3 on the horizon. Bjorn pushing forward. The Viper's on the way. Viper not going to help too much against this. The Widowmines are being set up. We are amassing more Ling Bane. How good are the mine shots going to be? We collapse on forward. Oh! Decent connections. Decent mine shots here on the Ling Bane. The hatchery goes down. Oh my god! We get a juicy connection towards the end. Massive shot on the Ling Bane at the same time. A double jump towards the left-hand side, and we shut down another hatchery in the blink of an eye. 2 bases go down. 2 hatcheries fall, and we trade well against the army. And just like that, Bjorn is maxed out. Rainer down 40 supply. Rainer is falling further and further behind here in the supply, and Bjorn, he's snowballing out of control. And pulling Rainer apart. Still in 4 bases, and even base count with the Terran, never something you want to see. 3-3 again on the horizon. We're still getting into 2-2 for Rainer. So the quality of the army still in favor of Bjorn. Rock's being knocked down. Creep is receding here. Rainer losing control of the entire map. Now, Bjorn, he's taking his time. So Rainer, he's maxing out. Like, Rainer, he's rebuilding his army, getting energy on these Vipers. We'll have parasitic bombs, we'll have blinding clouds. Rainer, he's given a moment to breathe. But only a moment, as we're coming back in. Queen gonna be knocked down. We have a bit of Ling Bane trickling in. Decent connections, but there's just too much fire behind this. Decent mine shot as we slip on forward. We get on top of the Queens. Oh, the splits. Splits looking decent here. The Viper's coming in. And Bjorn is reinforcing on the left-hand side. He keeps on pushing. A lot of medevacs. As Bjorn keeping the attention of Rainer here towards the south. He pushes it towards the north. Rainer's in position though. He does have some Ling Bane. But can he hold on? Can he survive? Bjorn! No splits. Does get caught out. Bjorn focusing elsewhere. Focusing here towards the north. And Rainer, he's holding. Rainer, he is holding on. Really good connection here. Even catching some medevacs. Catches some medevacs. Oh, a couple of Banelings do connect. Reynor, he's holding onto his bases just barely. The splits this time looking good though. Even picking up some Hydras. Efficient trade here for Bjorn, as long as he doesn't lose the medevacs. Medevacs are going down. Reinforcements on the way. Bjorn, he's breaking this location. Where are the Banelings? Where are the Banelings? They're not here. The Hydras, they get surrounded. The scan reveals them. We bring everything down. Big loss there for Reynor. The Hydras go down. 8 Banelings are on the way. That's only 8 Banelings, by the way. That is not going to be enough. As Bjorn, he keeps on pushing. Reynor, he was holding on just barely earlier, but it's just too much to overcome. 3-3 is kicking in. As +3 armor is done for Bjorn. +3 defense on, sorry, +3 attack on the way. The bind shots not going off. And again, we're defending with pure Hydra. Oh my god, some friendly fire. Friendly fire here. Reynor, he does hold on. He's holding. But he lost his base. He lost his hatchery once again. Reynor still on 4 bases, still being denied the 5th. And this goal base is not going to get up and running. Looks like these Hydras are barely going to force this back, but they need support. Hydras on their own are so fragile. They're so exposed. As Bjorn, he denies the goal base once again for a second time. We're power bombing because that's all we can do right now. Bjorn, he rotates around. Yeah, just double checking, making sure that there is no base, containing his opponent. That's his win condition. Deny the 5th as Bjorn takes his own. His 5th, the gold. So Bjorn is just continuing to remax. Reynor desperately trying to expand. He just wants the base, Poppy. Lurker Den is done. 7 Lurkers on the way. That is a way to slow down the game. But they're still in production, and Bjorn, he finds them. He finds the Lurkers. We force some friendly fire, but the Lurkers, they're going to go down. They will not, they barely finish. We get 3. The Ghost arrived just in time. GG gets called, and Bjorn, he will break Reynor, and he will get his revenge. GG. Bjorn takes the series 2-1. GG, well played. Oh my god, that was disgusting. the build of Bjorn was insane. To go 2-Rax Reaper into a 3rd CC into double eBay as well. That is as greedy as you can get, by the way. That is insane what Bjorn did on Alcyone, and Reynor had no idea. He had no idea, which means he wasn't able to punish it. He never was able to get an Overlord into the main base. He never got the Overseer into the main base either. Very limited scouting out of Reynor. I don't blame him. So if you remember this game, Reynor went for a Lair Baneling opening. A Lair Baneling follow-up as his tech of choice, as his build, which is very safe play, very safe. Based on the series, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. Game 1, Bjorn went for a very aggressive 3cc variation, and game 2, Bjorn went for a 2-base all-in, right? So because of how aggressive Bjorn was being, it made sense to open up safely. So Bjorn got away with it, and with that, Bjorn had insane upgrades and insane economy. That's why he snowballed out of control. That's why Reynor had such a hard time holding on. Reynor had some good fights. He had some moments where he was able to catch some Marines and connect with Banelings. There was some good moments, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't enough to overcome just the advantage that Bjorn had in that game, and that was impressive. GG. If you're a Terran player out there, there's a PSA. I feel like I have to do this whenever I cast Bjorn, or even Dark as well, or even Hero. There's a PSA. If you're a Terran out there, don't do what Bjorn did, because you will die. You will not get away with it. That's not. Hey, people on the ladder are animals, Papi, and being giga greedy like that is it's crazy. Another thing that helped Bjorn, it's Alcyone, right? It's a larger map, so longer rush distance by ground, so it's a little bit easier to get away with that. It's a safer 3rd and a safer 4th base. Like this is the kind of build that I expect to see like a Radisson Station, you know? Not another map. So GG, impressive. GG, well played. Bjorn does bring Reynor down, does eliminate him from the tournament. Big shout out to Reynor though. I mentioned before, it's really cool to see Reynor a part of these events. Reynor traditionally does not compete in ESL Open Cup America. These are just really bad events for European players, time zone wise. Like, it's very late in Europe when these events are taking place. So Reino usually doesn't compete. Recently he has been, and it's been really cool to see him just kind of like spread his wings and, you know, be more active in the online tournament scene. It's really cool to see. I do appreciate it. Oh. As we're gonna be getting ready here for the next game. It's gonna be getting ready here for the next game. Catching up in the chat. Did that mine blow up a medevac? There was some friendly fire. Yes, there was some mine friendly fire that was going on a little bit. It's not Homonis SCV pull Mass Reaper. True, true. But yeah, with that, we are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here because we have wrapped up the quarterfinals. And up next, we have the semifinals and then the grand finals thereafter. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have 2 semifinals matches. We'll have Hero versus Estrella and Clem versus Beyond. We'll see you guys soon. See you guys in a couple of minutes. welcome back everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break, that brutal OST, as we have returned with our semifinals match. Our semifinals, we just casted Bjorn versus Raynor. Bjorn was able to bring him down 2-1 in a very interesting, very methodical series. I think what I loved about it is that Bjorn's builds were very well thought out and very well refined, and I love how he played with the series overall. Remember, like game 1, Raynor was greedy and was punished for it. Game 3, Raynor was safe and was punished for it. Like, like the mind games, Raynor, he just could not catch a break, and yeah, it was just really cool to see how Bjorn played that series out. But now we're getting into something a little bit different here. Now we're getting into a TVT. Clem versus Bjorn. Clem, we've been featuring him quite a lot as of late in a lot of these TVTs, and typically this is where Clem does struggle a little bit more, whether it's players against like Gumiho, Oliveira, Kyor, even Bjorn, even Maru. But I do also kind of like this for Clem because he's been getting a lot of TVT practice over the past 2 weeks. he's been playing a lot of TVTs, and if this is the matchup that we need to work on, then we need to play it, right? We can't avoid it. That's not how we're going to improve. So it is really cool to see Clem, as active as he is, just on that grind sets, and yeah, just non-stop competing in all these weekly events, all these online events, in the lead up to I Am Katowice, in the lead up to our final event, into our, I guess, into our, I was gonna say ESL Global Finals, but it's not the IM Global Finals anymore, but it's still, you know, our next premier event on the horizon, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into this. Here we go. Game 1, gonna be on Golden Aura. Vámonos. Clem versus Bjorn. Now, I'm curious to see how Bjorn has been adapting to Clem, because Clem has been one to really embrace the new Cyclone in the new patch, in the new TVT meta. We'll see if Bjorn is one to reciprocate us. Here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Here we go. Oh, God. So it looks like there was a bit of a pause here in this series, but thankfully it is going to be cleared up. For those that are curious as well, just to reiterate, we are going over the replays of ESL Cup of Americas. These matches were played a couple of days ago. They were played a couple of days ago. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cover it because we were unfortunately busy casting and just busy on the CranKy Ducklings with plenty of other StarCraft going on. So we're catching up. We're catching up here on Sunday with matches that did occur earlier this week. Which did occur. And so far, the matches have not disappointed. We've had some insane results so far. We've had Parting popping off. We've had Bjorn popping off. We had the return of Raynor as well in these online weeklies. And we have now more of a staple of these online weeklies. I was talking about how Raynor is more of a an oddity here in the ESL Americas tournaments, just because he's very rarely a part of this. Clem is a regular. He's a regular here. I mentioned before, but when it comes to the European participation, Clem, MaxPax, Wayne, and Geralt, those are the 4 that are here almost every single week, deep into the night, competing at 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning in these tournaments. They are night owls, is maybe a better way to put it. And yeah, we're here every single weekend. I'm ready. I'm ready for our TVT. For now, we have some interesting openers, some interesting deviations. Double gas. Double gas here from Clem, going for a faster factory, going to be a more aggressive opener out of our Red Terran player. Bjorn going for something more economic, going for a Rax expand with a single gas geyser here. So a greedier opener out of Bjorn, more aggressive from Clem. We go. And we'll see how we can piece this all together. With this Clem, you can get into an abundance of Reapers, you can go into Hellion production behind this. We could try to go for a faster starport into something like a Cyclone drop. We've been very fond of Cyclone drops, and there it is. Cyclone is on the way, and soon to be a starport behind it. This has become a very common, very popular opener amongst a lot of Terran players. Players like Clem, players like Kyor as well have adopted this quite nicely. There's that starport on the way. Behind this, Bjorn getting into his own 1-1-1 opener. Getting a CC on location, getting to his own Hellion and Marine production. So more of a traditional opener here out of Bjorn. Reaper's able to dip in. And they do get eyes on the CC that's already done, that's already built. So Clem, of course, he's aware now of the more economic start from his opponent. He should be aware that he will have a Cyclone lead. So he will be slightly ahead in the Cyclone production. And again, it should be working on that second Cyclone, and that would be Medevac as well. And Medevac on the way. Now, what's really scary about Cyclones and why they're just so influential in this matchup, in a lot of matchups, I say a lot of matchups, in this matchup and also against Protoss, is they kill workers so quickly. Cyclone jumps can be so devastating here in the mineral line, and not just against the mineral line, of course, but against units as well, and we do get a lock-on on the Hellion. Hellion goes down. Good pick-off already here for Clem. Does get a Hellion for free. Behind this, we're getting to reactor and Cyclone production here for Bjorn. Just going to be massing them up. Job is moving out across map as we speak, so is Bjorn's. Bjorn will only have one Cyclone with his because of the opener. It's going to be one Cyclone and a handful of Marines. Meanwhile, Clem going to be committing a little bit harder with additional Cyclones. Back at home, we will have two Cyclones just in time to defend as well. So we have units here to defend, we have units to attack. Clem is pushing in, and Bjorn is looking a little bit more exposed here back at home. He has his own defensive Cyclones, but he's going to be microing against a Medevac. Yeah, we have to evacuate. We have to give up on the natural base. At the same time, we dive into the main. SCVs are going down. But again, we are in position. Trading 1-for-1. Cyclone goes down in the main base. Meanwhile, across the map, Clem, he's busting in. He's breaking into the main base. He can't be the production. There's one Cyclone to defend. We do have a mass repair. We do top it up. But Clem, he is getting a bit too much done. He gets the reactor. Shuts down the reactor. Gets 5 SCVs. Gets a 6th SCV at the end. Bjorn has nothing left across the map. And Clem, he comes out on top here in this trade. Oh, the juggling. A bit too late there. One Cyclone does fall. Meanwhile, Clem reinforcing with more Cyclones. Did lose one, which is pretty important. He doesn't want to let up. He's going to be pulling apart the attention of Bjorn. We have a drop into the main base. The main army pushing towards that natural. The Raven to support. Behind this, third CC is on the way for both players. We do get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and we spoke about it, but that's going to be 4 dead SCVs. 4 dead workers. Yeah, GG gets caught. As it's just too much damage. Clem was just then pushing to the natural as well, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Oh boy, yeah, having a really strong start there, able to pull apart Bjorn, able to shut down his aggression as well. Coming out ahead in the Cyclone aggression, and I mean, this is modern TVT. This is modern TVT nowadays. All about your Cyclones. I feel like tank versus tank in the mid game is more of a rarity nowadays. I always appreciate when we get there, and hopefully we can get there, especially in game 2. Fingers crossed, as we're going to be loading on in to Alcyone, a much larger map. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Looking to tie this up. Looking to force that ace match. And again, on a larger map like Alcyone, we can get into more of the mid-game. We can get more of a back and forth. At least I'm hoping that's the case. We'll see. See in the chat, hydrate your Cyclones, marinate your Marines. But we've been through this before, Flamio. we need some alliteration, Pat. What are the Cyclones doing? They can't be hydrating. Aye. We'll figure it out. We'll find something for them to do. As we once again have a double gas opener out of Clem. As we saw in the previous game, going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, Bjorn going for a more economic opener 2 games in a row. Now, I like this a lot more for Bjorn in game 2. Game 1 was on Golden Aura. Rush distance by ground is shorter. You can be very aggressive, as we saw, and snowball out of control on Golden Aura. Here on Algyone, rush distance by air and ground is a lot longer compared to Golden Aura. So you have more time to actually gather your thoughts, to actually muster up a defense, more time to react, more time to defend. So we have our CC on location. We'll see if Clem can try to punish this again and pull apart his opponent. Was quite successful in Game 1. See if we can do it again here in Game 2. Again, the map is going to be working against him a little bit more. We do have to factor that, as our factories are on the way. We do see Clem just scouting, making sure that he doesn't get proxied. Proxy racks, not the most uncommon thing, especially from Bjorn. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a proxy rack Reaper at some point in this series, but Clem feeling safe here. Does pull back. Getting into CC on the low ground, and interesting. Clem going to be going into a Hellion first. Okay. Going for a faster Hellion. Clem getting into, reactored Reapers with Hellions. This is a little bit more old school. We have seen Clem mix this in, so we should be getting up to, we can go up to 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions. We can commit a little bit hard to this if we wanted to, and the goal of all these units is to not just gain map control, but also dive into the mineral line and kill SCVs. We dive on forward, we can maybe dive on top of the Cyclone as well, but this army is also going to be quite fragile. Bear that in mind. As we go, third Hellion is on the way. We have our next set of Reapers, so it's going to be 5 Reaper, 3 Hellion. So a pretty intense army. It's going to be quite committed, and Clem with this army is going to be diving into the natural, potentially into the main as well. Like, bearing in mind that we could also split off the Reapers. The Reapers, they could go up the cliff into the main, and the Hellions can push towards the natural. Regardless, our goal here is to kill SCVs. Meanwhile, Bjorn behind this, getting into a pretty similar opener to the previous game. Cyclones and drop play. Cyclones are amassing. Clem is pushing out, and he will be scouted by that Zelnaga. Bjorn, now aware of the opener, he does race back home, and he's going to be getting in position. Cyclones are going to be amassing. Oh, speaking of, Bjorn, he commits. He's crazy. Back at home, we don't really have much to defend, so Bjorn is going for the drop here towards the natural base. At the same time, he evacuates his own natural, but he still will lose 2 SCVs. Worker's going to be going down. Clemmy dives into the Cyclones. He gets 1. He gets 1 Cyclone, but he will be forced out. Gets 3 workers in total. At the same time, Bjorn is across the map. Boys are being pulled. Bjorn not able to deal much damage at all. Clem, he holds. He defends back at home. He gets 3 SCVs, and he does pull back. Now, that was a big investment, is what I will say. Oof, that was 5 Reapers and 1 Hellion for 3 workers and the Cyclone. Not the best trade for Clem, and the drop comes back in. Clem, he just moved out. 1 worker, we've denied quite a bit of mining time. This Clem is committed to his own drop across the map. Oh my god, that was so close. Bjorn barely misses the drop, by the way. Clem, he slips into the main base. Slips into the main, going for the mineral line. Bjorn will be able to react. He will be able to react in time. Ooh, but we'll still lose a big chunk of workers here. 3 SCVs go down. Well, Cyclone does survive. As again, we are committed to the Cyclone phase of TVT. It's going to be Mass Cyclone versus Mass Cyclone. Third TC is on the way here for Clem. Bjorn splitting up his forces, getting his own third TC on location. And it isn't just about the Cyclones, also about those Ravens. We do have Raven production commencing with both players as well. Interference Matrix being researched by Clem. Bjorn is avoiding it for the time being, and yeah, he will not be investing into that upgrade. Interesting. As he dives into the main base, delays the third TC, and he gets a handful of workers as well. 3 workers do go down. Not bad. Especially considering that Bjorn didn't lose anything, kept everything alive. Oh, you can see Clem, he's looking for the drop. Oh my god. He's looking for the medevac, and he will come across it. Oh, he barely doesn't. He does. Do he catch us too? Bjorn, he catches the Cyclone and shuts it down. And Bjorn will be able to escape. As it's going to be on Bjorn now to hunt down this medevac. Meanwhile, across the map, we're getting into bioplay. We have stim in production for both players. We should soon be stopping cyclone production and getting into tanks. We should be getting up towards 10 cyclones. And there we go. We have 10 cyclones for Bjorn. We have 6 for Clem. As we have commenced tank production. Again, cyclones are amazing here in the early to mid game, but as the game progresses, they do get outscaled by tanks. By tanks and marauders. Bjorn, though, committed a little bit harder. He's looking for that third base. He wants to deny it. Third is soon to be taken. We go to the scan. He can go for the dive. Only 6 cyclones. Clem, he did cut cyclone production a little bit earlier. Boys are being pulled. Auto tarts being thrown down. Yeah, with these auto tarts, we can break through. Bjorn, he cleans his way through those SCVs. Gets some of the cyclones as well. And here in TVT, mate, you stop making cyclones, you die. The tank not able to siege up in time. And that's going to be 15 dead workers. Oh my god. 15 workers go down, 19 even, and we're not done. We can keep on pushing. Again, Clem, he cut cyclone production a little bit earlier. Was being a little bit greedy by doing so. Lose the final cyclone, the medevac, and 22 workers. And just like that, Bjorn, he's got almost double the worker count. He's up 20 SCVs. He's got his third base up and running. Clem did take a big blow to his economy. Ay. With that, I mean, he is building up a tank count, that's true, but, I mean, so is Bjorn. Bjorn is already on that. Already working in his own tanks, building up his own Raxes. Double drop on the way. What kind of army are we working with? Looking at the units tab, we have 1 tank. This is our army. 1 tank and 9 Marines. And Bjorn is going to be able to just establish himself here behind the mineral line. Turret's in position. Well-placed turret does deflect Bjorn. 4 CC on location. Ay. Bjorn is going to be forced to back off and rotate around. 2-2 already on the horizon as well. So Bjorn taking a slight lead here in the upgrades. And how do we come back here from Clem here? I mean, there's potential in TVTs for things like drop play, positional play as well, with tank production, of course. Even if you're down in supply, you can, of course, make up for that with better positioning. Can pull that off. The armory just now finishing as well. His upgrades even further delayed. And here comes Bjorn. I appreciate that Bjorn, he isn't resting on his laurels. He's already moving out as he takes his 4th base. And he did retain his Ravens. Speaking of, we get into the mineral line. 3 more STVs go down. Remember, Bjorn did not research interference matrix. It does get caught out. Barely not though. They escape and Bjorn, he dives into the 3rd base. Tank going to be going down. They're so exposed. There's 1 tank left on the right-hand side. The boys are being pulled. The tank gets focused down. And we take control of the 3rd. And GG gets called. And Bjorn will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG. Again, Clem, he was being a little bit greedy there. So typically in TVT, you would go up to 10 cyclones. That's kind of around the number you want to stop and then start transitioning. If you remember, Clem, he cut cyclones at 6. I mean, sure, he did lose a couple of cyclones out on the map, but he did cut cyclones early on, and that is why he was quite vulnerable there. Bjorn, as soon as he scanned that natural, he saw the lack of army, he saw the transition on the way, and he knew that that was the moment to strike, that was the moment to push in. Just before Clem could get into his proper tank production and siege up defensively. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. And so far, every game, Bjorn has gone for a Rax Expand, an economic opener. Do we see the same here on Hecate? We are loading on in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our red Terran player, the French Terran representing Team Liquid, being forced into the ace match. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, tying up the series 1-1. It is Bjorn. Here we go. Now, Hecate is an interesting one. Fun fact, it actually has a really short rush distance by ground. Like, deceivingly short. So because of that, aggression can hit across the map a little bit faster. That is true. But on the flip side, Hecate is also a very defendable map. Specifically, the choke points. There are so many narrow entry points here on Hecate, whether it's the bridges, whether it's this ramp here with the rocks as well. Like, these ramps are so narrow. As a result, pushing up them is a very difficult thing to do. Not just up the ramps, but also past the bridge. So as a result, that's why this leads to longer games, because even though it's technically shorter by ground, it's harder to get across it. That's typically how things go, but we'll see. We shall see how our players adapt. We do have Clem once again going double gas, this time Bjorn for the first time this series, opening up double gas as well. It's going to be opening up double gas. With that, both players going for faster factories. I imagine both players rushing into faster cyclone production. Clem does confirm. Meanwhile, Bjorn opts once again not to go for an SCV scout. This is something very akin to Bjorn. We saw it against Raynor, where Bjorn very rarely goes for worker scouts in matchups. It's a very greedy thing to do. Technically, Bjorn has the better economy. Technically, Clem, because he has one worker scouting and Bjorn doesn't, Bjorn is slightly ahead in the economy, but is in the dark and not fully aware of what's going on. It can be risky. It can be quite risky here. But Bjorn is one to take those risks. You can see both players just in position on top of the ramp with said Reapers. As we do have our first deviation, Clem going to be getting into additional Reaper production, which is a little bit safer. Bjorn going for a reactor first into an add-on swap into double reactored Cyclones. Again, very greedy here out of Bjorn. Bjorn has one Reaper to defend. Little does he know, or little does Clem know how little that Bjorn has. Meanwhile, Clem just chilling back at home with his two Reapers, building up his own army, getting into his own production. So again, this is greedy here from Bjorn, and this can be punished, but it won't be, as he's now getting to his Cyclones, getting into his 1-1-1. Likewise, so is Clem, in a different way. Again, basically, Clem was being safer here with his build, and Bjorn was being greedier. As we now have our medevacs on the way, soon to go for drop play. Again, this has become quite a common go-to here in TBT, going for Cyclone drops. We should be seeing a medevac here as well. No, never mind. Going for an add-on swap. Are we going for a Banshee first or a Raven? Oh my. Yeah. You have my attention here. It is going to be a faster Raven. Okay, so Bjorn is getting into a pretty hefty army already. He's got a lot of Cyclones to work with, and with this Raven, he will have that much more DPS. Meanwhile, Clem is going for some drop play. It's going to be harassing. Is moving out with the medevac. Bjorn moves out as well, and it looks like Bjorn, he will miss the drop. Just barely does miss it. And what do we have at home to defend? We have not much. Cyclones are still in production, and Clem, he gets into the natural. Workers are going to be going down. At the same time, though, Bjorn pushing towards the natural base of Clem. Likewise, Clem does have some use to defend. He does have two Cyclones. Here, 3, 4 SCVs going to be going down. A Mule as well across the map. Clem, he's ready for this. He has an army. He forces this back. We'll lose 8 SCVs, though. There's a lot of workers. Meanwhile, Bjorn going to be holding on. The Raven! Raven does overextend. So does the medevac. Players are going to be trading 1 for 1 here with the Cyclones as well. And as the dust does settle, Clem did lose additional workers, but losing that medevac wasn't as devastating as losing the Raven. Like, the Raven has so much value over the course of this game. It was brutal that Bjorn lost it. Bjorn slightly ahead in workers. Does have the worker lead. Raven does slip by. Bjorn does spot it, does pull back, and Clem goes straight into a third CC. Very fast third base here out of Clem. Bjorn, his third, not in sight. I mean, it shouldn't be. It's crazy. So really greedy move here out of Clem. I do like it. Bjorn, he's backing off, and Clem is getting away with that faster base. Then he slips into the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. We get one, we get two. And a lot of less mining time. So workers are forced back. Beyond focusing on his push. Once again, Beyond did not research Interference Matrix. He only has auto turrets, but he pushes up the ramp into a concave. The concave is brutal. Auto turret was thrown down, and Beyond, he loses everything. A massive blow. GG gets called. Beyond gets caught out. And just like that, Clem takes a series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, with the new Cyclone v Cyclone meta, you get caught out one time, you lose your army, and that is it. Cyclones do not take long at all to get across the map, and Björn could not keep up. He lost everything. Again, kind of misjudged the situation, misjudged the potential he had to push up that ramp, and he was caught out. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to Clem, as he does advance on to the grand finals. GG. This was a short series, by the way. Like, each of these games, it felt like they ended very quickly. Came down to like one big push. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to get into some 3-base versus 3-base, which is unfortunate. It can be some really solid TVT between the two players. Instead, it was more dictated by like the early game aggression, and Clem was able to come out on top in that respect. Congratulations. And with that, again, Clemmy does advance on. Meanwhile, we have another series to go over. Now, if you recently joined us, you may have missed it, but we did cast Hero versus Parting earlier. Hero did come out on top versus Parting, did bring him down into PvP in a 2-0 fashion, and now Hero advances on to face off against Estrella in the semifinals. Max goddamn Angel, let's go. Every now and then, either Estrella or Trigger, they pop off and they have a deep run like this to make it into the semifinals. Really impressive. But we'll see if Estrella can do what Parting could not. We'll see if Estrella can fight back in our PvP. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a short series as well. Like, we had a pretty short TVT, a lot of aggression. I'm feeling the same with this PvP. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. So we are loading in. Again, Hero was able to flex his aggressive nature against Parting earlier. Parting had a hard time keeping up. Meanwhile, our blue Terran, our American Terran player here, has a more unique outlook, not just in PvP, but on the game. We'll get into it. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our South Korean Protoss player, our red Protoss representing Dragon KZ Gaming. DKZ, it is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Matcherino Esports from the land of the Americas. It is Estrella. And this is what I refer to. So, Estrella has a very unique style of PvP. I don't know any other player that consistently opens like this. In PvP, it is the law, okay? It's the rule. It's it's the consensus amongst the Kala, amongst all the Protoss players. If you're opening up 2 gates, you wall off. You're 2-gate here on the ramp here to wall off, to deny any kind of adept shades, to deny any kind of pushing power as well for your opponent, to have a bit of a safer opener with your 2 gateways. Estrella consistently opens up 2 gates next to his bases instead, and he creates SimCity around his nexus. There's a pro and con to this. The con is that the pro is that your gateways are further back, so they're not exposed. If you're up against a 1-base all-in, your gateways won't be going down, as they aren't, vulnerable out here, out further towards the map. Meanwhile, the downside is that you do leave yourself open to Adept Harass. Your wall-off here is very delayed, so Adept Harass can get in a lot faster as well, and can actually get quite a bit of economic damage done. So there's a bit of a give and take here. This feels like a very stylistic choice for Estrella. The other upside is technically this is more efficient, because technically the time it takes for your probe to throw down buildings and go back to mining is shorter, because it's right next to your mining. So technically it is slightly more efficient as well. But yeah, it's just interesting that Estrella does this very consistently. Meanwhile, he's going for a proxy pylon. At the same time, Hero going for a proxy Stargate. Now, this is not an all-in. Proxy Stargate is an aggressive opener designed to get you ahead economically, while Hero expands behind this. Traditional. So, proxy Stargate here out of Hero should be for Oracle production. We're opening up Adept as well. It's going to be double Adept into Oracles. Oh boy, a very aggressive start here from Hero. Likewise, Hero, he does threaten the pylon. He does get eyes on the first two units. He's aware of the Stalkers, and his goal is to bypass these Stalkers, to get past them, to get into a mineral line. Ooh, the Adepts have been scouted. Yeah, big scout by Estrella. He's aware of the Adepts. He's looking for them. He is spotted. The Adept does shade past. Oracle is on the way. Estrella on one base, going to be opening up Twilight Council, and he does wall off here on top of the ramp. Just in time. The tech is going to be scattered though. The tech is exposed. So the Adepts do confirm. The Adepts do confirm this. As we continue to threaten shades in towards the main base, Oracle is on the way, and I believe this has not been scattered. Estrella, he's unaware. He doesn't have anything in the main base. The Warp Gate is still on the way. Adepts going to be threatening a shade. And we wall off, which means the Stalkers, they're stuck. They're stuck on this side of the wall, and the Oracle gets in. 1, 2, 3, 5 kills already. Oh my god. 6 probe kills here on this Oracle. We get by. At the same time, Adepts, they continue to threaten the shade, and they keep Estrella busy. Forced to recall. And as the dust does settle, again, that is 7 worker kills with this Oracle. And Hero behind this is going to be expanding. Again, he's achieved his damage. Sure, the Adepts didn't get in. That is true. But they kept the Stalkers busy. They allowed for the Oracle to get in. They allowed for it to get damage done. And the Adepts, they survived. They did survive. Going to be hunting down another probe. And behind this Hero, he's transitioning into a rover. So basically, Hero, he's aware of the Twilight Council. He's aware of the blink advantage that Estrella has. So we make up for that with Immortal production. Immortals will be on the way to make up for our lack of Blink Stalkers. Estrella is going to be committing. But now he's stuck at home. Again, because of this one Oracle, his entire army has to stay here in the mineral line. Shield battery is on the way. Does have a pretty hefty Stalker count, is what I will say. Stalkers are going to be fanning out. Again, we're already getting into our mortar production early on. Hero building himself up. Moving on with Hallucination, he is going to be denied the scout though. He's shut down by these Stalkers. And Estrella has a pretty insane army. He's got 12 Stalkers already. He's about to have Blink. He has quite an insane army, and he has potential with this. The Immortal comes out just in time. We should be able to hold on. Oh. Should be able to hold here. As we have the shield battery, we have an overcharge. And forced to recall back home as we do have a stay strap into the main. Up! Pull away! Late reaction there out of Estrella. He does shut down the Oracle, but half the mineral line gets caught out. Big stasis here in the main. Likewise, the Adepts did shade in. And Estrella was caught out of position. How many workers? 11. 11 probes go down. Estrella, his economy, not looking too hot right now. Manning at his units, looking for the Adept. Estrella, he's up to 14 Stalkers. Blink is down. Still only on 2 gateways, but he has not been skipping any warp-ins. I'm sure he's still hoping to catch his army out on the map. And Hero needs to just calm things down. If you remember how he played against Parting, Hero is going to be building up towards 4 Immortals before pushing. He's building up his Immortal count. Estrella pushing in. Testing the waters. Gets eyes on the army. Oh, even does trigger those shields. Nice damage there from Estrella. He can snipe that Immortal. Oh, oh, oh my god. Gets one. Gets one Stalker. These Immortals looking quite exposed, actually. Hero does have to pull back. Behind this, as the armies are going to be skirmishing, are going to be dancing. We have our third Nexus on the way. Likewise, Hero working towards his own third. Ooh, and working towards Blink as well. I would have assumed that we would have rushed into Charge or Glaive at Epps again, but no, it's going to be Blink here from Hero. That tells us that Hero wants to go for a longer game. So give something a little bit longer. Third base is going to be delayed. Good snipe there from Astray, who will back up. Remember, Hero doesn't have Blink of his own. He cannot keep up. As we get another Stalker. And a Sentry, a high energy Sentry as well. Very nice pick up there from Estrella. He backs up, getting into his own gateway explosion. 5 gates on the way, going to be 7 in total. Charge in production as well. And as Hero moves out, Estrella moves in. Going for a big counterattack, catching an Immortal. Big pickup. Immortal does go down. And we're going for a base trade. We're going for a base trade. We're committed. Of course, we can always recall back home. But Hero pushing into the natural. Likewise, Estrella diving into the main, diving on top of the production. Depowers the gateways, depowers the robo. Nothing can be warped in. Likewise, boys are being pulled. Gateways just now finishing up. And we recall back home. Bold move here out of Estrella. Can he get on top of the Immortals? And there's 2 Immortals left. 3 Immortals even. We dive on top of the Prism. Prism goes down. And it looks like we will clean this up. Estrella, he has more than enough. Cleaning up every single Immortal, the Stalkers, and the Prism. The entire army gets swallowed up. At the same time, Estrella still has some units across the map. Gateway's still unpowered. And Hero, he doesn't have much of anything. Hero does have workers. He does have a better economy, technically. But he has no production. He has a handful of gateways just now starting up another Immortal. Estrella has a supply lead. He's up in army. Up in supply. Going for a big counterattack. There is no Prism. He can't reinforce. What you see is what you get. So we're pushing in. Shield battery goes down. No overcharge. Boys are being pulled a little bit too late, though. The Immortal does come out just in time. It's going to get a lot of damage done. Again, we can afford to lose some workers. We are still up with the force field. The Immortal gets zoned out. It gets zoned away. Cannot take part, and we do take control of the natural. Another force field gets thrown down, forced to recall over. The Immortal just wants to fight, and it gets focused down. It gets completely surrounded. A rough recall there from Hero. And GG gets called. Estrella snowballs out of control and does take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Clutch force fields out of Estrella, and I loved how he executed the base trade as well. I mean, remember, as both players got across the map, because Estrella had Blink, he was so much faster when it came to diving into the main base and depowering everything in the main before going for the recall. And as he did, he was able to warp in Zealots, able to pull the boys. A lot of workers did go down. Estrella, he lost a lot of probes in the defense. Remember, he went down to 17 probes, but it was worth it. He cleaned up the army, he cleaned up all the Immortals, and he had the army lead. And with that, Estrella takes game 1. Takes game number 1. GG in a very chaotic game. And this is kind of what I expect. I expect these more intense games here between these two players. I want it, Poppy. I want it. And as we get into game number 2, a big shout out to Lunacy in the chat. Oh, 안녕 하세요. Big shout out to Lunacy, of course, a Korean Protoss player, an ex-semi-pro. He's not as active as he used to be, but I hope you enjoyed your ladder session, Papi. I hope to see you competing once again soon. Hope to see you in the next ESL Open Cup. Best of luck, Lunacy. Best of luck. As we get into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Dragon Kai Gaming, down in this series, looking to fight back. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Maturino Esports. It is Estrella. Here we go. Let's go, Max. Max isn't here. All right. Max is here. So in my brain, when you said Max, I was like, Max Pax? What are you talking about? No. Max Angel. True. My apologies. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Lunacy. Hope you're doing well. As we do have Hero coming with the probe scouts. Ooh, we do have Estrella being a little bit spicy. Papi going for the gate expand. Max doing his best Max Packs impression here. So greedy, by the way. Estrella off of a single gas guy. The guys are going for a gate expand. Very greedy opener here from our American Protoss. Even Max Packs rarely does this. Usually Max Packs opens up double gas into a Stargate before expand. And Hero is going to confirm this. He does confirm the single gas guys. It does confirm the late second gas. And he should get eyes on the expand. And this has to force it all in, right? It has to. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, we do have one pylon out of the map, but it's a fake proxy pylon. Estrella, he did scout. Does confirm that the pylon is missing. Yeah, Hero, he confirms the timing of the base. Confirms the cyber core as well. And yeah, we have to go all in. Like there's no other choice. Now, unfortunately, this is not the best position for the proxy robo. It's pretty far out of the way. It's basically back at home. But again, like, this opener from Estrella is very greedy, and the Hero, he has to punish it. Gonna be coming in. There's a Stargate on the way. Probe does get taken out in the main base. Adepts are moving out. We'll see if Estrella can hold. Can Max do a better Max Packs than Max Packs? There we go. Say that three times in a row. Jesus. As there we go, we do have some shield batteries walling up here at the natural base. The Adepts have arrived, but there is no way into that natural. Ooh, greedy move here from Estrella, going for an Oracle first, not a Void Ray. A Hero going for a Twilight Council? Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. So, Oracle first is greedy because Void Rays are ideal to defend. Oracle is to move out across the map, harass to cripple the economy. This is going to work out, though, because this push is quite delayed. Hero, he's got a couple of gateways. Yes, he can warp in some units, but he's working towards Blink. As the Oracle does take down one of these Adepts. Does get eyes on the others as we do try to drop into the main base. Estrella going to be rotating over. The goal here for Hero is to try to cripple the economy. To dive into the mineral line. Two Adepts do one-shot probes. Ooh, as we do shade into natural and probes are going down. We get two. But the Void Ray comes out just in time and we will shut this down. Hero going for another warp in into the main. Can he pull Max Packs apart? So far, doing a decent job. Workers are falling. We commit to the shade. Good juggling here out of Hero, keeping the Adepts alive. Very slick micro. As the Prism is going to take a bit of damage, will escape. Should escape. To have a fourth gateway on the way, so it's going to be a one base, 4-gate blink all in. The Prism goes down. Oh my god, the Prism does get hunted down by the Void Ray. Ay, ay, ay. And Prism does have to be remade. Not a good start here for Hero. The Void Ray count getting higher and higher. We have 3 shield batteries. That's a lot of shield batteries. And a second pylon on the way as well. To make sure we don't get caught out. Good revelation. Keen eyes out of Estrella, seeing that observer. And Estrella, he's getting away with this. Like, the Void Ray count's getting higher and higher. Now, what I will say is that Estrella doesn't have a shield battery in the main. So, remember, just like against what happened to Classic, if he doesn't set up in the main base, Hero, he can avoid the natural, he can avoid all these shield batteries and dive into the main and take a fight here instead. And Estrella isn't ready for it. Oh, now he is. Now he throws out a shield battery, but this is delayed. And Hero is soon to push. Oracle gets across the map, going for a stasis, I imagine. Blink is done. Spotter pylon on the way. Shield battery halfway done here as well. And we go for the dive. We go for the blink. Boys, they have to be pulled. Every single boy being pulled. Oh my god. Max Packs, he knows how much danger he's in. Shield battery goes down, but we do force back the army. Yeah, a good reaction out of... God, I just called it Max Packs. Max Angel. There we go. I'm just used to seeing this setup from Max Packs. Aye, aye, aye. But good reaction out of Estrella. Does force back Hero. Void Rays are massive. We go for the dive. One Void Ray goes down. We have 3 more. Boys are being pulled once again. A second Void Ray falls, but we up. Do we get the Prism? We do not get the Prism, but the Stalkers are falling one after the other. Shield batteries, there's still plenty of them. We maintain our position. We force this back. Oh, but did we overextend? We still have the overcharge. No shot. We still have the overcharge. Now it's popped. We sustain ourselves. GG gets called. Estrella holds. And Estrella takes the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. Bappy. GG, well played. A very greedy opener out of Estrella and a very disjointed all-in out of Hero. Again, Hero, his initial pylon placement felt like it was a fake proxy pylon or a proxy Stargate. I don't think it was his initial plan to turn that into a proxy robo. He had to because he saw the opening of his opponent, but that was more of a reaction. That didn't look like the initial plan of Hero. So it did feel a little bit awkward there, and we saw that the initial proxy robo didn't really come to fruition. The Observer got sniped, the Prism got sniped, the Adepts did kill 5 workers, but with a faster expansion, Max Angel, Estrella, he can afford to lose some workers, he can afford to lose some probes, so that wasn't the biggest of deals, and all of that did delay the eventual 4-gate blink all in, and there was potential there. I do like that Hero did go for the main base. Estrella was vulnerable in that position, but again, he was so quick to pull the boys, force back the army. Solid defense. Very well done there by Estrella. And just like that, Estrella, he advances on to the grand finals, where he's going to be facing off against his next opponent. We know who it is. You know who it is. Clem. Clem took down Bjorn earlier in the semifinals, and Clem now faces off against Max goddamn Angel. Let's go. Against Estrella. Oh, I just need a moment to set things up. And bam. There we go. You can see it on screen. Beautiful. And yeah, we're honestly used to seeing Clem versus Max Pax in the finals of ESL Open Cup Americas. Those are the two regular Europeans, and they face off many times in the finals of ESL Open Cup Europe or Americas, but not this week. This time we have a different Max. This time we have the American Max here, as Estrella is going to be facing off against Clem in a best-of-5 grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. Catching up with the chat. Didn't you know Max Pax is actually just Estrella's alt account? True. Casting StarCraft 2 all day, every day. The Ducklings. Hello, Senjo. See, Papi, see. All day, every day. Yesterday we casted what? I think we casted for 9 hours. We had like a 9-hour cast yesterday. Potentially the same here tonight as well. Potentially. It's gonna be a long one. Catching up. Max Estrella. Oh god. Even when nothing happens, you dig up replays and you cast those. Oh, speaking of, I mean, we have another replay cast after this. It's true. We do. I also have I have some submitted viewer replays that we're going to be going over maybe another day, just because our night is quite jam-packed tonight. But we are getting ready here for the grand finals for our TVP. Let's go. Our first Terran versus Protoss of the night, actually. Fun fact. Here we go. And again, really impressive to see Estrella make it this far. Very rarely do we see Estrella or Trigger kind of have a deep run. Very rarely do we have an Americas player in the Americas weekly. But we do have one here this week. But here we have his opponent, the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is our ESL Masters Winter Champion, Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Matcherino Esports. It is Estrella. Let's go. Let's go. EBT is upon us. Again, Clem coming off hot of a win in ESL Masters Winter. And as we mentioned before, typically it has been showing a bit of vulnerability against Terran, specifically in the TVT matchup. We saw Bjorn force him to the ace match earlier today, but when it comes to the other matchups, I would go as far as to say that Clem has the best, or currently the best, TVZ and TVP in the world. He's crazy. He's absolutely insane in both of these matchups, so this is quite a mountain for Estrella to climb. I want to believe he can, though. I want to believe he can. I want to believe he can bring it here to Clem and make a series out of this. Again, Estrella, he is the best player in the Americas. Has been crowned the number one player in the Americas every season so far in the past year, both in Atlanta and in Yongshiping. We'll see if he can bring it out here against Clem. And it looks like Clem going for an economic opener. Let's go. It's going to be a Rax Expand single gas opener here out of Clem. So very economic here on Oceanborn. Again, the rush distance by ground on Oceanborn is a little bit shorter. You can be more aggressive, more active. Clem going to be just easing into our series here. Easing into our game. Have our Anons on the way. Factory as a follow-up safety bunker here on the low ground just to defend against things like Lave Adepts, or regular Adepts even. And Estrella back at home also setting himself up, going for a Sentry opener. This has been a little bit more trendy as of late over the past year of StarCraft, ever since the patch at the start of 2023, if I recall correctly. The Sentry is more viable. Its damage point was changed, so you can actually kite well against the initial Reaper. So with this, it's just a very safe way to open up. The reason why is because this also allows you to scout. It allows you to have a hallucination to zoom across the map. It's very safe, very defensive. Of course, it does mean that we won't have any Adepts to harass across the map. So this bunker wasn't as necessary, but again, Clem just trying to be secure against that sort of thing. As Clem did not go for an SCV scout. No SCV scout, no Reaper scout either. Very Bjorn-esque. We spoke about this earlier, about how Bjorn very rarely actually worker scouts. Similarly here, Clem doesn't care, which is kind of scary. In this matchup, it could be a Twilight Council opener, it could be a Robo, it could be a Stargate, and Clem has no idea. Not yet. Hallucination comes in, and we get eyes on the 111, we get eyes on the faster CC. Estrella sees everything in the main. Now with this, he's aware that there's no 3 racks, for example. He's aware of the faster tank production with that tech lab on the factory and the lack of add-on swap. This is a tell. This is a very fast tank. Oh my god. Clem opening up economically, following it up though with aggression. Here we go. So the reason why there's only a single Widow Mine is because of the faster tech lab on this factory. So we're going to have a very strong tank count early on. Liberator on the way behind this. This mine drop is just designed to scout. It's just designed to get some scanning information. Estrella in position. Does zone away that drop. Good movement out of Estrella. Third base on the way was an economic opener. Oh my god. Wait, what? This was a third Nexus before Robo, before any kind of... This is as greedy as you can be, by the way. Oh my god. So faster Nexus here before tech into a Robo opener into Colossi. As a result, Estrella has 0 map control. No Phoenixes, no Blink Stalkers. Again, delayed Immortal, delayed Colossus. I'm a little bit concerned here that this push, it's not going to slow down. And I'm concerned that Estrella won't have enough to defend against this. Remember, we have 2 gates. Just now getting 2 gates up and running. Just now getting into an Immortal as well. This Bay, I don't think it's going to come into play. We'll see what we hit with here as Estrella does spot the army. He is aware he has to move out. He has to slow this down as much as he can. He needs to slow down this push. Stalkers have arrived. Taking off a couple of units. Widow Mine dropping to lane. Does slip in. Mine shot going to be going off, getting 1 probe. Tank's going to be sieging. Bunker is on the way. Overcharge is popped and we're diving on top of the tank. Tank is going to go down, but we have a second tank as well. Them trying to force his way in. Does get a sentry. Overcharge is about to run out, but Estrella, he is barely holding on here. He should be able to deal with this. Bunker tanking some shots. tank and getting a lot of hits in as well, and it will fall just barely to the Immortal. Very clutch Immortal here from Estrella. Forces a cancel on the bunker, and Estrella holds. Jesus. That was a very tight hold here for Estrella, but he does hold on. Colossus getting on the way behind this. And Estrella, he gets away with his greed. Meanwhile, Clem is not slowing down. We have Stim on the way. Combat Shield is rallying everything across the map. Still no third CC, by the way. Not for Clem. And Estrella, can we hold on here? Can we survive? Still only 2 gateways. We can still only reinforce with 2 units at a time. We do have 1 Colossus, but again, very little to support this. But Clem, he's backing off. He does back off, getting his third base on location. And Estrella can rest easy. Now we're teching. Charge on the way. Double forge for double upgrades. Still 2 gates. But Clem backed off. So we're good. We're okay, Poppy. We're okay. Or are we? He's coming back. No. Go away, Poppy. Go away. Clem going to be pushing in here. He's got tanks, got wooden mines. He, of course, has Stim on the horizon. Just going to finish up here in time for this push. Estrella still not out of the woods yet. This is his army, by the way. 3 Stalkers, an Immortal, now 2 Colossus, to be fair. He's got 2 Colossi, Stalkers here at the natural base, ready for a drop. Skins the 3rd. Does get eyes on the Colossi. There is no interference matrix, only auto turrets and disable, sorry, not disables, anti-armor missile is available. And more reinforcements are moving out. Clem just amassing an army, has an insane supply lead. Now we have the gateway explosion, 6 gates on the way. We can finally reinforce. We can actually make an army. We just need a couple more seconds. Oh god. we need a couple more seconds. We need some time. Stay away. As Clem gonna rotate around. Does deny the would-be 4th base. Again, his only goal here is to deny the 4th, which means Estrella, he will get into his production. Charge is now done. Temple Archives on the way. Estrella, he's surviving. We're good. And now we can start thinking about a 4th base, which is what Clem is looking for. He's looking for the 4th, looking to force a cancel. He is in position. Gonna be splitting up his army. So Clem, he's not pushing it. Not anytime soon. Cross map, Zealot gets into the main. Does get into the main base. SCV's going to be going down. Massive orbit into the main base as well. Oh my god. And we will be able to camp the production. We'll be able to pick up these reinforcements. Marines and Marauders going down. And Clem, he's racing back home. Oh my god, and we're getting so much done. 17 SCVs go down. 18 SCVs. Estrella getting far too much done here. We even escaped with some of those Zealots. 20 workers fall. And just like that, Estrella, he cripples the economy here of Clem, and he can now take his own 4th behind this. Clem in position to deny this, but we have the Colossi. Estrella, he's doing well. He's doing very well. Like, part of me is still holding my breath. Like, Estrella, he got away with a lot of greed. He got away with so much greed early on with his opener. He should have been punished. He almost was, but he survived. Now he's reaping those rewards. Double drop into the main base. We do have a recall. May not be pushing to the center. Now, Clem is still ahead in army supply. Clem, he may have lost a lot of workers. He may have fallen behind in the economy, but he has a massive army. Double drop has him spotted. Cannons in position. Big warping into the main base. And pushing on the right-hand side. Still does not have disable. The Prism taking a lot of damage. Big swipes here with the Colossi. The mines! Big connections on the Stalkers. Looks like the Widow Mines are going to be going down. We do deny the 4th base. That's all that Clem needs to do. Deny the 4th over and over again. While Clem gets his own. Clem is still very much so in this. Estrella going for an Archon drop, going for a Zealot run by. He's up to 4 Colossi. We should soon be seeing Disruptors. Oh! Take a mine to the face. 4th base on the way. Oh, this is an exposed 4th. Very vulnerable. Zealots have been spotted. Ghost already coming out. Vikings as well. Prism gets into the main. Another big warp in. It's going to be a one-way trip. Vikings, they shut down the warp prism. Zelt's going ham in the middle line. 10 more SCVs go down. At the same time, Estrella pushing right through the center into a tank line. Only a single tank, though. The one tank, it's going to go down. Big EMPs. EMPs on the Stalkers, but we are pushing Clem further and further back. The Vikings, there just aren't enough of them. The boys, they have to be pulled. Good kiting here out of Estrella. Boys being pulled even from the third base. And Estrella, he's breaking through. Forced to recall, though. Drop into the main. Pulling back the army, and we were losing control of the fight. Colossus did survive. This drop is getting a bit out of hand. Colossus, they do make it back. Oh! The medevac does escape. And as the dust does settle, Clem is still up in army supply. He did lose a lot of workers. He lost a lot of SCVs throughout the course of this game. But he still has a terrifying army. Tanks, ghosts, a couple of Vikings. He's reinforcing. Drop comes back in. We are pulling Estrella back, and I don't know if Estrella has enough. Shows it over. Never goes up. Up. Oh, it will not connect. We shut down the Colossi one after the other. Overcharged far too little, far too late. And Clem, he has broken the main army. He resets the Colossi, resets the Disruptors. There's a handful of gateway units left. And again, this fourth base never got up and running. He got the base, but no saturation, no economy. Meanwhile, Clem, he's getting his own fourth. And Estrella, he's in a world of hurt. The problem here when a Protoss player loses their army like that is it takes so long to rebuild your Colossi and Disruptors, to rebuild your high-tech units. Estrella building up from scratch. Clem is coming back in. More reinforcements on the way. Again, with the death of that War Prism earlier, we just haven't had the time, the room to rebuild that War Prism because we're just massing up more Disruptors. Does push in. Nova's going to be going up. Decent connections. Decent connections on the Widow Mines. 3 mines go down. Estrella in the midst of taking his fifth. Now saturating his fourth base as well. His economy, it's getting up there. Isn't looking too bad. This is still so close. Like, the reality is that if Estrella can land one good Nova, one juicy connection on this army, and he can take a fight. One is all he needs. At the same time, the EMPs do connect. Do have a mine drop here towards the third base. 2 probes go down. Cannon on the way. Medevac racing back. Clem is going to be retreating. 4th CC in production here for Clem. Is on the way. And he does rotate back around. Disruptors are amassing. How many Disruptors do we have? 5. 5 Disruptors. 1 has to connect, right? Up! Never goes up! Big connection! Oh my god! And just like that, Estrella takes a massive supply lead. That is what he needed. That is what he wanted. And we still have so many more Novas available. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Army gets spotted. Estrella going to be rotating over. Going for a counterattack at the same time. I mean, he knows he can. He knows that he has supply lead, so he doesn't need everything to defend. Going for a big push towards a 3rd or the 4th. 4th is a planetary. Yeah, Zelts and Archons are pushing in. We have a handful of Ghosts to defend. Good EMPs. Good EMPs on the Archons. When we get into the middle of the boys are being pulled past the Archon. 8 SCVs go down. Estrella can pull back. The rest of his army is on the way. Ghost getting called out. Good EMP once again. The Nova raises the army. So I have 4 more Novas here in the chamber. Another one zones away that force. Clem setting up a surround. Setting up a concave. But once again we connect. Once again we shut down the army, and Clem is being pulled apart left and right. GG gets called, and Estrella takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Jesus. That was such a tense game. GG, well played. Australia had such a greedy opener, and I was shocked that he got away with it as well. That he was able to get away with just staying on 2 gateways for so long, getting into a delayed Ro8 production as well. He was able to get it into 3-base economy. His push was also pretty devastating when he moved out across the map, when he was able to break the economy of his opponent, when he killed like 44 SCVs. It was crazy how much damage he dealt. But Clem, he stuck in it. He still had a terrifying army. It was back and forth. But Australia did recover, had some juicy Novas. Sometimes a couple of good Novas is all you need. GG. Oh my god. Let's go. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? State in the chat. Oh my god. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great weekend. Hope you're having a great time. As we are here in the midst of the finals of ESL Open Cup Americas. That was game 1 in the books. Now we're diving into game number 2. Again, Australia may have won that game, but that was still a really tense game overall, and Clem was never ever fully out of it, even after taking that Nova to the face. But here we go. Game 2 going to be taking place on Golden Aura. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have a French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid down in this series. But it's a best of 5. Plenty of games ahead of us. Plenty of opportunities to come back. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Oh, wait. Oh, let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the American Protoss player leading the series 1-0, representing Match Arena Esports. It is Australia. And we see not just 1, but 2 SCVs for a proxy 2-Rax. Let's go, Clem. Looking to turn the pressure up here, really looking to turn it on here against Australia in game number 2. Proxy 2-Rax is upon us. Reaper's going to be on the way, I imagine. But we'll see how we do piece this all together, and whether or not Australia can figure out what exactly is going on. Again, not uncommon to check proxy locations here at the 3rd base locations with this probe, but the probe is moving out across the map. We are not checking the 3rd, either 3rd. Gases are on the way behind this. And again, Australia, thankfully with this probe scout, is... Where are we going? I was gonna say he's gonna be able to get across the map and get a read on the fact that the Rax is missing, but no, never mind, because we are going for a proxy pylon here outside of the main. We are setting up for potentially a proxy Stargate, as the Cyber Core is on the way. And we are massing Marines, not Reapers. Okay, let's go. We're going to be massing up Marines here. SCV is going to be coming in. Looking to throw down those bunkers. Zealots on the way. This is getting chaotic. Cybercore just now finishing up, and now we have the Stargate. So, on the one hand, there won't be anything at home, right? There won't be anything at home to defend. Likewise, though, we're amassing a lot of Marines. Australia also will have the bare minimum to defend as well. This is going to get really chaotic. We're about to get rowdy, Poppy. About to get rowdy. Here we go. Stargate still on the way, and we do dive into the main base. Adept does arrive just in time to meet up with the Marines. Forced to recall. Zelda's racing back home. Boys are being pulled. Zealot does arrive just in time. So far, good swipes to 1 Marine goes down. Oh, the Zealot putting in a lot of work. Adept does come in from behind as well. 2nd Marine falls. And we're going to get a 3rd and a 4th. We shut down the Marines. Oh my god. This Zealot, the real MVP. And with that, we are going to be able to hold on. Behind this, Void Ray on the way. Pilot is set up for shield batteries. Oh my god. I thought it was going to be an Oracle. But no, we have a Void Ray instead. Astray, he defends with the bare minimum back at home with 1 Zealot, with 1 Adept. He does hold. And with that, making use of the proxy. The Marines just weren't able to gain enough ground. Now we are pushing in once again. But are we going to be forced back home? As Astray, he's keeping these Marines busy. Void Ray about to pop out. And what do we have at home to defend? We have 1 Cyclone, but Cyclones with reduced range are not ideal against these Void Rays. Not anymore. Marines are pushing in. Void Ray pushes in as well. Shield battery on the way, and Clemmy pulls back. He's pulling back home. Clem, he turns back around. It's going to be so long before he gets here. Workers are falling. Cyclone has arrived. But again, Cyclone's being focused down and it will fall. Again, with reduced range, Cyclone, they're not ideal against Void Rays. Not anymore. That's why Proxy Void Ray has risen in popularity once again. It's about the Vikings. Marines are coming back. Shield Battery topping up that Void Ray. Second Void Ray has arrived. And Clem, welcome to ESL Open Cup. America's Bobby. Welcome to NA. Void Rays, they take control of the production. Cyclone has arrived. We dive on top of this. Shield Battery keeping this alive. The Cyclone gets focused down so quickly. And this is becoming too much. It's getting out of control. Viking is on the way, but too little too late. We take down the depot. And we camp the factory. Adepts have arrived. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. But the Void Rays, they reign supreme. They go ham. Viking gets a lot of damage done. Oh my god. But the shield batteries, they make sure that nothing dies. The Void Rays, they survive. They make it through. They take down the Viking. They take down the Marines. And that's going to be it. That's going to be all we had left. GG gets called. And Estrella takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. That was crazy. I am a little bit shocked that the proxy Marine didn't do as much damage. That felt almost ideal for Clem to be able to take control of the main base, but alas, that Zealot, the recalled Zealots, the boys as well, the probes, really good control out of Estrella to be able to shut down those Marines ahead of time to really stop them before they were able to really amass and cause any kind of problems. And Estrella just happened to be going for a proxy Stargate. I like how he went with the punches. I'm curious to know if initially it was just meant to be a proxy Oracle, and then he just transitioned into a Void Ray just because he saw an opportunity. And again, proxy Void Rays, we have been seeing a couple more of that build just pop up over the course of the new patch. With the change to the Cyclone, we've seen this every now and then, and as you see, the new Cyclone is not ideal defending against this Void Ray. Like, you can focus them down one after the other. And GG, just a really crazy game. Very chaotic turn of events. And Estrella is one game away from becoming this week's champion. Clem who? What? Oh my god, look, Clem, if you're not from Americas, Estrella doesn't know you, mate. He doesn't know that he's not meant to be favored here. He doesn't know that he's meant to be the underdog. That's He's one game away, Papi. Uno más. Uno más. Oh boy. As we're getting into game 3. Getting into Alcyone. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, up against the wall. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now. Hello, Mr. SCVs. Bienvenidos. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Matcherino Esports. One game away from becoming this week's ESL Open Cup America's champion. Has he ever won an ESL Open Cup? I know he's had finals runs before, but I'm not sure he has. It is Estrella. As we are going for our proxy racks. Let's go. Now, I believe this is meant to be just a 2 racks opener, 1 proxy and 1 back at home for Reaper production. We'll see how he pieces this all together, though, as the second gas has been taken back at home. I am ready for this. It's been a while since we've seen something along the lines of Proxy Marauder. I say it's been a while. I mean, I guess we have casted Home Mono recently, but Home Mono, he's like the exception to the rule. He doesn't count. Probe Scout moving out. This time Estrella is going to be checking to see what is going on, as the Rax is going to be finishing. And we are going for Proxy Reaper. So we have 1 Rax across the map. We should be getting 1 Rax back at home. Probe is going to be dipping in. Got to confirm that the Rax is missing. And we do get eyes on this SCV as well. We should be throwing down a bunker, but Estrella did spot it. He will be delaying it.
Watch your mineral line!
He's a bit of a diva enjoyer. Let's go. But again, really good scouting here out of Estrella. He had a probe here on the low ground. He's going to be able to delay this bunker. Will it finish? The SCV does take a lot of hits, but the bunker is on the way. Behind this, it is not a 2-Rax Reaper, by the way. It is one Rax across the map. We have a factory back at home. Reaper does pop out. And we do dip into the main. We do dip into the main base and a probe. Oh, we'll get picked off. Good start here for Clem. Gets a probe. Oh my god. Has to be careful not to be surrounded. Has to calm things down. Getting a second probe in the main. Oh, but he did overextend here. This should not have happened. Reaper goes down. Bunker has completed, but there is still no Reaper available. There we go. Second Reaper on the way. Shield battery in production. And Clem should be able to take control of the natural. Should be able to hold on. Again, with help of this shield battery, this is going to be dealt with eventually by the Stalker. And Astray, he's still in the main base, by the way. We're getting into a 1-1-1 off of one base. And floating back home. But a very delayed expansion here. CC now on the way for Clem after the starport. And we are denying mining time, that's true. We did kill 2 probes earlier. With the help of this second Stalker, we will zone this away. Reaper clip is walled off. And the Reaper goes in for a scout. We're looking for the tech of choice. And we throw it down after the Reaper falls. I love that out of Australia. Just waiting for the Reaper to be shut down before committing. And he's going for a Twilight Council opener. Let's go. Twilight Council on the way. Back at home, Clem working towards a drop play, which makes sense. Given the situation, we do need to gain a little bit more value here. Clem's still stuck on one base economy. His natural was heavily delayed. And drop play is a good way to come back. To bounce back in this. Now the question becomes, how many gateways? How aggressive is Australia planning to be? It is a Blink Stalker based opener, but do we see 2 gates, 3 gates, or even 4? As the drop is moving out. Black White's back at home. We're getting into our 3-1-1 setup. CC now going to be floated over, and we are very quickly getting into tank production. Tanks are on the way. Only a single Widowmine drop from Clem. So again, this is mainly for scouting information. The probe will confirm the Widowmine drop, though. We do get eyes on the medevac, and Australia does respond. Does rotate over. Great scouting here from him. Even a Stalker out on the map. We have to commit. We're going to try. We do go for the dive here into the natural base. Boys are being pulled. Widowmine up. It's going to go up. It does go up, getting one worker, 1 probe. Could have been so much worse. Widowmine goes down, and Estrella does hold. Behind this, we do have additional gateways, by the way. It's going to be 3-gate blink out of Estrella. 3-gate blink here, straight to a Templar Archives. This I'm not used to seeing. Wait, what? Okay, so it's gonna be 3-gate blink, not into Colossi. It looks like we're heading towards Storm instead. Interesting tech choice here from Estrella. This is gonna be thrown down before the 3rd base. We should be taking our 3rd behind this. Yeah, 3-gate blink, just a safe way to open up, a way to gain map control. 3rd base is on the way. Estrella looking to spice things up here. Blink is done. Once it's done, we go straight to charge. And show us that storm. From here, as the dust does settle, Clam is still building up. There's that storm in production, as we did mention. So this is really unique. Not very often do we see Protoss players go 3-gate blink into storm in such a fashion. So I appreciate it. Do appreciate it here from Australia. As Clam does come across the Observer. Good peek off. Back at home, getting into his 3-1-1 setup. Transitioning into Widowmines from tanks. As he does go for some Auto Tartaras, getting a couple of probes. I believe he hasn't seen the tech yet. He's unaware of the storm. And again, that will catch him a bit off guard if unscouted. And once again, good Auto Tartaras. 3-4 more probes go down. Good damage is dealt. And Clem is just building up hard here on 2 bases. Still no 3rd CC in sight. Not yet. As he's continuing drop play. He's continuing that drop play. Storm is about to finish. How many High Templar? Four High Templar out here for Estrella. Okay, this mind drop is going to be pretty important. We still haven't seen this, by the way. We don't really recognize that we need things like Ghost to be prioritized against High Templar. Job coming in, third CC on the way, so Clem is not going for a 2-base all-in. He's building up towards the third. Medevac is going to be denied. Job comes in. The shots! Ooh. These are connections. 3 probes go down. Again, could have been so much worse. 3 workers will fall, and now that the Prism has arrived, we should soon be pushing. We should soon be moving out. We do have the Forge for +1. But I'm curious, do we move out with the army, or do we only go for a Storm drop? And we have our answer. It's going to be 2 High Templar in the War Prism with 2 Zealots. Main army pushing towards the third base location. Clem, likewise moving out, is spotted by the Observer. Straight, he sees, he knows. The army say, we'll clash. Marine's going to be picked up. Slow down the army, we force a siege. They have their storms. Oh! Good storm here on the army, on the Marauders. On mainly Marauders. And behind this is Stray. He's not slowing down, he's going straight for the main base. Scan does reveal the 4th. If he wants to push out, he wants to deny it if possible. But here comes the drop. And here come the storms. And mass storm drop here into the mineral line. And 10 SCVs go down and a massive Zealot warp into the main base. We have some reinforcements, but against these Zealots, Astray takes control of the main. Meanwhile, out in the middle of the map, Clem catches the army. Gets a couple of Stalkers. Big storms, though. Oh, my God. And I believe we have 1 storm left. Juicy connection here on the Marines. We shut down the High Templar. But Clem, we have to commit. We have to keep on pushing. 25 SCVs go down across the map. Estrella, he just has to hold. GG gets called. He cannot push in. It's just too much damage. And Estrella will take the series 3-0, shutting Clem down. GG. Oh my God. Max. Max goddamn Angel. He takes the 3-0 here, crippling the economy of Clem, shutting down the army in the center of the map, and he had run out of steam. And GG. GG, well played. Estrella did not have an easy road, by the way. He shut down Hero to make it to the finals in the PvP. And Clem, who arguably has, I would say, even has the best TVP in the world right now. Like, he is on fire. And for Estrella to take him down 3-0, impressive. Very impressive stuff. GG, well played. Now, again, to be fair, there's a lot that came into it. I loved game 1 was like beautiful. Game 1 and here in game 3 as well. Like, Estrella had very specific builds, very specific openers that were designed to catch Clem off guard. Right? Remember in game 1 he went Nexus before Robo, like Nexus before any tech. It was such a greedy opener on Oceanborn, and Estrella got away with it. He got away with murder in game 1, and here in game 3 as well. Storm was never scouted. The Templar Archives was never scouted. We never really got eyes on the army composition until towards the end of the game when we saw the Zonaga. We had no idea that we had to get ready for that kind of composition, and Clem was kind of caught off guard. And likewise, game number 2 was just full NA. Game 2 was beautiful in its own way, a different kind of beauty, where it's just chaos and havoc and all in and proxy. It's great. GG. GG, well played. Estrella, of course, he thrives in the chaos, and very well done. Very solid performance here. And I'm curious, has Estrella ever won a tournament like this? I'm not too sure if he has. I know he has made it to the finals before. I know he has made it to the finals of ESL Open Cup, but yeah, I am curious. I think Trigger has. And okay, he has. Okay. For some context, the last time that Estrella won ESL Open Cup Americas was ESL Open Cup Americas 96, November of 2021. Years ago, 2021. We're in 2024. Gee, oh my God. Is it really 2024? Jesus. It's been years, Bob. It's been years since he's won one of these weeklies. So very well done. Congratulations here to Estrella. And this is the time where we want to be peaking. We want to be in form here and now, because we have IM Katowice in a couple of weeks. In less than a month, we have IM, and Estrella's going to be there. Estrella, he's going to be there. He's going to be at the event. And we need to be looking strong leading into it. So, very nicely done. Very nice performance here. I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing more of Estrella at IEM. Oh. Here we go. Clem not respecting the possibility that proxy void could still be a thing. Kind of. If you remember, it's kind of that, but also Clem proxy 2-racks that game. Like he was not prepared for anything back at home. Like that was the advantage that Estrella had, was the fact that Clem had proxied that game. So there was a lot going into that game. There was a lot going on. It's beautiful. GG, well played. Oh, it's catching up in the chat. I'm gonna be catching up. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like Clem's proxy that game was lackluster. Was very lackluster. Proxy Marine is something that Bjorn did recently. Fun fact, I think Bjorn did it in Master Colosseum. So potentially Clem was trying it out the way that Bjorn had. Fun fact though, when Bjorn proxy marined in TVP, he proxy marined in the natural base of his opponents. So even like more of a wild execution of it. Regardless, congratulations. And with that, we wrap up our broadcast here of ESL Open Cup Americas, but we still have plenty more to come on the CranKy Ducklings. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we're going to have another broadcast. We're going to have the group stage, the round of 8 of Christmas Cup. We're going to need a little bit of time to get that ready, though. Likewise, if you want to tune into something live, we're going to be casting the semifinals of the Christmas Cup live in 3 hours. 3 hours. I have 3 hours to go over the group stage. I'll do my best to cast as much as I can, and then bam, straight into the live broadcast of the semifinals. So we do have some back-to-back broadcasts going on. On top of that, if you enjoyed this tournament, if you enjoyed this broadcast, this is typically covered on Tuesdays. It's typically casted on Tuesdays, ESL Open Cup Americas, or I guess Monday, depending on where you are in the world. So Monday/Tuesday, depending on where you are. And we weren't able to cast this live. We usually do, but this week we were otherwise preoccupied. We were busy covering other events, as we usually are. So we did just decide to catch up here tonight with ESL Open Cup Americas, and we should be live this week on Tuesday with 211 ESL Open Cup 211 Americas. Should be there, where we get to see once again players like Dark, Hero, Estrella, Clem, Max Pax duke it out amongst themselves. So really good tournament, really good turnout. Be sure to tune in. Be sure to tune in. Likewise, VODs are going to be uploaded to YouTube. They're on Twitch. VODs everywhere, papi, everywhere. And again, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have some of our matches. We will have the Christmas Cup round of 8. See you soon. See you soon. Otherwise, if you just want to tune into this, hope you'll have a great weekend. Hope you have a great night. And yeah, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with some more StarCraft. When it comes to more ESL Open Cups, tomorrow we're going to be live with ESL Open Cup Asia. Asia's tomorrow, America's the day after. So see you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night, as we just wrapped up with the ESL Open Cup America's replay cast, and now we are here with something else, with the Christmas Cup Round of 8 group stage, also a replay cast. For those that are curious, we were supposed to cast this live. These events occurred last night, 24 hours ago. Last night, these matches were played out, and ideally, we were hoping to finish up OSC King of the Hill, which we were casting last night, leading into Christmas Cup. OSC King of the Hill lasted 5 hours. It lasted 5 hours. By the time it ended, Christmas Cup was wrapping up, so we missed out on it, unfortunately, but shout out to the players, shout out to the organizers, replays were provided, and we can catch up on the round of 8. And we're on a bit of a timer because, fun fact, last night was the round of 8, and tonight, in 2.5 hours, we're going to be casting live the round of 4, the semifinals and the finals of this event of the Christmas Cup 2023. And yeah, so we have 2.5 hours to quickly go over the group stage, go over the round of 8, and get ready for our live coverage of the round of 4. Now, because we're on a bit of a timer, I do have a lot of replays. And the way that this is, the way this works is that there are two groups of 4, and they are GSL groups here with 4 players. Because we're in a bit of a timer, we will be going over only the qualifying matches, the winners match and the decider match. There are other matches that did play out, and we could cover them as well, but I don't think we have the time to do so. I think if we did, then we would be going into the live cast of the round of 4, and that's not ideal. So we're going to be getting into the winners match here. Here we go. We're in Group A. We're in Group B. Here in Group B, we have Wayne as well as Shameless going to be duking it out. Nickract is also in this group as well. Wayne was able to win his series. Shameless able to win his own. Shameless did go up 2-1 against Nickract, and Wayne was able to bring down his opponent as well. I believe Wayne, he was able to bring down Wannabe Beyond. I keep missing Wannabe Beyond. I want to cast him. So Wayne was able to bring down Wannabe Beyond. Shameless took down Nickract, and now they're facing off here in the winners match in a ZVP. And I'm excited. If you have been tuning into the CranKy Ducklings over the past month, past 2 months, you would know that we've been casting a lot of Shameless recently, and he's been impressing us. And for Shameless to make it this far already in the tournament is very impressive. I'm very impressed with how much he's improved in what seems to be a short period of time. And now he's up against one of the best Zerg players in all of Europe. He's up against Wayne. Oh boy. Again, ESL Open Cup Americas was mainly full of Protoss and Terran, but now we get to embrace a little bit of Zerg action. A little bit. As we're getting ready for game number 1 in this best of 3. As a reminder, these are all best of 3s. Best of 5s are reserved for the live broadcast in a couple of hours. That's where the best of 5s and best of 7s will be held. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardland, we have a red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Here we go. For those that are curious as to what this event is, like Christmas Cup, wasn't Christmas like last year? It's like, yes, it was. This event did begin in December of last year, that is true, but the event began with some of the lower leagues. We actually had a bronze edition of this tournament, we have a silver edition, gold edition, platinum, diamond, masters, and then the pro edition, the finale. So we've been working through all the leagues, and over time, and as a result, it did take some time, to take a couple of weeks to go through all those leagues, of course, all those tournaments, all those matches, and now we are here where the pros are duking it out. So it was really cool to see the organizers of this event actually give some opportunity and give some prize money to players of lower leagues like bronze and diamond and platinum and gold. So it's really cool to see that as we, of course, now diving into the finale here. It all ends in, well, from here on forward with our top 8 players. The top 8 in the region. I say in the region, I mean this was open to all players from all regions, and this is who we do have left. For now, Wayne going to be forced to take the unnatural natural, going for a hatch gas pool opener. Shameless going for a gate expand into the side of the core standard openers overall. Wayne forced into a more uncomfortable position, but outside of that, things are looking as they should. The other big thing about this event, for those that are curious, the Christmas Cup does have a pretty hefty prize pool. I believe it's, what, almost 3,000 USD? 3,000 USD, and top 16 get paid out. So these players, they're already in the money, they're already making some bank here, but we are looking to go even further in this tournament, even further into the top 4, into the finals. I just won a Caspian. Just won a Caspian. True. I always miss him, Poppy. I always miss him. As here we go. We do have a bit of a Stargate opener out of Shameless. Pretty standard stuff here. Going to be Stargate opener. Should be into Oracle. Should be into a third base location. Meanwhile, Wayne back at home still just droning on up, getting into the swing of things, getting into our game. Getting ready for said mid-game. Nothing out of the norm yet. When it comes to Shameless and how much he's been improving over time, again, he has been looking impressive. And what's been impressive as well is that it hasn't been cheese. Like, he hasn't been cheesing his way through the tournaments or going for all these all-ins. It's been pretty stock standard. I mean, he has had aggression, don't get me wrong. He has been committed in some of his builds, but overall has kind of worked towards the mid-game. Has worked towards the mid-game overall. As Adept's going to be threading that mineral line. Link's going to be on the way. Second Adept has arrived, and we are going Phoenix first. Interesting. Okay, not Oracle. We're going for the Phoenix. The power of this Phoenix, of course, is to shut down Overlords and to deny the scout of Wayne, to keep the Zerg player in the dark. Adept's going to be diving into the mineral line, going to be threatening those drones, forcing quite a lot of less mining time. And up, we get one. We get one drone for our troubles. Meanwhile, the Phoenix does arrive. He's going to be forcing back this Overlord. And typically when we go for something like a Phoenix opener, we have potential to go for something hidden behind this. Something like Glaive at Depths, maybe double Stargate into Sky Toss, potentially a charge all in, or standard play. Doesn't have to be something crazy, but it could be. Was the Lings, they do arrive, they shut down the probe, they shut down the Adepts, and we are looking for a cancel on this Nexus. And where is the Oracle? How do we defend? The Oracle comes in just in time and up! Can we save it? Can we save the base? We barely can. The Nexus will live. Oh boy. Bit of a scary moment. The downside of going Phoenix first is that your Oracle is delayed. And your base is vulnerable, but we do keep it alive. As the Phoenix is looking for another Overlord. And we will find one. We will manage to get another Overlord across the map. Behind this, ooh, interesting. We're not going for a Twilight Council, we're going for a Forge and a Robo. This is a very tech-heavy style. This is similar to how Showtime and Creator play out PvZ. For those that are curious, there's no Twilight Council, which means no charge, no glaives, no blink, no real way to really be too active on the map anytime soon. We're focusing on upgrades and teching up. So a very defensive style. Very defensive. We're going to be here for a while. Meanwhile, Wayne behind this, he's droning up. We're getting into +1 melee. Working towards, I imagine, Lingbane Ro8 Ravager. Lingbane Hydra has fallen off. As much as I dislike that, like I love the variety and I love seeing Lingbane Hydra, we don't really get to see it too often anymore. It's a relatively risky way to play. Baneliness has been thrown down. We will be droning on up, saturating our bases. Immortal production has commenced, and we should soon be working towards a fast robotics bay. Into a fast bay, second robo, double Colossus production. That's typically where this leads us, but we'll see. As Ling's going to be threatening this third base. Oh! The wall is a wall. We do get us around. We can maybe pick up a probe. We do get one. And we're going for quite a gateway explosion behind this. We're getting to Void Rays? Question mark? Okay. So instead of taking up into Colossi, we are continuing Immortal production. We're going for a massive gateway explosion as well. How many gateways? Going to be 7 in total. Void Ray production recommencing here for Shameless, and yeah, this is interesting. I'm really curious to see how this all comes together. Oracle's getting across the map. They get a couple of drones. The Queens, they come in from behind, and we do shot one of them down. A big pick off. Oracle does fall. There's that Roach Warden on the way. As we mentioned, should be Lingbane Ro8 Ravager. It is going to be the composition of choice for Wayne. Very robust army here in the mid-game. And we are going for a Soul Train-esque push. Off of 3 bases, we have Immortals, Sentries, a couple of Void Rays. It's going to be an amalgamation of a Protoss army, but we'll have potential. Behind this, oh, we have Wayne sneaking out a Spire. Spire is on the way for me to play. And we'll see if Shameless can break Wayne before he can get into those mutas. Fourth base soon to be taken. The Immortals have been revealed. Ooh, a big scout there for Wayne. He's amassing roaches. Shameless, he is pushing. Again, there's no blink, there's no charge, no glaives. We're relying on force fields. Force fields, they need to be looking good here for Shameless. As we're pushing out on 3 bases, we are very committed with this. No gases have been taken here at the 3rd. Queens are amassing. Ravagers are on the way. 7 Ravagers in production. They still need a little bit more time. And they come out just in time. Force fields is burned down. Biles will connect. Oh. They do force back the army. We do have a lot of Stalkers that we're breaking through. Oof. Biles, they take down the shields. They take down the Stalker. The Immortals looking very vulnerable, and one of them is going to get picked off. The Biles, they take down an Overlord, but it looks like, can we barely hold on? The boys are being pulled. They have to be. The Ro8 Ravager looking very exposed. We need more lanes. The Biles barely do miss. Do you manage to save that Immortal? It looks like Shameless. Do we break through? Do we clean this up? Every single worker is falling. We have more boys being pulled. We have to. We have to pull the boys once again. The Biles, they will connect. We barely hold. We barely bring down that Prism. And we will barely clean this up, but not without taking damage. 22 drones went down. That was an insane push out of Shameless. But again, the Warpin was denied, and he is forced to back off. Behind this, Shameless does have a higher worker count. He has a better economy. He's on 67 workers, but he lost his army. He is down in supply here. He barely has anything to work with. As the Oracle is looking for more drone kills. Getting another worker. And Wayne from here has a lot of recovering to do. Now, thankfully for Wayne, he was able to reset the Immortals and the Prism. Honestly, imagine if that Prism hadn't gone down, if the Biles didn't connect with one of those Immortals either, I think Shameless maybe breaks through. I think maybe he wins. Maybe he does manage to break Wayne then and there, but alas, he barely didn't have enough. And now Shameless is stuck at home, and we're in a really awkward position because we were pretty committed and pretty all in with that attack. 4th base is now on the way. What I mean by that is, without the Twilight Council, we're really lacking in upgrades. We're really lacking in how we can really round out this army. These are vanilla Zealots and vanilla Stalkers. This army is quite vulnerable and is being left behind. Tech-wise, we have +2 on the way. Roach speed, Bailing speed. Spire, I believe, yeah, Spire was cancelled. It had to be. Oracle gets more drone kills. 4 more workers go down. The damage being dealt here by Shameless. Oh! Gets another drone. Gets another 2. Very impressive. Behind this, we're getting to Archon, Storm. Temple Archives on the way. Again, Shameless, he still needs more time to recover. Still needs more time to build up. And we're throwing down cannons, and because Shameless is stuck at home, Wayne, he is rebuilding. He's droning up once again, getting up to 80 workers, another hatchery on the way. I think that maybe the play for Shameless maybe should have been to rebuild the Prism first and get ready for a counterattack and go for a second all-in. But even then, I don't know if that would have worked. Just because Wayne was also rebuilding his own Ro8 Ravager army. Here we go. Wayne has a terrifying force here outside the 4th. Shameless getting ready for it. Charge just now finishes. +2 on the way. Wayne coming in from both angles. There is no Storm. Bailey's, they roll in. And they crash into the Gateway army. Zelt's going to be going down. We ignore. We go straight for the Warp in. And we go straight for the probes. Boys are being pulled. They will evacuate. They will avoid those Baileys, but we shut down everything else. The Archons go down, the Immortals, and the Gateway army. And Wayne here in the counterattack will take it. GG gets called. Wayne takes game number 1. GG. GG, and that was pretty close. That was not an easy one there for Wayne. He was at death's door. Shameless almost broke him with that push. It was very impressive. Again, a very Soul Train-esque all-in on 3 bases. Didn't really have a fourth behind it, didn't have any other tech behind it either. Very committed, but just barely didn't work. Just barely. Was close though. Was so close, yet so far. And with that, we're getting ready for game number 2. Wayne, of course, having a 1-0 lead. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. This is a best of 3. So Wayne just needs one more. Shameless has to take this game here and now to force the ace match. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have... Oh my god. We have our red Zerg player. Our red Zerg representing Starlight Twinkle leading the series 1-0. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. As Wayne is opting to go for a 15-15. 15 hatch opener here, followed by a 15 spawning pool. A relatively interesting way to open up. It's just a way to securely establish your natural base. It does mean that you're behind gas-wise. It is slightly more inefficient, but you're able to get your bases up where you want them to be. A much more comfortable opener here out of Wayne. And this can lead into roach play, just because your gases will be delayed. We'll see how delayed. Shameless going to be coming in for a scout. Going to confirm the hatchery already in production. He's going to confirm the earlier hatch timing, as well as the lack of gas. See Ice down in the chat. From my understanding, this tournament was open to all players. But yeah, mainly players from our CIS region. Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania were the ones to get involved, from my understanding. As here we go again, just going to be getting into our gases. Again, delayed for Wayne, but we're going to be prioritizing that. Getting to our 2-base saturation. And behind this Shameless, what kind of opener do we go for? Again, my eyes are mainly on Shameless. This pylon does signify a Stargate opener. It is closer to the edge of the map, closer to get across the map to our opponent. But we'll see if we mix it up with the Twilight Council instead. We shall see. The Overlord has arrived. Stargate is going to be thrown down now. Just because it's a Stargate doesn't mean it has to be standard play. As we saw in the previous game, we did have a Phoenix first, designed to shut down these Overlords, designed to keep Wayne in the dark. So, Shameless clearly willing to mix it up. Clearly willing to spice things up here against his opponent. Rock's going to be knocked down. Third base being taken. Wayne just fortifying himself here, getting to additional queens. Depths have arrived, but we should be able to deal with this without losing too much. There we go, the leagues, they do respond. And again, for the most part, my eyes are on our Protoss player to see what direction we take us in, as the Stargate is about to finish. Now, the second Adept has arrived, so we can one-shot workers. Once again, it is the Phoenix. Phoenix opener out of Shameless. So, similar idea, where his goal here is to shut down the Overlords, is to keep Wayne in the dark and to hide his follower. And again, with that hidden build in game number 1, it almost did break Wayne. I imagine we're going to be doing something different this time, though. Typically in a PvZ, you don't want to be doing the same build in 2 games in a row. Ooh, as we are looking for that Overlord, alas, it is hidden here outside the natural. So Shameless unable to find it yet, and hopefully he does soon, as he is on the hunt. Wayne behind this, just going to be droning up, getting to his queen production. Link speed is on the way, so we're not rushing into roaches. Likewise, Shameless working on his own third base. And it looks like Shameless will finally get on top of that Overlord. Wayne coming in for the scouts. The Phoenix doesn't have too much DPS, so we might be able to dip further into the main. We are edging on closer, and it looks like we won't see too much, though. We have eyes on the Stargate at least, and maybe the Oracle, but not much else. Speaking of, the first Oracle gets across the map. The Spore is not ready. No Spore, only 1 queen, 5 drones go down. Oh, Wayne caught off guard. Was not ready for oracles. Second oracle on the way. Spores are repositioning. Pretty good damage so far here from Shameless. We have +1 melee in production here for Wayne. And it's the same build. I was like, there's no shot he does it 2 games in a row, right? Nah, Papi, let's go. Robo Forge, no Twilight Council. So once again, prioritizing our upgrades, prioritizing Immortal production. Now, if you remember, in Game 1, or if we get in once again, need 2 more drones. In Game 1, I was theorizing that this should be to get into faster Colossus production and to get into a longer game. But Shameless had his own unique build, had his own unique kind of Soul Train-esque Immortal all-in. So we'll see if he goes the one way or the other. Ooh, as that is a delayed Twilight Council. So it is going to be a different build here out of Shameless. Similar start, but different end result. As we have Adepts threatening that third base. Oracle's pushing towards the main. Twilight Council is on the way. Alongside those gateways. Queens are in position. And we're going to be able to go ahead, but we will lose an Oracle. A bit of an overextension by Shameless. Getting a little bit too cavalier there. Is forced back. Wayne, meanwhile, has map control, moving out with his Lings. Going to be threatening the bases here of Shameless. Going for a Bane Bust even. Oh my god. Going straight for the natural, but is going to get scouted. Big scout here from Shameless. Does see it with the Observer. Does see he is aware. We're rotating over. Bane's going to be molding, and we have sentries for force fields, and we should hold. Oh! You can see Wayne trying to bait out that force field. Heads towards the third base instead. Clutch force fields here from Shameless. And the Bane's going to be cleaned up. The Lings are going to be able to go hand, though. Get a couple of pros, but not too much more. Good defense. Good defense overall for the Protoss. And we have charge on the way. Okay. +1 charge. I imagine Archons as well. There we go. Temple Archives is thrown down. So charge on Archon going to be the composition here for Shameless. Meanwhile, behind this, Spire. Now, we saw that Wayne wasn't able to make use of this Spire in Game 1 because of the all-in. We'll see if we can get into Mutas this time. Mutas have a lot of potential in this matchup if they go unscattered. If they're unscattered. So Oracle's A dive in. They get a Revelation off. They do head behind the natural base, but they do not scout the Spire. Oh, they go in! As they go in, we do have a massively counterattack. We catch the army! Sentries are exposed. No force fields that were spent earlier. And both sentries go down. We don't get the Immortal, but that was still a good trade here for Wayne. Revelation does get eyes on the Spire. We're fully aware of the would-be Mutas. And Phoenixes are in production. So a good scout for Shameless. Oh, he does lose one of his Oracles. Getting eyes on the fourth base. And he does want to apply pressure, but this army, it's so... like, there's not much here. it's barely an army. We have a handful of Zealots, we have a handful of Archons, a couple of Immortals. We're pushing towards the fourth base. At the same time, a massive link counterattack, and we are out of position. Shield battery is going to be going down. The Zealots, they get surrounded. At the same time, Shameless is getting damage done across the map. He does catch a Queen. Does get a couple of drones. Oh, but we're going for the base. We're going for the Nexus. We get us surrounded, we're going to bring it down as well. +1 melee Lings, they will have their way with this base. And the Nexus does fall. Just barely. At the same time, Shameless also killed the Hatchery. Trading a base for a base. But the Mutas have arrived. And that's a lot of Mutas. Oh my god. 14, 15 Mutas moving out. They will turn back around though. We're going to deal with this army. And this is a one-way trip. There's no way out. The Immortals are Archons. They're going to be shut down and nothing shoots up. GG gets called as Shameless will lose his army and will lose map control. Wayne will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Game 1 was close. Game 1, Wayne, he barely held on. Here in Game 2, Wayne was a lot more in control here. He was able to have his way with the army of his opponent. Was losing a lot of drones, that's what I will say. There was a lot of economic damage being done by Shameless, that is true. But when it came to the main pushes here, we did feel like we overextended. We just pushed out a little bit too far. Lost our base as a result, lost our army as well. Shameless had nothing left, and Wayne will be the first to advance on out of Group B. GG. Again, Wayne is coming in as one of the favored players in this entire tournament, but we'll see if he can make it. Again, he has already, I believe, dropped a couple of maps in the group stages. We'll see who can meet him, though. Who does meet him in the next round. As from here, we're going to be going and following Shameless into the losers bracket, into the decider match here. I mentioned before we didn't cast it, but Shameless did bring down Nickract 2-1 in a best of 3 to make it to face off against Wayne, and now we have a rematch. We have a rematch between Nickract and Shameless. Let's go. Again, they faced off earlier and Shameless did come out on top, but now we have a rematch. We have a chance to redeem ourselves here in the decider match. Here we go. We do dive into this, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Terran player representing Twisted Minds. It is Nickract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Here we go. Nickract going up against Shameless. He has a chance here to get his revenge. Likewise, we weren't able to cast that first match and how that all unfolded, so I'm excited. I want to see how these two compare to each other. Clearly, they went to the ace match earlier. They, I would say, are comparable in skill. But how did that series turn out? Traditionally, Nickract, he is more of an aggressive player. We have seen him thrive a lot in TBT. I would go as far as to say that TBT is Nickract's best matchup. To be fair, I haven't seen him in the new Cyclone meta. I haven't seen him in the new TBT meta of the current patch. But in general, that is what he was known for. Here against Protoss as well, I'll always remember, oh god, it was like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, where we casted Nickract in some OSC King of the Hills in some Team League matches, and he would just whip out like these crazy all-ins. He would go for a Cyclone all-ins against Protoss, with the old Cyclone, by the way, not with the new one, whipping out mech at times, being very creative and very aggressive. So I want to see how he has evolved as a player. Across the map, Shameless going for a gate expand. Going for a standard opener. Likewise, Nickract also going for an economic opener himself, going for a Rax expand off of a single gas geyser. So everything looking as it should here in the early game. Nickract being just a little bit more economic. Workers going to be moving out, going to be scouting each other. Nickract does pull back. And we are going Reaper first. This is so refreshing, I'll be honest. After casting a bunch of TVPs over the past couple of days with players like Björn and Maru and Clem, and how aggressive they've been, I appreciate just a standard Reaper first. No, I like it. Gonna be able to scatter our opponents, get a bit of damage done. Ooh, and we have our take of choice. We are going for a Twilight Council. At the same time, Nickract, show us the starport. Factory is on the way. Reactor as well. I'm imagining an add-on swap here to get into Hellion production and a proxy starport across the map. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Meanwhile, Shameless with this Twilight Council opener should be Blink Stalkers, but we also have Dark Templar on the table. And there it is. There's that proxy starport from Nickract. Hellions are on the way. And we should be working towards a Hellion drop into the main base. Well, we have one of two options. We can either go for a Hellion drop, or we can go for a Hellion run by into the natural and proxy Liberator instead of proxy medevac. So we do have some options here. As again, Nickract does want to try to take control of the early game and set a pace. Behind this, it's going to be a Blink Stalker opener. Second gateways in production. Shameless going to be fully walling up here at the natural. Oh, sorry, I was just dying. And Nickract is going for a medevac. Is going for that Hellion drop towards that main base. Shameless, he's prepared here at the natural, less so in the main. Does have a couple of units here in position. We are setting up for a third base. So it's going to be 2-gate blink into a third. Very economic opener out of Shameless. Not being too aggressive at all. But here comes the drop play again. It takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. We have more than enough. So we do dive into the mineral line. Probes are going to be going down. Boys are being pulled and workers are falling. Going to be 2 workers so far. The medevac! Medevac barely does escape. The SimCity working against Shameless. Locking the stalkers out. And more probes are going to be falling. They line up. No, they line up towards the end. 6 probes fall. It was looking like a decent defense, but that was quite a bit of damage dealt towards the end. And from here, Nickrack, he takes a worker lead. Not just a worker lead, we have mules on top of that. So Nickrack going to be taking an economic lead overall. Getting into his... Ooh, I was going to say 3-1-1 setup. That is 5 Raxes on 2 bases. This is pretty committed. We're getting into our 5-rack setup. We'll see if we stick to this a little bit longer here, as there's still no third CC on the way. Nickrack is aware as well of the third base of his opponent. And we are building up towards Stim and +1. We're building up a hefty army here with 5 Raxes. And the longer this goes on, the more committed this is looking. Meanwhile, back at home, Shameless is stuck licking his wounds. Again, it was only a 2-gate blink opener, so he can't really counterattack. He can't really have any presence on the map. This was supposed to be economic, and he's lost his economy. Instead, working towards charge, looking like a swarm toss composition. Charge and +1. We will soon be getting our gateway explosion once we get our third base up and running. Oh, but Nickrack, he does get eyes on the observer. He sees, he knows, he shuts it down, and this means that Shameless won't see the move out. No. He won't see whether or not there's a third base or the army moving out across the map. We have a second observer here in the center. And we do need some more scanning information. Medevacs are on the way. And there's that gateway explosion that we spoke about. 6 gateways, so it's going to be 8 gates in total. 8-gate charge. The gateways are just now finishing, and Shameless is still building up on 3 bases. And by this point, I don't see a base. I do not see a third base whatsoever. We're going to be pushing here. We're going to be moving out. Well, the Stalkers, they do run into the army, but 1 Stalker falls. And Shameless, he needs to slow this down, because this is so very committed. Stim, combat shields +1, it's all finishing up. Now, we are not pulling the boys with this. I was half expecting us to pull the boys. Regardless, it's still a hefty army. Stalker's taking a lot of damage. Force fields are available. Charge is now done. But the Zealots, they trickle in. Decent force fields. A couple of Marines get shaved off, but we have 4 tanks behind this. We have an insane tank count. Reinforcements are on the way. And we're pushing towards the third base. Shameless trying to set up a surround. Gets Stalkers towards the north. He's pushing in, but a little bit too late. Yeah, the Stalkers, they come in too late. They catch a tank. We get 1, we get 2. We get a 3rd tank as well. But there's just too much Terran and too much here. As we break through the army, we break through into the third base. We have a couple more Zealots on the way. There's 1 tank left. There's 1 tank remaining, but it looks like there just isn't enough here from Shameless. GG gets called. He is broken, and Nickrack takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Nickrack taking a hefty economic lead at the start of the game, and from there, going into a 2-base all-in. That was a 2-base all-in there from Nickrack. Didn't pull the boys, but again, there was no third CC behind it, no follow-up upgrades or tech. It was all or nothing for Nickrack, aware that his opponent was vulnerable, and again, Shameless just wasn't able to keep up. Wasn't able to keep up with Nickrack, and that's game 1. Game 1 in the books. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Game number 2 here. Going to be on Site Delta. This morning, in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Red Terran player. Our Red Terran representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, representing Team Little Fairy, down in the series, looking to fight back. It is Shameless. Hello. As Nicaract is going to be sending his first SCV across the map towards the top side as well. Interesting. What do we have in store for us here as we are going for a proxy Rax? Oh boy. A Rax is being proxied. Now, we did see a proxy Rax earlier when we casted Clem versus Estrella. This should not be proxy Marine. This should be proxy Reaper. I mean, I say that. It is a little bit further back. We are going double gas. This should be Reaper production here from Nicaract. Looking to get into the main base. Looking to try to cripple the economy of Shameless as he transitions back at home. Next minute. Let's see the tech lab. Let's see it, Papi. Probe comes in. Probe Scout is going to confirm that the Rax is missing. We're also going to get eyes on both gases being taken as well. So we are aware that something is a little bit wrong. It is not uncommon to hide the Rax at the third base or at the natural location, so Shameless, he does have to check. Does have to look. As he's checking the natural base, soon to be checking the third as well. Reapers are on the way. And the SCV is going to be heading behind the mineral line. So the goal here is to get a bunker up and running, to take control of the low ground, take control of the economy. Bunker is on the way. Thankfully, Shameless is already here on the low ground, so we can try to tase away at that SCV. But the Reaper is about to pop out. And this bunker should finish. Again, good control so far. And Nicaract does RNG onto the other side of that bunker. Reaper comes in. And the probe does go down. We got one worker so far. We want some more. Going for more damage here. The probe's taking a lot of hits. Ooh, second probe falls. Nicaract is barely going to be forced back. Shield battery on the way. Ooh, and Shameless, he can now position this Reaper. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Reaper is just too low. We cannot get to the bunker. Not anymore. Second Reaper does arrive. And we're going to try and dive in. Looks like we will make it into said bunker as well. We're going to try and delay mining for as long as we can. Behind this, Nicaract getting into a 1-1-1. Already working towards the starport. Stalkers have arrived. Again, shield battery going to be topping them up, but we are getting damage dealt here to this bunker. So far, good juggling with the SCV. Great ice control there from Nicaract. Just trying to avoid those shots. Repair as much as he can. Oh my god. Eventually, this will be salvaged, though. Eventually, this will be shut down. As the third Reaper comes in, we shut down one of the Stalkers. Ooh, this is becoming a bit too much. Stalker falls, that should not have happened. Yeah, overcharges popped as well. Great trade here for Nicaract. As he does salvage. Salvage just in time, and now Shameless, he can Maynard over and saturate his natural. But again, Nicaract did an amazing amount of damage, like delaying mining time, as well as killing a Stalker. Really good stuff so far. Behind this, we're getting into an armory. Oh my god. Papi. Nicaract getting ready for a mine drop, a very committed mine drop at that. We don't see this too often. Here we go, 4 wind mines zooming across the map, and we're not done. We have more wind mines behind this, and more medevacs. We're doubling down, we're committing to drop play. Now, this is really risky. If this doesn't get damage done, Nicaract will fall behind. We're committing so hard here, delaying tank production, delaying cyclones as well, or skipping cyclones. Investing so hard into mass wind mine. We have Reapers zipping towards the natural, drop into the main. Detection will be required, detection not available. Boy's gonna be pulled, up, up. Oh my god, as we waddle on ever closer. Getting towards that mineral line. Mine shot's going to be going up. So far, good reactions. There is one Widowmine left here behind that Nexus, but it will go off. 5 probes in total. 5 workers go down, but the Widowmines, they're going to reset. There is an observer on the way. But will the mines in the main base go off again for a second time? Ah, they will. Uh-oh. We do shut down one of those mines. Shameless does pull away. Does pull away just in time. Once we lose another handful of workers. Reaper goes in. We have another mine drop. But the mines in the main base are going to get cleaned up. Mines are dropping. We do get eyes on this, and so far, good reactions out of Shameless. Going for the scan. Going for the scan. He wants the observer. Doesn't quite get it. Unfortunately, a wasted scan for Nicaract, and we will hold. And we need to take stock here. A couple of things about what just happened. One, the Widow Mines, they traded at least to survive, which is good. But Nicaract, he did delay his natural base. He delayed his natural in favor of the 1-1-1, which is why he's actually a little bit behind in workers. He has killed 9 probes in total, but again, he's still struggling here in the worker count. Still not ideal for Nicaract. Still building himself up. Behind this, oh my god, it's another 2-base all in. Jesus. I know that I said earlier that Nicaract is known for his aggression, but calm down. Oh my god. Oh, the mine drop. The mines are going to be shut down. Detection is available. Ooh. Stalker goes down. Clean up the Widow Mines. And again, behind this, we are on 5 racks. It's going to be just like the previous game. 5-1-1 setup here on 2 bases. Very aggressive. Very aggressive production here from Nicaract. Shameless dips in. Let's get eyes on the army. Blink is done, so we can try to slow down this push as best he can as he moves out. And we see Shameless getting into his own gateway explosion. But again, Shameless, he is on 3-base saturation. He's on 56 probes. Unlike the previous game, Shameless, he can sustain himself. Getting up to 8 gateways. Nicaract building up towards his push. Still needing a little bit more time. It is going to be a terrifying army, but as opposed to the previous game, Shameless, he should have more to defend. Should. That's a thing to bear in mind. So you go. We have our on siege. Nicaract getting ready for his push. Behind this charge, still on the way, just now finishing. The Stalkers will try to slow this down. Good pick off. Nicaract does get eyes on the observer. 4th base on the way. Oh, this is... I'm not too sure about this. We're being a little bit greedy here. Remember, there's no 3rd. We're all in here. We're committed with this push. We need to defend more than anything, not focus on our economy. Shameless is already ahead. We are picking away at these Marines. The damage being dealt. Prism slips in. Oh, and there's not much at home to defend. Do we see a big warp? And as they collide with the army, we catch the tanks. 1, 2 tanks go down. And we're getting on top of everything else. The 3rd tank is going to fall as well. Nicaract, he gets cleaned up. He has reinforcements on the way, but Shameless just shuts this down. I appreciate that Shameless didn't warp in into the main base. The Prism just now warping in. We needed the defenses back at home. We shut down the tanks, and then we harass. And the Zealots are going ham. 9 SCVs go down, taking control of the economy. We take control. And Nicaract, he's just racing back home here. We'll deal with this, we'll clean this up, but again, he's all in. And he barely has an economy to speak of. He's down to 35 SCVs. He doesn't want to be making workers right now. And behind this, Shameless, he's getting away with his 4th. This was greedy. I'll stand by it. This was a greedy move out of Shameless. He doesn't need the 4th, but he has it, and he's looking even better as a result. Sustaining himself, warping in, getting into Immortal production, +2 on the way. I would love to see a Temple Archives. Meanwhile, more Zealots are going down. Sorry, more SCVs are going down to the Zealots. 5 more worker kills. Nicaract going for his 2nd wave. At this point, we may as well pull the boys. We are so committed. Isn't being forced further back. Reinforcements stuck at home as well. Nickeract is pushing, and he has potential looking at the armies. Nickeract technically has a larger army supply. He's got 2 tanks, got a handful of Marauders, chunk of Marines. He scans ahead of time. There's no splash damage, no Storm, no Colossus, no Disruptors. Can Nickeract pull this off? Well, it's the Force Field. Oh my god, the Force Fields are insane. We clean up half of the Bio Army. Slowing down the push. Zealot's still across the map, still wreaking havoc. Delaying any kind of reinforcements. Big tank volleys going off, but we have the overcharge. And here come the Immortals. We shut down the tanks once again for a second time. Nickeract, again, he barely has an army. Being forced back. No third TC. No longevity. And Shameless is pushing. This time he's committing. Going for a big counterattack. We have the Prism to reinforce. With the help of the War Prism, we can, of course, push in, but may as well wait. May as well wait for the Colossus. At this point, we can afford a second Robo, double Colossus production, getting into Disruptors. Shameless, he has options. He has options at this point. Nickeract less so. Oh my god. A third TC is on the way, but this is a Hail Mary play here. It's a bold third base timing at the 11-minute mark. While Shameless, he's up 2 bases. Again, like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? It's like the 2 base all-ins have failed twice now for Nickeract. Like, he just hasn't been able to gain momentum. So he most likely knows that he cannot break Colossus anymore. At the same time, it's too late to take a third, but we have to, like, what's the other option? To, like, run your army into a death ball of a Protoss army and just lose everything is not the wisest of choice. I mean, it's not an appealing choice for Nickeract. So we're taking a third. We're praying we can maybe stabilize. If Shameless backs off for a couple of minutes, if he stays at home, then Nickeract can catch up. But Shameless is maxed. He's at 200 supply. He's ready. He's ready for anything. And Nickeract still licking his wounds. Working on that potential third. As he moves out, Shameless should be moving in. Like, his kind of trigger point at this point should be Nickeract attempting to expand, as he is exposing himself. Nickeract is going to be exposed, and Shameless is going to be scouting with Hallucination. He hasn't seen the third yet, but he soon will. Hallucination dives in, we get eyes on the CC. We get eyes on the saturation, and immediately Shameless pushes. Yeah, that's the correct call here. Shameless knows that he doesn't want to push into a 2-basing Terran, but a 3-basing Terran, that's a different story. Again, this position we can attack from multiple angles. It's that much more wide open. There's no ramp to defend. Shameless is going to be committing. And what do we have to defend? We have 6 Vikings. We have 1 tank in the backline. We have a lot of Marauders. And we're going for the push. That 1 tank getting a lot of damage done here in the back line, but 12 SCVs go down, 13 as we have a big warping into the main base. Zealots in the natural, in the main, and the main army pushing towards the third base. Everything is on fire. Everything is flashing red. And Shameless, he will break through. GG gets called. Shameless ties up the series 1-1. GG. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. We are going the distance here. Again, this game, Nickeract, he was so aggressive here, going for the armory, Widowmine drops, delaying his third base, committing to his 2-base all-in as well. Unfortunately, he did set himself behind. The Widowmine drop didn't do enough, not just because how committed it was, but also because we did delay our natural base to get into the 1-1-1 to begin with. So, Nickeract, there was a lot of onus, there was a lot of pressure on him to kill workers. And he did kill some probes, not enough. He killed 9 probes in total for 6 Widowmines, which again was just not a good enough trade. 6 Widowmines plus the medevacs plus the armory plus the delayed base, and Shameless was able to look quite comfortable in the aftermath of that. and able to secure his position and snowball into a win. And now we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends in game number 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hard Lead, we have a red Terran player representing Twisted Minds. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have opponent. We have the blue Ro8 player representing Team Little Fairy, tying up the series 1-1. It is Shameless. We go. Actually, I like that Shameless doesn't try to fight off the natural ramp. Yeah. It's very. It can be very tempting, like especially if you're maxed out, especially if you know that you have an advantage. Like pushing up a ramp can be the death of you. We've seen many a player be up in supply and suddenly lose that advantage by pushing up into the defender's advantage. So Shameless just having a secure end to the game there as we ease into the ace match. As the probe is going to be pushing. Okay, so scanning information, Nicaract going for a more economic opener. Let's go. A Rax expands. We're bringing it back just like game 1. So as opposed to the proxy, as opposed to the all-ins from game 2, we have Nicaract just calming down here in game number 3. Working towards that CC on the low ground. We can see Shameless being as annoying as possible, trying to delay that expansion. Will he throw down the pylon? As for now, just rotating around. And Nicaract, his natural waste is going to be delayed by a couple of seconds, but he will get it on location. And we can ease into our game. And ease on in. Ramp OP, unironically, it's pretty good. Don't underestimate a ramp. It's not as good as Brood War, of course, but good nonetheless. As Shameless back at home going for his tech of choice. And what do we see? So far we've seen a lot of Twilight Council play. No Stargate openers yet. As Reaper tries to dip in. Forced out by the Adept. And there it is once again, 3 games in a row. Twilight Council opener out of Shameless. Should be Blink. I imagine Blink into 2 gateways into our 3rd base, but we'll see. Keep our eye on Shameless. As Reaper is forced back behind this, Nicaract getting into his own setup as well. Working towards his racks into factory. He will not be going for a 3 racks, which is viable here on Hard Lead. We're even going for his safety cyclone. I believe he hasn't seen the tech as... Oh no, okay, he has. He has seen the Twilight Council. Nicaract, he has scouted. Reaper does dive in. Oh! And so far, we do get a probe. Pretty good pickup here for Nicaract. 1 worker goes down. We deny mining time. Adept out of position. We will force this back. This will only Side Delta Radisson Station have a ramp? Yes. Yes. Only Side Delta Radisson Station. Only 2 maps with a ramp in this map pool. Stark contrast compared to our previous map pools as well, where ramps were more common at the natural location. Far more common. Nicaract going to be forcing back that Adept once again. Behind this, we're actually getting to really fast tank production. This is not of the norm, by the way. So there's no mine drop whatsoever. The Adept trying to get a scout, but will be denied. Really fast tank production going to Banshees as well. Oh my god. Once again, aggression on the table from Nicaract. Fast tanks typically means fast push. Likewise, Banshees can add quite a lot of DPS to this. Very Beyond-esque. Beyond is also one to incorporate Banshees and tanks here early on for some hyper-aggressive pushes. 3rd base going to be on the way for Shameless. And here comes the army very early on, by the way. My god. On top of the ramp. Catch a Stalker. Oh, Stalker goes down. Good pick off there from Nicaract. Behind this, we see Shameless getting to Safety Immortal. 2-gate blink into Colossus, question mark. No additional gateways yet. Again, Nick Rax is going to be rotating around, this time meeting up with the Banshee. 2 more Raxes behind this. Got just really early tanks. And our goal would be to wedge ourselves in between the bases and push towards the natural. Get on top of the robo. We'll see if we can. See if we can, as we're just waiting for the second tank. And if we can get within range of either the Nexus or the production, it is going to go down. And we're going for the base. We're going for the third. Shield batteries on the way. We have an Immortal, thankfully, but we missed the army completely. The Stalker's out of position. And Nick Rax, he dives in. Stalker's nowhere to be found. Tanks a siege upon the Nexus. Stalkers, they're racing back home. There's an Immortal. Forced above the overcharge. We can have our way with this base. Big tank volleys go up. Overcharge going to try to keep it alive. But with 2 tanks, it's just too much DPS. And it's going to go down. There's no saving it. There's no saving the space. The boys have to be pulled. They have to evacuate, and the third base goes down. Big pick up. At the same time, we try to catch reinforcements, but Shameless gets caught out instead. And Nick Rax, he can just back off, rotate around, and deny the third again for a second time. He's doubling back in. He's doubling back. Additional gateways on the way. Tanks are sieging. The armor, the shields are triggered. Pylon's going to be going down. Shield battery as well. And Nick Rax, he can just keep the pressure up, keep the pressure on. 1 Immortal remaining. Colossus on the way, but the tanks are getting within range of the production. We're going for the kill. We don't care about the third base, not anymore. Good target firing, 2 tanks go down, but at a cost. At a cost of every single unit. The Stalkers, the Immortals, and Nick Rax, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks through, GG gets called, and Nick Rax will take the series 2-1, qualifying for the round of 4. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god, again, really fast tank production there out of Nick Rax. Hyper aggressive style, going straight for that third base, and unfortunately, Shameless didn't see the move out. Remember, he had a scouting Stalker on the left-hand side, which did get denied. Likewise, as the army was pushing towards the third base, we had Stalkers moving out towards the center, out of position. If we had something to get eyes on the move out on the position, then we would have seen, we would have 100%, we had Blink already, would have seen Shameless slowing down the army, engaging in the center of the map, and picking away at the Marines, getting in position with his Immortal. It was very much so on Shameless to get an eye on the move out, and unfortunately wasn't able to. It did catch him completely off guard. He was caught with his pants down, and Nick Rax makes it through. GG. GG, well played. Wayne and Nick Rax, they make it out of Group B. And now we're getting ready for some Group A action. I'm ready for it, Bobby. I am ready for it. My condolences to Shameless. Shameless, he had a deep run. I brought this up earlier, but I always bring this up. How Shameless, he did amazingly in the Euro Cup. He did amazingly in Hatchery Cup as well. Like, Shameless, he's been getting some really good performances. And even here in the Christmas Cup, sure, he gets knocked out in the round of 8, but he had a really deep run. And Shameless, he even brought down some big names to make it this far. Fun fact, in the group stage, in the round of 16, Shameless, he 2-0'd Young Yakov, which is crazy, by the way. I know that a lot of these players are a little bit more unknown, and there are some people that maybe, they know Young Yakov, right? They don't know Shameless. Young Yakov, he's known for, beating Cyril, for example, being an up-and-comer and having some deep runs in these major tournaments. In DreamHacks and ESLs, in the regionals. For Shameless to bring Young Yakov down 2-0 is crazy, and yeah, had a really good performance. Wasn't able to replicate that against Wayne, unfortunately. Wasn't able to bring that out. But I had a good performance nonetheless, and yeah, GG. Congratulations, hope he is not disappointed with his performance here tonight. As we get ready for Group A. Here we go. Going to be getting ready here for our next group. Now I do not have the I don't have the winners match, unfortunately. as I believe the winner's match was a match between Skillest and Young Yakov. Skillest, of course, was coming in as the favorite player in Group A, and Skillest comes out first. But I do have replays from some of the other players here. Group A consisted of Skillest, Night Phoenix, Young Yakov, and Nikic. So Zergs and Protoss. No Terrans, unfortunately, so a little bit less diversity here in this group. But we can dive into this. Can dive into our next series here. Night Phoenix versus Nikic in a PvZ. Let's go. Let us go. And I believe this is the loser's match of Group A. And spawning. Oh god, I have to change it. Every time, Bobby, every time. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our yellow Protoss player representing Hot-Headed Gaming. It is Night Phoenix. From the land of Ukraine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Platoon. From the land of Belarus, it is Nikic. We go. ZVP is upon us. Fun fact, by the way, because last night, as I mentioned before, we weren't able to cast this live. We were casting OC King of the Hill. Fun fact, Night Phoenix, in the middle of playing in this tournament, he also played in OC King of the Hill, which was crazy. I remember he invited me to a lobby. I was like, oh, I can't cast Christmas Cup right now. He's like, no. I'm playing in King of the Hill. It's like, oh, wait, what? I was like, yeah, I'm playing in both at the same time. Okay. So when he had a little bit of downtime in the group stage, he was able to get a cheeky match in OC King of the Hill as well. So a bit of a fun fact. Non-stop StarCraft for Night Phoenix, playing in everything at once. And here we go. We're going to be getting into our openers as well. Nikic going for a Hatch Gas Pool Force, take the unnatural natural. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix going for a Gate Expand into the Cyber Core. Let us go. Going for his Gate Expand. Opener so far looking standard, but we'll see what kind of direction Night Phoenix takes us in. Again, traditionally in this matchup, Night Phoenix is actually quite aggressive. He's a very aggressive player here in the mid-game specifically. We'll see if Nikic can keep up. We have been also following Nikic in this tournament, and he's been having some pretty good results so far. Has had some good performances, and some scrappy games as well. If you have 2 monitors and 2 keyboards and 2 mice, it should not be too hard to play 2 at once. True. Just have 2 of everything. So we have Nikic here. Getting eyes on this probe. He's going to shut this down. Pylon has been thrown out to delay the expansion. But we should be able to shut this down. So Pylon is denied and the 3rd base is thrown down. Nikic able to get into his 3-base economy without too much issue. Behind this, Night Phoenix indeed going for the Stargate opener. But where will we take us? Again, Oracles would signify a 3rd base and a much more standard economic opener. Could go into Void Rays, could go into Phoenixes. Could try to deny map vision. I see that is going to be forced back, and we are going for the Void Ray first. Let's go! Night Phoenix. Now, with this Void Ray, we're going to be shutting down these Overlords, and again, we're going to be keeping Nikic in the dark as to what comes next. Whether it's Glaive Adepts, Double Stargate Skytoss, Charge all in, Blink all in. There's that Twilight Council. Very fast before the 3rd base even. Okay. Night Phoenix being very aggressive here. And again, the goal is to catch Nikic with his pants down. Adepts a shade into the main base, disrupting a lot of the mining actually, forcing a recall. And this looks like Glaive Adepts. This smells like Glaive Adepts. This should be Glaive Adepts. Overlord is going to be shut down by the Void Ray. We do come across it. It's going to be 4 gates in total. And yeah, there it is. Glaives are on the way. And Nikic is unawares. Does get eyes on the would-be third. And again, the goal here is to make it look normal, to make it look like a standard expansion. Now, Nikic, because he knows he doesn't know what's coming up next, because this Void Ray opener, remember, we casted Dark earlier. We casted Dark versus Parting a couple of hours ago. And we had the same opener, on the same map, actually, where Parting, he rushed into Glaives, and because Dark was denied scouting, he threw down his Roach Warren at the 4-minute mark. Here it's a little bit later, but it's on the way. 4-minute 30 mark Roach Warren for Nikic. Decent timing, but Adepts are going to be amassing. We're going to be pushing out soon. But at least Nikic doesn't delay his Roach Warren any further. So even though he doesn't know what's coming, he knows that something could be coming, so he needs to prepare. Void Ray on the way. Getting in between the bases. Adepts are pushing out, and the Roach Warren, again, it was late. It is still not quite done. We have to focus on Lings. Lings and Queens, that is all we have to defend. Void Ray slipping into the main base. Queens are amassing. How many Queens? 7 Queens, not too bad. 7 Queens in total. We do commit to the shade. We do dive into the mineral line. Lings are lying in wait, though. Lings are being cleaned up. And from here, we can shade into the natural. Drones are going to be falling. So far, we actually minimize our losses. Adepts are going down. Will we shade into the main? No. Shall we make it into the main base? Drones are falling left and right. Initially, Nikic had a great defense. He's going to be losing 6 workers, but it looks like only 6 workers. This could have been so much worse. The Adepts are cleaned up. Void Ray still going ham here, finding a couple of extra workers at the 3rd base. And, oh my, we're having some fun. Because we have a follow-up. And will we survive? Can we get into this? Because Night Phoenix, he throws down not just a 2nd Stargate, a 3rd Stargate. Triple Stargate, mass Void Ray on the way. Lings, they come in for a big counterattack, but we have plenty of Adepts to defend. Shield battery still not ready. Adepts are being surrounded. Adepts, they're being shut down. 3rd base under fire, and we may just lose it. Void Ray comes in. Roaches are coming in as well. Nikic, he's going all in. He's sending everything across the map. He wants to break Night Phoenix here and now and punish his opener, punish his build. But the Void Rays have arrived, and nothing shoots up. We're going for the Nexus, but we're not going to get it. Probes are coming back. The Lings, they only get 2 probe kills. And back at home, Hydrogen. Honestly, this is a really good scout. Like, this Ling flood here from Nikic did confirm the mass Void Ring. He hasn't seen the production, but he sees the units. So he is aware. Hydra's on the way. Spore Crawlers, Queens. How many Queens do we have? 7 still. We have 7 Queens. Is it going to be enough, though? That's 3 Void Rays move out. And Nikic has been droning. He has been droning back at home. It's going to be a cancel on the 4th base. Good pick up. We do deny the 4th. As we shouldn't be able to tango with these Queens, we will have to back off. Queens will force this back. Likewise, Adepts they continue to threaten shades. We have +1 air attack on the way. We commit to the shade. Oh, but we will get surrounded. Bold commitment there from Night Phoenix. All 3 Adepts will go down. We do get 5 workers though. And we do cancel that base once again. Not too bad. And how many Void Rays? 6. 6 Void Rays are out. Working towards a Robo, working towards a Forge as well. We are just turtling up and rushing into Skytoss. Not just Skytoss, we're going to be reinforcing here with, I imagine, Colossi. The bay is on the way for Void Ray Colossus. Night Phoenix once again is pushing. His goal here is to shut down the 4th base over and over again. And so far, we're pulling it off. So far, it is working well. So we push on forward. Up! Get on top of the Queens. 1 Queen does go down. Get 1, we get 2, we get up. just barely a third queen as well. Do manage to pick them off. Not bad. Void Rays do make it out. Didn't overextend, didn't overcommit. And there's that fleet beacon. Carriers on the horizon. Now, even though we have a lot of Hydras, they trade well against Void Rays. That is true. These Void Rays, they cannot push in. What can, though? The depths. Rough trades here. Hydra's being focused down. Very efficient trade for Night Phoenix. We get Hydras, we get some Lings. We will clean this up. But as the Hydras get pulled away, the Void Rays go back in. We're going for the base. We won't get it. 2 Void Rays get picked up. Night Phoenix getting punished for pushing in. You know, behind this, we're getting into Colossus production. Hydra's once again trying to chase this down. Won't be able to. Now, to be a little bit critical here of Nikic, I'm fond of the Ling Hydra. I do like it in this position so far, but where is the Hive? Where's the Infestation? Where are the Vipers? Without Vipers, Hydra's going to have a very hard time pushing in because we have Colossi, we're soon to have Carriers, Mothership is on the way. If you're a Hydra like this, it needs support. Whether it's Vipers or Infestors, even Infestors have their place with Microbial Shroud. No, wait, what's the other one? Yeah, Microbial Shroud. Against Skytos. Infestation Pit now on the way, but this feels late for Nikic. Does feel late here as the 4th base is getting up and running. Night Phoenix getting his own 4th. Building up towards Colossus. Nikic, I don't think we can commit here. He's gonna try to push in into Colossi of all things. We have shield batters, we have an overcharge as well. Big swipes go up. And Nikic bleeding out a lot of units. 13 Hydras. That was 13 Hydras for 2 Adepts. Speaking of Adepts shading out across the map. Again, it shows how well Colossus perform against Hydras. Carriers on the way. Now we're working towards a Hive. Now we're working towards a Lurker Den. But again, this tech is, it feels like one step behind that of Night Phoenix. Was these Adepts are being caught out. Good catch here from Nikic. Brings up the Adepts. We'll shut them down. Ooh, Mothership coming in from behind, looking for a recall. You can see Night Phoenix stacking up his army. Meanwhile, Nikic refining his own with Mass Roach Hydra. We probably don't want to recall into all these Hydras, though. That's not going to be the best move. Yeah, Night Phoenix flirting with the idea. Won't commit. Mothership does have to back up. Once again, stacking the army. Hive is just now finishing up, and Nikic is stuck at home. Now, unfortunately, Nikic, he is maxed out, but it's not an ideal army. He does have inflated supply with a lot of roaches. We do need to get rid of these roaches to make room for lurkers and vipers. Anyway, as I say that, I may as well just kill our own roaches. True. Smooch. But yeah, these roaches, they're hurting more than they're helping. So at this point, we do have to kind of kill them ourselves or just throw them away. As we have made room for lurkers, but now we have to make room for vipers. Still no vipers out. This base, it's gonna go down. As now we're gonna be threatening that natural with Void Rays. We have a couple of Hydras in position. Cloak is gonna be popped and we can break in. Where's the detection? It's just one step behind. Good trade there from Night Phoenix. Building up towards additional Sky Toss. Building up towards an additional army. And we do have Night Phoenix just calming things down here, slow and steady. Like, he's just been chilling, just making more carriers. That's the thing. Like, he's just been banking up a mass carrier army. I would say that the onus is more on Nikic here. He has had time to recover, and look at the drone count. Nikic, he's down to 67 workers. He has a 3-base economy. at this stage of the game. And what's scary here, as we lose a Void Ray, is that Nikic, he can't remax. He's going to take a fight. He has some resources in the bank, but he cannot sustain himself. Not with 67 drones. And we're pushing in. We catch the lurkers. Not like this. Nothing shoots up. 1, 2, 3 lurkers go down. Night Phoenix just mowing his way through this army. The Hydras have now arrived. At the same time, we recall over towards the left-hand side. Massive recall. And we do just pull Nikic apart out of position. Base going to be going down. Hydras have arrived, but Hydras pushing into Colossi like this, it's not going to work. Where are the Vipers? Where are the Yoinks? There we go, Microbial Shroud is thrown down. Power bombs here on the Mothership. We yoink in. Mothership does go down, -300, but the carriers, they reign supreme. They take down every single Hydra. There's just too much in the air. Too much in the sky. And Nikic has nothing left. Every single lurker goes down. Nikic, he's got a handful of roaches. We mentioned before, Nikic, he was maxed out, and these roaches, they do nothing. They've been hurting him this entire time. Wasting supply. And GG gets called. Night Phoenix takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Night Phoenix. Had a chaotic start to the game is what I will say. Going Glaive Adepts into triple Stargate Mass Void Ray, which is wild. Nikic had the opportunity to bounce back. Remember, he was counterattacking. He was trying to deny the third base. Did transition to Hydras, which was good. But the economy of Nikic never really got up and running. Despite the fact that he had map control for a while, he was never able to get a secure 4th, a secure 5th, a secure economy, and as a result, his army was lackluster. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the yellow Protoss, representing Hot-Headed Gaming. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, representing Team Platoon. We're going to fight back. It is Nikic. Here we go. As once again, Nikic forced to expand elsewhere, and when it comes to the build of choice from Night Phoenix, I was going to say I don't expect him to do that 2 games in a row, but Hecate is not a bad map for that, to be honest. Hecate has quite a lot of defenders' advantages. There's a lot of ramps, a lot of choke points. If we wanted to turtle up on 3, on 4 bases and rush into Skytoss, that is something you can do on Hecate. Like this ramp here is brutal to push into. Likewise here on the right hand side, the ramp here towards the left as well. Like these 4 bases can be very secure. So I wonder if Night Phoenix is thinking along the same lines. Hello, Bobtas. Hello. As we'll see how Nikic approaches this as well. If he tries to be more aggressive. I mean, the map is going to be working against aggression. Short rush distance by ground means we can try to go for like a queen all-in, for example, but we've seen them with mixed results here on Hecate. The Overlord is dipping in. Let's get eyes on the expansion, on the opener. Aware that everything is looking normal. Everything does look on the up and up. As we're going for another Stargate opener. Stargate has been thrown down for Night Phoenix. Probe going to be delaying the third base for as long as we can, but should be shut down. Yeah, this time no pylon. Up, he wants it. He wants to delay. There's that hatchery is thrown down. Night Phoenix does confirm. We'll get the hell out of here. Get out of there. Now, what I will say here is that this Stargate is a little bit further back, which is interesting. It's further back in the main base. It is hidden, that much more hidden, I should say. I'm curious if we're going for another Void Ray opener. What do we got? Yep, there it is. Void Ray is on the way. You can see it's rallied here looking for the Overlord. It's over here towards the right-hand side, but Night Phoenix is unawares. That's going to be shading out. Overlord dipping in. Night Phoenix still doesn't have eyes on this. We are still going to be hunting down that Overlord. Oh my god, Fire Council throw down already. This is going to be a big scout. If Nikic dives into that main base, he's going to see everything. And again, Night Phoenix rallied outside. Nikic coming in from behind. Gates on the way. Still going to be joining up back at home. Ooh, and we do barely get a glimpse of a gateway. That's a bit of a tell. We don't have confirmation. It's Glaven Epps again, by the way. It is going to be Glaven Epps out of Night Phoenix. Again, no Forge. Glaves are in production. You can see Night Phoenix still trying to hunt down that Overlord. Still has not found it. And upon seeing this gateway, we should be responding. Baleen? Oh my god. Baleen Nest on the way. This is risky. There's a risky maneuver here out of Nikic. So you can defend against Glaven Epps with Ling Bane, but you need to make sure you have like your positional play on point. You need to keep up with the shades with your Banelings. If you are unable to, if you're caught out of position, then Ling Bane won't really do well at all. This is so risky here from Nikic. So damn risky. Yeah, Overlord does confirm. We get eyes on the Glaives. Big scout here from Nikic. Adepts are shading across the map. Lings are amassing. No roaches to defend. It is going to be Banelings. Void Ray from behind. Gets an Overlord. Does shut down an Overlord. Adepts a shade into the mineral line. We have Mass Link to defend. Where the Banelings are still in the way. And we do commit. And these Lings are going to get annihilated. I say that. They have a good surround. Oh! They will clean this up. The positioning not as good as I thought it was. And we clean up all of those Adepts. We get the trades. That was 17 Lings for 8 Adepts. That's a good trade for the Zerg. And now we can go for a counterattack. We can go for a big counterattack. Shield battery still on the way. And we can deny this third. Go for this round. Go for the dive. Adepts are being shut down. Bailey's they waddle in. They waddle in. They crash into the Adepts. Void Ray racing back home. Once again, double Stargate on the way. Double Stargate mass Void Ray for Night Phoenix. But this base should fall. Never mind. Nikic, there's 3. We can dive. We can surround. Nikic, he rotates around instead. Tries to push into the natural, but the wall is up and running. Night Phoenix holds on to his third. There was potential. 100% there was potential, and Nikic is going to be backing up for another Bane bus. But we're giving Night Phoenix the opportunity to build up. We have more depths. We have more Void Rays in production. Night Phoenix, he's holding. Lings, once again, they try to bust into the natural of all places. It's not going to happen. They do get us around. Baileys are waddling in once again. Go for the mineral line. They're going for the probes. But good splits here from Night Phoenix. Oh, the splits! The splits, Papi. We clean this up. 7 probes go down. The 2 Adepts, they get across the map. And 2 Adepts, they one-shot workers. Night Phoenix coming back in this game. Gets 3 drone kills. Gets 4. Gets 5. We're gonna get 6. We're gonna get 7. Can we get any more? 8. 8 workers go down. We're not done. We keep on pushing. A bit of an overextension here from Night Phoenix. Yeah, we do have to retreat. That's a lot of Lings that we do have to respect. Depths are going to be cleaned up. 10 workers go down. Void Rays in the main base. Queen's out of position. And Night Phoenix is recovering. Despite losing so much earlier, despite this base that should have gone down, somehow it lives. Somehow we get 13 worker kills across the map. We still have 2 Adepts as well. And behind this, +1 air attack and mass voids. Oh, the Void Rays back. They are coming. Things they threaten a counterattack. Hyping still building up. Do have Hydras on the way, just like the previous game. Now, what I will say is that hopefully Nikic has a better economy. He does have a fourth. We just need a drone. We need to saturate this base as best we can. Queens are holding. It is 6 Void Rays in total. Fleet Beacon on the way. Robo as well for eventually Colossus. And a very similar setup here to game 1. Dive towards the main. Adepts on the left-hand side. Acme's doing his best here to try to pull apart the attention of Nikic once again. Oh, it's happening. But it is happening. As the Void Rays, they do distract these queens. Adepts, they shade in towards the middle line. 4 drones go down. We get 5. 5 workers full. We get eyes on the Hydras. And the Void Rays back off. Phoenix finds himself with an economic lead. Mothership is on the way. Second rover for double Colossus production. Bay is on the way. +1 about to kick in. And we should soon be seeing some carriers. That's soon. Once again, Nikic tries to slip into the natural. Won't be able to make his way in. Do threaten the shade. Stage bit is done. Things are coming first round. We do catch some of these adepts. Good catch here from Nikic. Very nice catch. And this time the adepts, they do not kill any workers here. We even transfuse. Nikic, Papi, calm down. And he's droning. This is something that he did not do in game 1. We are droning up to 78, soon to be 80 workers. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den as well. Infestation is done. Nikic is in a much better position. Can support himself. Evo chambers are late, is what I will say. Upgrades are delayed, which is a little bit concerning. But outside of that, still looking strong. Still looking good. Looking good here. I killed the Ursadak. No. It's the knifey. He's an animal. Meanwhile, we're getting into carrier production back at home. The Sky Toss is soon to be upon us. We're turtling up cannons, shield batteries on the way, just to fortify ourselves. Nikic has been lacking creep spread. I understand that things have been very chaotic, especially when it comes to queen positioning. But there is no creeper on the left-hand side, no vision. They say shaded again. How do they do it? 4 more worker kills. 5 more drones go down. 6 more drones go down. Once again, staying on top of the economy here. Nikic down to 69 drones. Nice. But we'll be making more. 6 more workers on the way, thankfully. Nice. Setting up here for his defense as Nikic has maxed out, and we're pushing. Do we have any Vipers? Oh. No Vipers for Nikic, though. Just pure Lingbane Hydra. Pushing up into Colossus. This is not the play. Oh, my God. It's a meat grinder, and Nikic is forced back. Likewise, on the left-hand side, doesn't find a way in either. 8 of those Hydras does pull back. And there we go. Vipers now on the way. We were lacking Vipers. They're coming out. Nikic coming in from behind. Threatening that third. Does threaten the third base. Bailing's on the way as well for a run by. Lurker upgrades on the way. Again, these range upgrades were delayed earlier, so that is something that Nikic is lacking. His worker count looking decent here. I appreciate the stack defense to defend against Glaive Adepts. Speaking of, Adepts are coming again. And they will be shut down. Oof. The dude barely shaded, but we have Spy Callers on the way. We get 2 drones. When it comes to this army that we're just kind of refining this entire time, Carrier, a couple of Colossi, Void Rays. I would like Storm. Storms and Archon, basically. Storm and Archon are what we're missing here. Storms will be ideal against Lingbane Hydra. Archons likewise against Lingbane. So this army is vulnerable to a surround. You have some yoinks. Mothership does go down. Minus 300, minus 300. Means they crash into the sentries. They crash into the ground army. But the carriers, they do push through. Those 11 Adepts going down. And can we stop this, by the way? We don't have that many Hydras. No shot. Baileys, they roll on forward, but the Hydras, they go down. And what shoots up? We have a couple of Spore Crawlers. We have some Power Bombs coming in as well. Good splits out of Night Phoenix. And the Mass Carrier is pushing in. At the same time, Adepts, they shade into the natural base. Drones are falling this entire time. We have 16 Hydras in production. Ooh, I think that's becoming to overextend. Hydras are coming in. Hydras are coming in. But they're trickling in at this point. We don't have enough. We haven't hit critical mass. And the carriers have. We can fight these Hydras toe to toe. So many Hydras going down as they trickle in. At the same time, the Adepts, they're still going ham. GG gets called. 28 drones go down. And Night Phoenix will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. 2 games in a row, similar styles. We had Night Phoenix just going Stargate Opener into Void Ray into Glaive Adepts into triple Stargate Sky Toss. And Nikic, he had a better response here in game number 2, I will say. It was a much better reaction, much better game out of him compared to the first one. But was still lacking when it came to maintaining his economy and getting into Hydra Lurker Viper. We saw that it was quite delayed Viper production. We were never able to really set ourselves up either. Never able to really be in control of that game and get into the ideal composition. And of course, after Hydra Lurker Viper, we would have to transition into Corruptors and Skyzerg afterwards. But even before that, again, the Hydra Lurker Viper here was lacking, never quite in an ideal position, and Night Phoenix snowballing out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, Night Phoenix advances on to the decider match. So Skillus earlier had made it through in first place, did take down Young Yakov, and now we have Young Yakov versus Night Phoenix. Let's go. Let us go. We go from one ZVP into another. And we'll see if Night Phoenix can once again make use of his Sky Toss. See if we can make use of it once again. As we are loading on in to Oceanborn. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing hot-headed gaming. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have one of the favorites for this entire tournament. We have the red Zerg player representing Twisted Minds. It is Young Yakov. Not as young as he used to be. He has been achieving quite a lot in his career. Like, he was once an up-and-comer, still an up-and-comer in the scene, don't get me wrong, but he has gotten quite a number of accolades already, taking down some big names in some major tournaments. It's been great to see Young Yakov really thrive and grow, and I think most recently, if you remember, if you were watching WTL Code A, Young Yakov was the MVP. So, for World Team League, the most recent season of World Team League, Twisted Minds signed some new players. They only had Classic to begin with, but they signed Nikaract, I believe it was Nikaract, Aristory, and Young Yakov to compete in WTL. They played in the qualifiers, they played in... Oh my god. They played in the qualifiers, I believe this is a fake out. Yeah, this is going to be a fake out here, and Young Yakov, he is not taking the bait, by the way. We're playing a game of chicken right. He's like, what are you gonna do? Cannon rush me? Is that what you're gonna do? Nah, man, get out of here. As the fake out did not work, trying to force an overreaction. Knife Phoenix gonna be expanding. But what I was getting at is that, again, Twisted Minds, they competed in WTL, the qualifiers, in Code 8. And most people expected Classic, of course, to carry that team, to carry Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds, they did well. But Classic was not the player carrying that team. He was not the MVP. It was Young Yakov. Young Yakov was popping off in those qualifiers. The problem was that he was kind of the only one popping off. Like, he needed everyone else to support him. And I think what was important, though, is that Young Yakov looked so impressive, looked very impressive in World Team League. It was shocking. It really caught a lot of people off guard. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Twisted Minds to qualify. They weren't able to make it into the main event, but they came close. They did come very close. Did come very close in the end. Sorry, I'm just double checking something. As we are going to be sending a couple links across the map, going to be chasing the wall here across the map here at the natural. Knife Phoenix, as he moves out, this natural is wide open, and Young Yakov is going to be slipping on in. Meanwhile, Probe Scout does confirm the third base. Young Yakov, he's link flooding, by the way. We're cutting workers very early on. 22 drones. Link speed still a ways off. Young Yakov not quite pulling the trigger. Does pull back. Does pull back for the time being, as we do have a Stargate open. At least they do get in. At least they do slip into the natural base. They will get eyes on the tech, on the probes. The Adept does get here just in time, but I believe we should be able to scout what is coming out of the Stargate. They do confirm the Void Ray opener. Big scout here from Young Yakov. Also, I was just confirming, so to reiterate kind of what had been happening, Young Yakov in Code 8 of WTL, he 2-0'd Bunny. He 2-0'd Bunny. He 2-0'd Nightmare as well. Oh my god. Bappy. But yeah, he had such a great performance. It was great to see Young Yakov popping up against some big name Korean players. 2-0'ing Bunny, 2-0'ing Nightmare. Those are the caliber of players that Young Yakov was bringing down. And that wasn't that long ago. Wasn't too long ago. So again, if you missed out on them, I recommend checking out the VODs. Recommend checking out the WTL Code 8 VODs that are on YouTube. So Knife Phoenix is moving out with his first Void Ray. We can see that this time he is going... Oh. Okay, so Void Ray openers, as I was mentioning before, they are designed to deny any kind of scouting information, to deny the follow-up. And it is true that Knife Phoenix has been going Glaive Adepts every game against Nikic as a follow-up to this Void Ray. This time, second Stargate. Double Stargate. Do we go Mass Void Ray? Do we go Mass Oracle? We have options. Regardless, the tech is hidden. Young Yakov is in the dark. So far, another couple of drones going down. Young Yakov being pulled apart here. Oracle gets into the main base. Spore not ready yet. 6 drones go down. Soon to be 7. And back at home, we are amassing Phoenixes, not Void Rays. Double Stargate Phoenix on the way here for Knife Phoenix. Behind this, getting into a Twilight Council as well. Working towards, I imagine, charge. As he is just trying to stabilize here on his 3 bases. Coming back in. Getting another drone. Or forcing a Spore. Meanwhile, the Oracles, they do dive on in. They do get the Queen! Just barely. Solid dive there from Knife Phoenix. Coming in from behind, getting on some of the gas guys. At the same time, it ups a shade into the 3rd. But we have Roaches. Roaches are coming out just in time. They will shut down any kind of adept aggression. Adepts once again threatening into that 3rd base. Threatening a shade into that 3rd base. Beasts are amassing. I believe they've been unscattered for the time being. And we are not going to charge, we're going to blink. Interesting. Okay. Very gas-intensive army, is what I will say. Very gas-intensive. we'll see what we can accomplish. As each Phoenix is going to be looking for some straight queens, overlords, a couple of workers. You catch a drone, but they sustain so much damage already. One of those Phoenix is taking a lot of hits. Going for a Roach, but we can transfuse. Not going to waste it. Queens do snipe a Phoenix. And so far, this commitment here into Phoenixes has not been worth it. We have not gotten much of anything. We've gotten one drone and one Roach. Behind this, of course, transitioning into Mass Blink Stalkers. It's going to be 8 Gate Blink here. We have a Nidus Worm on the way. Okay. Yakov turning the aggression on here. Drone's going to be going down. Only a handful. Overall good defense by young Yakov. The counterattack runs into the Stalkers. These things are going to be shut down. And we are preparing. I don't think we've seen the Nidus, right? No, we have. Oh my god. Good scouting here out of Night Phoenix. Does confirm that Nidus is aware that something is coming out. We have a massive amount of shield batteries on the way. 4 shield batteries in production. A 5th shield battery. Oh my god. Even another wave of shield batteries here at the natural as well. Nidus will finish. And young Yakov is all in on 3 bases. Big stasis does go up. Roach Ravager pushing in. Another Nidus Worm on the way. And Night Phoenix, does he have enough time to prepare? Does he have enough to hold? There we go. We blink on forward. We shut down some of these Ravagers. Good target firing. Again, the Ravagers is a big thing threatening these shield batteries. Good force fields once again cutting up the army. And Night Phoenix shuts this down. Cleans up the Ravagers, cleans up the Lings. There's 3 Ravagers behind this. But the Overcharge put in a lot of work. Again, Night Phoenix will shut this down. Takes down the Nidus. Oh, there's no way out. There's no way out. We have to get the hell out of here. The Phoenix, they go for the dive. They dive on top of the Queens. Nidus Worm is about to finish. But we're losing everything here. It's too little too late. The Roaches are falling. The Ravagers as well. And we're reinforcing. We're not evacuating. Oh my god. Lings are flooding in. But alas, Night Phoenix just shuts down the all-in of young Yakov. Was able to scout it earlier, prepare beautifully. And we still have a standing army. Night Phoenix's economy was untouched. Oversaturated even, we need a 4th. And we are going for a massive counterattack. And what does young Yakov have left? Again, the fact that Night Phoenix was able to scout this at the time was insane. Like, he had, what, 8 shield batteries? That was an insane amount of shield batteries. Night Phoenix does hold. Roach is going to be trickling on in. No Ravagers, not anymore. Good blinks here out of Night Phoenix. Likewise, Phoenix, as they dive in, they pick up the Queens. And the Roaches, they're not doing too poorly here. Trading against the Stalkers. Night Phoenix going to be backing up. Fleet Beacon on the way. Sky Toss on the horizon here. Night Phoenix going to be slowing the game down to get into some Sky Toss. The Stalkers are amassing. And I don't think he even needs the Sky Toss, to be honest. I think we can just keep on pushing, keep the pressure up. It is risky. And Yakov does have reinforcements. The Stalkers are getting low. They're getting very low at this point. So we do force this back. Young Yakov, he does survive the counterattack, is behind in the worker count though. He's behind in drones, just now getting his 4th base up and running. Still not saturating. We have a Hydra Den on the way. It'll be Roach Hydra, or Roach Ravager Hydra here. For young Yakov. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix building up towards carrier production. 3rd Stargate on the way. So do bleed out another Phoenix. Void Ray coming back in. And I've noticed that we still haven't made many workers here. Joining up to 66, that's 3 base saturation. Young Yakov still hyperfixated on building up his army. Oh, but there we go. Now we're joining. Squeezing out a couple of workers. And the game is going to settle. The game is going to settle from here. I would give the edge to Night Phoenix. He's already got +1 air attack, working on Forge, Robo, soon to be Colossus production. We've seen this dance before against Nikic. We know where this goes. We know where this leads. Can Young Yakov have more success? They have more success here as he's committing once again with another Nidus. Oh my god, Cutting Workers at 69. Bailey's gonna be rolling in. Files they will connect. The Baileys are having a hard time connecting here. They do crash into some Stalkers. But the Carriers, they go ham. Another ship on the way, -300, -300. That Void Ray is still getting damage done. That's gonna be a kill on the hatchery. A kill on the base, down on the top of the army. Good piles here on the Carriers. Beautiful piles, but it's not going to be enough. We only have a handful of Hydras. There's not enough anti-air. And without it, the Carriers, they force this back. The Stalkers as well. Yeah, the first all-in failed. The second all-in will fail as well. GG gets called, and Night Phoenix survives, taking game number 1. GG. GG, well played. I'm not opposed to the all-ins from Young Yakov, not by any means, but the problem was that he got scouted, right? It was such a big moment when Night Phoenix saw the Nidus Swarm on the way. He was able to prepare. He threw down, it was 4 shield batteries at his third base and 3 shield batteries at his natural, and he was able to prepare himself, able to throw down stasis traps as well. He was just so ready for the all-in. He just shut it down. And from there, our Protoss player was in the driver's seat, but now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the yellow Protoss, representing Hot-Headed Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player, representing Twisted Minds. Down in this series, we're going to fight back. We're going to force that ace match. It is Young Yakov. We go. As we are loading into Hard Lead known for its aggressive builds as well. If Young Yakov did want to go all in, did want to not pull the voice, did want to go for a Queen Walk or a German Taxi or a Nidus based all in, Hard Lead is a good map for that, just because reinforcements don't take long at all to get across the map, just because of how short the rush distance is. We have seen many an all in on Hard Lead. Assuming that's what Young Yakov wants. I say that just because we actually casted Young Yakov against Shameless. I mentioned before that we casted Shameless 2-0 Young Yakov during the group stage, and we also saw just some really aggressive styles out of Young Yakov. We saw a lot of all-ins, a lot of just committed play in general, and wasn't able to find too much success against Shameless either. But we'll see. We'll see if he does change his approach. For now, we're just going Hatch Gas Pull, standard opener here out of Young Yakov. Likewise, across the map, we do have Night Phoenix setting up back at home as well. Now, something about this series so far is every game, not just this series, but also against Nikic, Night Phoenix has been going for Stargate openers into Void Ray. It's been Void Ray first every single game. Sometimes it's Glaive Adepts, sometimes it's Mass Phoenix, but that's what he's been sticking with. Oh, here in game 2 though, we see something very different. It's a Twilight Council opener. Okay. Night Phoenix. Get my attention. It's going to be a Twilight Council instead. There's potential for a Glaive Adept opener. There's potential for DTs. We haven't pulled out of gas yet. So this looks like potentially a Dark Shrine, but we'll see. We'll see what we commit to. as we are pulling out of gases, which means show us the glaives. Show us the glaives. Only 2 and 2 there. Glaives are on the way, and we'll see what kind of variation of glaive adepts this will be. So we have seen, of course, the traditional 4-gate glaive adepts. We've seen 3-gate. We can commit and double down onto 6, but that would require more gases being taken. The Robo is on the way. I was curious if we were going to go for the economic glaive adept opener, which is where you skip the Robo, go into glaives, and go for a faster third. But we have our Robo here instead. So 4-gate glaive adepts from Night Phoenix. It's going to be on Young Yakov to recognize what's going on and to respond in time. Lings are moving out. Overlord is here at the natural, looking for a dive. Our Young Yakov going to be testing the waters. Does push in towards that natural. Adept is in position, and we can wall off behind it. So far, good defense here by Night Phoenix. Oh, my apologies. God damn. They switched places. Hold on. Night Phoenix. Yellow. Man. Beautiful. And we do dive in with the Overlord. We get eyes on the Robo, we get eyes on the gateways. We have a Roach one already on the way. Young Yakov, he has sniffed this out, is aware of the aggressive nature of this build. And we're getting ready with Lings and Roaches. Cutting workers early on at 39. And Lings are amassing. Behind this, Night Phoenix is going to be expanding. But we still need to get value here with these adepts. We still need to trade well. Otherwise, we will fall behind. Again, because we invested into glaive adepts, we don't have blink, don't have +1, don't have a forge. There's a lot that we are lacking. As the adepts, they do shade into the Mineral Alliance. We have 2 adepts here at the third base. Drones are going down, by the way. We 5 dead workers. Prism into the main. And so far, not too bad. We get 5 worker kills, but we don't get much else. As we try to threaten that main base, at the same time, Adepts, they shade into the natural once again. Shade in for a second time. More drones going down. The Roaches are in position. We get 7 worker kills before being forced back. Behind this, Young Yakov, he's droning. He's just droning up. He has survived the aggression. He's made it. Night Phoenix is doubling down, going for another warp in. Bold move here from Night Phoenix. As we have a massive link counterattack, and there is not much at home to defend. We get the surround, the sentry! The sentry and the adept. Oh, not quite in position. Not the best to engage with these lings. But regardless, we have plenty to deal with this. Shield battery is going to get surrounded. We do have adepts across the map. We are killing some workers. Damage is being done. But we are looking to deny this base. But we will not. Oh my god. The adepts, they make it home just in time. 5 drones go down. And Night Phoenix, he holds. Oh god, the missed rally. Night Phoenix does hold on to his third. And he's getting more drones. 8 more workers go down. Good damage dealt here by Night Phoenix. Crippling the economy once again. The Observer does confirm the move out. Night Phoenix is aware, he's getting ready. He is getting ready back at home. We have more immortals on the way. Well, the army is distracted. I'm not gonna lie, after losing so many drones, I expected Young Yakov to be doubling down and going all in, but no, we're just resaturating. We're just taking our hits, going with the punches, droning on up instead. As the reps, they are jumped into the main. We get a couple of workers. 3 workers go down. We shade once again into the national. We are getting quite a lot done here. 3 drones go down. How many in total? 18. Not too bad. 18 workers have fallen. Behind this, Night Phoenix building up an immortal-based army. We have Blink on the way. We have +1. Not quite. No Forge. Oh. No Forge tells us that this is looking like a 3-base all-in. we're just building up a massive amount of immortals, waiting for Blink to finish. No Forge, no other upgrades. It is going to be a terrifying army, but yeah, Night Phoenix is not looking for a longer game. Oh, the Prism. Prism gets sniped. Bit of a miss rally there. Bit of a lapse of attention as we can maybe get one more drone. The transfuse keeps the worker alive. Young Yako is going to be a little bit supply blocked here. 4 overlords on the way. 5th base as well. Young Yako going to be cutting workers here at 65. That's 3 base saturation. Here we can focus on army production. Likewise, Night Phoenix is pushing out. Okay. So on the one hand, we have dealt some economic damage, that's true, but Young Yakov has a decent enough economy to sustain this. To build up his Ling Roach Ravager. And Night Phoenix is pretty committed. He's pretty all in. Like again, no forge, no other tech, no gases. Where's the Prism, by the way? More Prism making its way across the map. Not here yet. Decent force fields. Decent force fields by Night Phoenix. Gonna be pushing in once again, slicing up the army. Decent files here do connect with the army and those force fields. Things are coming from behind. And we're focusing down the immortals. We got one. One immortal goes down, a second immortal as well, a third immortal. The Prism arrives, but too little, too late. Too late to save the immortals here as only 2 make it out. And Young Yakov shuts down this army. Cleans everything up. And Night Phoenix is in a world of hurt right now. There's nothing else behind this. There's no additional tech, no gas, no bases. We're all in. Night Phoenix has to end the game with this army, but only has 2 immortals. Only 2 immortals. Now only 1 immortal as well. The Prism a little bit too far back. Unable to juggle. Unable to micro those immortals. Val's going to be zoning away the army. Hydras are on the way. More Lings. Ling Hydra can do quite well against Stalkers. And Night Phoenix desperately going for a drop into the main. But again, there's just nothing behind us. Now we're taking a double forge, a base, second robo, all the tech, all the gases. But this was never the plan. This was never the initial plan here for Night Phoenix, and it is all so late. Night Phoenix does recognize that this is that he's not going to be able to end the game. He does get a couple of drones. 6, 7. Oh my god. 7 workers go down. Let's say shade into the natural. Good target firing once again. Getting another 10 workers. 11, 12. My god. Once again, crippling the economy, getting an entire mineral line. 15 drones go down. But we're going for a counterattack. We're going for a massive counterattack. Bathing speed is done, and what do we have at home to defend? Here we go. We have a wall of shield batteries and cannons to try to hold on. Can we survive? As Young Yakov is amassing his army. Does get eyes on the Prism. Oh my god. Do slip into the main. Young Yakov pulling back home. Yeah, the Hydras, they were just 1 second too late. We're still killing more drones. Night Phoenix's target firing is terrifying. Like, every single time he comes in with adepts, he always gets damage done. It's impressive. It's keeping him somewhat in this, but Young Yakov is maxed out at this point. Not the most efficient army with roaches, but an army nonetheless. So we can deny the center base. We have a couple of Colossi. Bailey's they crash on in. The Immortals are exposed. And again, there's no Prism to control, no Prism to just micro back and blink those Immortals. Young Yakov going to be retreating. In that fight, he killed 2 Immortals and 5 of those Stalkers. Young Yakov, he can remax, rebuild. The Prism coming in again. Night Phoenix just relentless here. Finally going to take some whole damage, and finally the Prism goes down, but the Adepts say get into the main base for like a 6th time this game. Oh, but we do get cleaned up. 6 worker kills for 4 adepts. We are up to 4 colossi. Now, the big thing that we're missing here is Hive tech. Hive is now on the way for young Yakov to get into Vipers. But again, I don't know if we even really need it. As we do start to step forward, a decent force fields with the Colossus. 1 Colossus goes down, and it looks like we just have too much on the ground here. We collapse on the army. We shut down all the Immortals. 2 Colossi as well. And we have 2 left. 2 Colossi remaining and a handful of gateway units. Yeah, we were all in earlier and it failed. And recovering from an all-in is just so difficult to pull off. Young Yakov knows from game 1. He understands. GG gets called. And young Yakov ties up the series 1-1. GG. Does tie it up. But the question becomes, who goes all in this time? In game 1, young Yakov went for a Nidus all in and it failed. Game 2, Night Phoenix goes for a 3-base Immortal all in, also fails. What's next? Who pulls the trigger first? Who goes for it? I'm ready. Ready to find out. As we are getting into the ace match. Gonna be on site Delta. Again, really cool to see that these players have gone all the way. They've gone the distance to game 3. Vamonos. And they switch sides. God, there we go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of site Delta, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Hot-Headed Gaming, being forced into the ace match. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Twisted Minds. It is young Yakov. And he's one of the favorites to take the entire tournament. And he did fight back, did tie the series 1-1. But how will this story end? How will it end here on site Delta? As this time, there's no kind of fake cannon rush. If you remember, that did occur in game 1. We have Night Phoenix going to be dipping in, getting eyes on the expansions, trying to get a read on what's going on. Heading into the main. Proxy Void Ray all in. Let's go. You're an animal, man. You're an animal. I imagine we're going to be seeing a Void Ray opener there, to be fair. Like, Night Phoenix has a 100% win rate with Void Ray openers. Last game went for a Twilight Council, was a little bit too spicy with the Adepts, and wasn't able to take it in the end. And Yakov was able to recover. And Night Phoenix just being a bit annoying here, just forcing some inefficient mining of his opponent. Is eventually going to be forced out. As back at home, we're just getting into our openers, getting into our expansions. Young Yakov forced to take the unnatural natural. We have Night Phoenix here just delaying this expansion for as long as he can, delaying that 3rd base. And forcing out some of those lings. But okay, do we see? It's gotta be a Void Ray, right? It's gotta be Stargate to Void Ray, or we could go Phoenix. I'm feeling voids. There we go, Stargate opener here from Night Phoenix. Once again, a little bit further back, based on the rally. Ooh, this is an Oracle rally. Okay, never mind. As the probe is again being as annoying as possible, does delay the expansion, but it will be thrown down. Again, this Stargate is rallied all the way across the map, which is typically what an Oracle would be doing. So, standard opener? Question mark? For the first time in the entire night? Night Phoenix, you okay? you feeling okay, Papi? As the Overlord is going to be pulling back behind this Adept Shades into the main. Going to be trading with the Lings, gets 1. Let's get the hell out of there. And yep, there it is. Oracle's in production. So it is going to be Oracle first for Night Phoenix. It's looking like a standard opener. It's going to be Oracle into a 2nd Oracle into a 3rd base. Into +1 Blink. Crazy. Wild. As the they do get a tumor. Oh, a bit of a misclick there on the base. Link speed does kick in, but we will shade away. Oh, the recall! We'll not save one Adept, but we'll save the other. Adept does make it back home. Oracle has arrived. With the help of this Oracle, we can expand. We can take our third. Meanwhile, Yang Yakup being very active with these Lings. Oh, and is looking to delay that third base if possible. They do arrive. Shield better finish up just in time. Natural base is looking solid. And the Oracle is moving out. Gets a tumor. Going to be able to get into the mineral line. Spore's not quite done yet, so we get a couple of workers. 2 drones go down, but only 2. And Yakov able to swat away that Oracle. Behind this third base soon to be taken. And the question becomes, okay, once we take the third, where do we go from there? As, oh, due delay. Nice snipe there from Yang Yakov. Quick moves. Getting on top of that probe. And there it is. Oh no, he gets scouted. No shot. The Overlord comes in just in time, and we get eyes on the second Stargate. Very nice scout from young Yakov. Throws down the lair. Beautifully done. And just an unfortunate position for Night Phoenix. Ay, ay, ay. So I was curious, like, where do we go from here? It's gonna be, like, a standard open would be Twilight Council and +1. But no, double Stargate Phoenixes again, I imagine. Twilight Council's on the way very fast. Twilight Council's followed. Do we cancel? Yo. Do we cancel the Stargate? We do not. It does finish. Despite going for a ground transition, another Oracle is on the way. Charge? Yo, Hero, is that you? Triple Oracle gets across the map. We're going to be getting a couple of more workers. Go for the Queen. Queen does survive. But Hero does have a build. He has a build which is Mass Oracle Charge. It's a 3-base all-in. And there it is! Night Phoenix, he is a Hero enjoyer. It's gonna be the all-in. Charge lots and Mass Oracle. Let's go. Let us go. And this can be scary. Ooh, this is a tell though. Another Oracle has been revealed, despite seeing 3 across the map. Spire is on the way. That should be a trigger to make more queens and throw down spores. Like, we need spore crawlers, we need queens. That was a bit of a misstep from Night Phoenix, revealing his hand a little bit early on. Typically, you want to be banking up your oracles in the main base. You want to be banking them up and hiding them. But did young Yakov realize what he saw? Did he realize what was revealed? At this point, he should. Again, 4 oracles is very suspect. Forge is on the way for +1. We're just building up the charge lots as we speak. 5 oracles here revealed. I'm not too fond of this. The fact that Night Phoenix, he's got them all in the same control group, and he's just showing his hand already. Like, the surprise factor is meant to be a big part of making this work, and it's not there anymore. Young Yakov, he's amassing an army. Roaches, Lings, Queens. Bailings are on the way as well, which is going to be huge. Is it going to be enough, though? Night Phoenix, he has arrived. Going for the base, going for the hatchery. Bailings, they have finished. Yeah, the Zelta goes straight for the base instead. We're going for some secure damage, and the base will fall. But we're going to give up every single Zealot here, as there is no escape. They do trade with the Ling Bane. They do get a couple of Queens. Not bad. Queens barely do survive. We were able to get 4 drone kills here in the bases as well. And the Oracles did make it out alive here. So this is okay. This is an okay amount of damage. Night Phoenix, he killed the 4th base. He killed some workers. But he's still very all-in. He's stuck on 62 workers. There's no 4th. We're getting into Archon production. Void Rays behind this. Interesting. Very interesting. As the Oracles, they do focus on the Ravagers. Good pickups. Getting as much value as they can. 2 Roaches, 2 Ravagers, 3, 4 Roaches, 5 Roaches even. Oh my god. They got 6. behind the Spire is done. Mutas are on the way, which can be good, but if Night Phoenix pushes with his main army, he's going to have Void Rays and Archons. He may just be able to break Young Yakov. Young Yakov, his ground army is lacking a little bit more because of those Mutas. We'll see. We shall see. We always have potential to go into Phoenix production if we do get eyes on the Mutas. We have Zelts on the right-hand side. We have Zelts towards the left, pushing towards the would-be fourth bases. Distracting Young Yakov, but he's able to keep up. It does shut down both armies. Good movement overall. Zealots do fall. At the same time, the Mutas, they do dip in between the bases. The Archons are trying to keep up, but the Archons are so slow. Phoenixes are on the way. We get 3, 4 probes, 5, 6 even. Again, we have enough to one-shot probes. 7 workers go down. And Night Phoenix already had a crippled economy. It's already struggling. Up. So we dive on past. Get into the middle line. 9, 10 probes go down, and we're not done. Not even close. Night Phoenix, he wants to push on the right-hand side, but here comes the army towards the left, denying this fourth base. Yeah, we have to respond. Oh, and that's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. The Ro8 is going to have to engage here, but we do have plenty of Void Rays. Oh. Yeah, Yakov going to be losing a lot of his army. At the same time, Muta's coming in from behind. Push in towards that natural. Towards the natural base. They're going to be able to get quite a lot of value here, but we have the overcharge, and Phoenixes, they will force them back just in time. Force back the Phoenixes. Main army pushing on the left-hand side as well. Again, Night Phoenix very committed, falling very far behind here in the economy. Going for the hatchery. Ooh, and it looks like he will barely get it as well. Was it worth it though? Because every single Archon goes down, and the Oracles as well. Night Phoenix plummeting in supply. Meanwhile, the Phoenix is going ham. Dancing with the Mutas, gaining value. But Young Yakov is pushing. Now, at least the Void Rays did survive, but again, I don't think that was worth the dive. Ro8 is going to be pushing in. Again, nothing shoots up, so the Void Rays will hold. At the same time, we get us surrounded. We're looking for another kill. No. We force another cancel. Night Phoenix cannot expand. No fourth base available for Night Phoenix. Not this game. It is doubling down on Phoenix production. Oh, I'm not sure how I feel about that. We do have 7 Corruptors. I would like Void Ray production a little more, to be honest. Void Rays, they shoot up and down. It's crazy. But instead, focusing on Phoenixes. +1 air attack just now starting. Hydrogen on the way. Now, Young Yakov economically is still looking quite strong here on 74 workers. Doesn't have the 5th, but against a 3-basing Protoss player, doesn't need the 5th. Is getting there. Phoenixes, they run into the Corruptors. Pull back up. Until a run-back comes in. Getting a Roach. Ooh, as the Mutas, they do bypass the army once again, killing more probes. Probes that we cannot afford to lose. Ooh, but we will be throwing everything away. Uh-oh. These are vanilla Stalkers, and every single Muta goes down. Young Yakov opting to throw them away is remaxing here on more Corruptors, on Roaches. Honestly, if we just committed to mass Void Ray, we can shut this down. A Void Rays are ideal against Corruptors and everything else that Young Yakov has. Did throw down the Hydrogen, is working on Hydra upgrades, but doesn't have any Hydras yet. Young Yakov is pushing. Night Phoenix finally get its 4th base up and running. It's finally up. Phoenix is catching some Overlords. Running into the Corruptors. Efficient trades here with the Zealots against the Banelings. Phoenix does fall. Zelt's going to be cleaned up. Behind this, we're amassing more of an army. We have a double Robo on the way as well. Interesting. To get into Imagine Mass Immortal. Can work nicely. The Corruptors, they do go for the Nexus. Corruptors are okay, but against shield batteries, less so. We have plenty of shield batteries at the same time. We do see Young Yaku pushing in towards the left-hand side. Catch some Archons. But the Void Rays are going ham, and there are too many Archons available here. Young Yakov, he gets forced back. Does lose a big chunk of his army. How's 10 roaches falling? 13 even. As we chase this down. Suddenly Night Phoenix has momentum. We do have a lurker down on the way, but it's not done yet. 28 Hydras in production as well. Can we focus down the base for a third time? We can. It's been 3 times we just focused down the hatchery, and it's going to happen again. But we do have to respect these Hydras. There's quite a lot of them. Hydras are amassing. As I say that, we have plenty of Archons, though. We're pushing in, and Bailey's not ready. Bailey's will finish up just in time. They crash into the Stalkers. Void Rays are going ham, and how many Hydras do we have left? Zelt's from behind, and Night Phoenix, he's breaking through. No shot. He barely breaks through on 4 bases. Young Yakov trading too inefficiently, losing far too much. The Corruptors go down, the Roaches, the Hydras, and there is nothing left here. Night Phoenix is able to cause a pretty intense upset here. GG. No GG. No GG, Papi, as Night Phoenix will advance on to the semifinals. GG. Papi. GG, well played. Night Phoenix was in a lot of trouble that game. I understand the frustrations of young Yakov there, because he was doing so well. He was denying the 4th over and over again. He was shutting down the army. He was getting into Corruptor production. The Mutas were wreaking havoc in the mineral lines. Young Yakov was doing well for himself, but his tech was really wonky. To go from Mutas into Corruptors, then to go into Hydra Lurker as well, but to commit so hard into Roaches, like, it did feel like his army composition was still lacking and was still getting there at that point. Was falling a bit behind. Quality-wise, I should say. It took a long time to get into Lurkers. I mean, we never got into Lurkers, and that's what we needed. Well, that's the option that Young Yaku was going for. The other option would have been to commit to Corruptors and go into Broodlords, or to go into Ultras. Like, there are options for Hive Tech to deal with that kind of composition. I'm not opposed to the Lurkers, but I do feel like if we wanted to get into Lurkers, we probably should have avoided the Corruptors and prioritized Hydras instead. Again, it was just a little bit messy from Young Yakov. And on top of that, taking some really rough fights. There were some big engagements that Night Phoenix was able to take. Night Phoenix was able to take on his side of the map. GG. GG, well played. And I'll be honest, if the game went on any longer, I do think that Young Yakov would have snowballed out of control. I do think Young Yakov, he would have gotten into Hive Tech, into Lurker Tech as well, and he would have been in the driver's seat. Night Phoenix was on a timer. And GG. Congratulations. Congratulations to Night Phoenix for advancing on, for bringing down one of the favorite players. Congrats. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are done with the round of 8. We have our qualified players here. And actually, can I show this off a little bit? Oh, we have time. We have time to show this off. Phew. We cut it close. We did cut it close here. Exclamation mark B in the chat. No spoilers, not anymore, as we have caught up. And we can have a look at our Wikipedia page. Bam, here we go. Okay, so we just covered the group stage here. We were just able to see both. We didn't get to cast Skillus' games, but Skillus and Night Phoenix, they make it out of Group A in 1st and 2nd place. Young Yakov and Nikic are eliminated. Likewise, Wayne and Nikrakt also make it through as well. So 2 Protoss, 1 Zerg, and 1 Terran do make it into the semifinals. My condolences to Shameless, Wannabe Björn, Young Yakov, and Nikic. They had a great showing here, but unable to make it through. Despite that, though, able to walk away with some of that prize money. Again, top 16 get paid out. Top 16 do get paid. So, good performance nonetheless. As we scroll down here a little bit further, we have our semifinals. In 50 minutes, we're going to be live with Skillous versus Nickract and Wayne versus Night Phoenix. Let's go. Wait, what? Am I crazy? Is it in 1 hour and 15? Mate, we could have casted some more, Papi. Wait, are we? Is this correct? No shot. I think the Liquipedia time might be wrong, because on Team Liquid, I believe it's in 15 minutes. Correct? Yeah. Okay, Team Liquid is in 15 minutes. Our Google Calendar says 15 minutes, so this may be an hour off on Liquipedia. So in 15 minutes, we're going to be back here. And it looks like Skillous versus Nickract is going to be played first, followed by Wayne versus Night Phoenix. So that's going to be the plan here for tonight's matches to determine our Christmas Cup champion. It's been a long time coming. It's been a month in the making here for Christmas Cup 2023. And we will crown our champion tonight. And we'll be getting into these matches again in a couple of minutes. In not too long. I'm catching up. I need to reach out to make sure we know what time it starts. Christmas Cup in 15 minutes. We need to confirm. Do need to confirm. Regardless, we'll be back here tonight with the rest of the finals, of course, the rest of the finals. Honestly, these are going to be some really good matches. It's going to be a rematch, right? If I'm not mistaken. Wayne versus Night Phoenix. No, never mind. So, Night Phoenix, the pop-off against Young Yakov is very impressive, but Wayne is going to be the next big player in the region. So, another ZVP between Wayne and Night Phoenix. Likewise, Skills versus Nickract is going to be a wild one as well. I would say that coming into this, Skillous is the favorite player. He is kind of the big name here amongst everyone, but he has been dropping maps. And I want to believe that Nickract can bring his A game here. We saw how aggressive he was against Shameless earlier. I'm imagining some more aggressive play here in the semis as well. We'll see if Skillous can keep up in this best of. Let me just double check as well. I believe it's going to be a best of fives. Yep. Semifinals. The semifinals is going to be a best of 5. The finals will be a best of 7. Also, I just have confirmation it is in 15 minutes, so the time on Wikipedia will be corrected. Work. Do not work. So yeah, look forward to it. And you know what that means? That means I have 15 minutes to get some food. It's almost 2 a.m. here in Australia. I have 15 minutes to get some food, to quickly get some water, and we'll be back with our next broadcast. Now, the stream is going to go down. The reason for that, we're going to put on a delay. We have no delay currently on stream. We'll be putting on a stream delay for the finals, as those matches will be casted live. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with some more Christmas Cup. See you then. Hasta luego. Ciao. Ciao. See you soon.